Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, everybody?
Legacy market seems to be all over the place.
The good thing I didn't buy the dip on Legacy. What's going on, guys?
It's doing okay. There's a number of news where Trump is being denied services by Bank of America and JPM for $1 billion. He's also supposedly going to implement 100% tax on pharmaceutical drugs from overseas.
Don't see any
What
ethical
else?
issues there at all.
No, not at all. Not at all. Keep in mind that Powell is still going to be at the Fed until 2028. He will continue to be a voice.
Powell retires in May.
No.
He's
He's a
staying?
14-year term. As Fed chair, he finishes in May.
Yeah.
But he's a member of the Fed.
Yeah, he'll be on the board.
Directors.
Yeah, he'll be on the board
Right.
for a while.
Correct. Yeah.
He just won't be big dog.
His voice will be heard.
Yeah, I know.
In my humble opinion. He only had 2 dissenters ever so far. 2 plus 1. One of the political.
Yeah.
And Trump is appointing a new one, which has to be confirmed by the Senate or by Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Got some nice buys coming in.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. We took care of all those vector gaps we had yesterday. Those are out of there. We can get these off of the chart. Looking good, looking good.
Tesla
Legacy.
releases new modifications on their cars. Uber is trying to borrow $1 billion to now get rid of all their drivers.
Luck with that.
Uber has always screwed over the drivers, every bit. My wife did delivery for Uber. Horrible experience. On a personal front, Domino's dropped Uber and now does all Ubers. If you order through Uber to Domino's, it goes through us.
Everybody's talking about TA on alts, but what you really need right now is TA on Dom.
Well, I've entered into the Ethereum market now.
That might be a very wise decision.
I believe so. It's about 6 months earlier than I expected. Of course, I've been in IBIT for about a year or so, and now have a 20-to-1 correlation between Bitcoin ETF and Ethereum ETF. Started last Tuesday. Down a little bit. I bought near the high, but that's okay. I'm off like 2.7% right now. But the upside of Ethereum is major. I mean, Bitcoin's not going to go up 300% in the next few months.
Well,
So
neither
you're-
is Ethereum.
Exactly. Yeah. But the chances of Ethereum going up 30% are much higher than Bitcoin going up 30% in any period of time at this point.
That's fair.
Over.
Ethereum got a 2.5x in it, maybe a 3x if we hurry up. If we hurry up. Yeah, I don't like Dom, guys. I'll look at alts here in a second, but Dom does not look like it is taking that long trip down yet. Just staging. Which means if this thing happens to go up while Bitcoin retraces, your alts are gonna get smashed. Let's take a look at ETH. ETH looks good. Managed to hold that bear flag, didn't break it. Extended it, but still intact. ETH, you want to get over 367, right? This supply has been the issue. And that's your second low. Let me go to a naked ETH chart real quick. Make it clearer for you. So this higher low fractal is the one that we're trying to put in right now. Right? And that's assuming that that sweep was all we needed. So to prove that, we're either going to have to put in this low or we're going to have to hold this and just pull off. There's a non-zero chance that we've already put in the right side of it. But this is a bearish structure. And you still got vectors underneath. So if you want something to watch, what you can watch is this lower high at 3695. That'll be your first sign that you're breaking this downtrend. If not, you got to watch the lows.
A quick question for you, Dbloc, which you could define. When you mentioned alts, how many entities is that total, approximately?
Right now,
Is
about
it
20
everything
million.
but Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All digital assets on chain, basically.
Including memes?
Yeah, of course, especially memes.
Okay. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, memes are even more sensitive to Dom flushing around like that.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. We each have our definition of alt, and to me, alt is like maybe 4. But that's me. Over.
You have Bitcoin and you have alternative coins. Your alternative coins are every other digital asset. Some people may argue that ETH is not an alt anymore. But whether you want to call it the mother of the alts or whatever, in my opinion, is still alt.
Right. I perfectly understand. If I own it, it's no longer an alt.
Basically, yeah.
Over. Okay. I'm dipping my toe. I mean, I got in at 2017, so I've been through the journey.
So I guess that's the question, guys. Is ETH strong enough to break out of this, or do we come back down into the psychological range and put in that right side? It's just going to depend on your strategy, whether you're DCAing, whether you're all in on what you want to do there.
Just mine is a 5-year plan.
Yeah, for the health of your alts, Dom needs to go down, not up. The problem is that Bitcoin hasn't got to all-time highs yet. And as Bitcoin approaches all-time highs, Dom is going to go up with it. So we have a little window of worry when it comes to the alts between here and Bitcoin all-time high. I'm not saying you wait till then to get in. I'm saying when Bitcoin gets to all-time high, how it reacts to it is going to be the difference between your alts taking one last flush or them holding ground. Bitcoin gets to all-time high and rejects without passing all-time high. Bearish rejection, even if it's for a continuation or a consolidation, Dom will pump through that and your alts are going to get smashed. If Bitcoin gets above all-time high and consolidates above all-time high, Dom will drop like a rock and alts will start to fly.
You have a projected sort of time frame on that of next quarter, next year, mid next year?
Next couple weeks.
Right, I agree.
At the longest, in my opinion.
Yeah. I came in at midnight last night and said Bitcoin to 15 plus, 115 plus today. So, hey, for once I was right. But I will be the first to come in here and say when I'm wrong. That's for sure. Over.
That's a great thing about chat. They'll tell you when you were wrong, even if you don't admit it. It's like an ego check.
I posted. I posted. So, hey, 12 hours, 24 hours in advance, 18 out in the next 18 hours. This is my projection. Now, I don't come in and say I called it, per
Yeah, yeah.
se, but I like to give some sort of committal to the number. I learned to stop speaking out of both sides of my mouth when I lost all my teeth. Okay, another little trivia question for you. Would you say what was the height of period for YouTube for crypto? Was it this year,
No.
last year, or
All-time
past?
high last year.
Was last year? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Thank
top
you.
of the market, that euphoric phase is
Right.
always when every YouTube channel
Yeah.
is flying. It's thousands of people you
Mm-hmm.
don't know just popping up.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay.
Usually
It's
just in
good to
time to
reflect.
buy the top and get wrecked,
Yeah, there you go.
unfortunately.
Yep. So Trump has announced that one particular person will not be considered. That's the head of the Treasury. He has 4 picks. He's named 2. He will not name the other 2, or has not proclaimed the other 2.
Well, apparently he forgot that he was the one that put Powell in. And
Yeah, we kind of remind people of that every so often.
I mean, you kind of
He
have
says,
to. It's part of
"Yeah, you
keeping people
do."
honest, you know?
Yeah. Oh, come on. You try to keep him honest? Oh my God.
Just sitting there talking
That's
about, I
like keeping
can't
my
believe
third
that
wife out of
Biden.
bed with
I
other
don't know.
men.
I don't know why Biden would have put him in there. I can't believe Biden put him in there. And I'm like, am I tripping? Like, is this like a Mandela effect or something? Do I not remember correctly how this went down? Or
Yeah, exactly. Oh man. Some of the things he said that Biden did, he did. Like, oh my God.
my grandma
But
does the
he
same
is,
thing, yo.
I mean, he's 80 years old.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
the oldest president.
My grandma does
Okay.
the
I
same
mean,
shit.
I'm 70. I forget who you are sometimes. I go to work sometimes and I forget the employees' names. I'm like, I can't remember. It creeps up on you. Wait till you get in your 70s.
I forget that at 30.
Yeah. I mean, I understand people are busy and there's things in their heads, et cetera, et cetera. But literally, I'm sitting there half an hour. What is her name? Poor thing. And I don't want her to feel. I don't want a 16 or 18-year-old to feel bad that I don't remember the name. But they look at me. Thank God, there's this one manager. He's like 28 and he's hitting on these little 16-year-olds. I'm like, dude, you are such a creep. And I try to keep my distance totally because that would, God, I got to be very careful. I just want them to look at me and just ignore me, and they do. That's great. You're 4 times older than somebody. My God, and I joked, I've got nose hairs older than you. Over.
Yeah, so I mean, Slick is right? We had a very awkward exit on the weekend trap. We never freed the trap longs, right? We've had a 1 day down, 1 day up, basically consolidation. Technically, we're still underneath that high. So if we were to come down or whatever, we could like make it fit and say, no, it was a 3 day retracement because the high was here and the low. But at the end of the day, this weekend trap sort of fell apart when we didn't free one side or the other, right? So we've kind of been playing it with momentum with the idea in mind that there should have been a retracement. But whether it lasts 3 days or whether we just take out the highs here and keep, I'm not playing it deterministically this week just because it's not perfect. Luckily, we had good TA that told us we were going to come down to the bottom of that flag anyways, right? So it doesn't really matter. Remember that we've been kind of zoomed in here, but let's not forget the playing field. Right, this massive bull flag is what we've been playing in this whole time. When we came down, we had a deviation when we went to 112. But yesterday's high or low just came down and tested the bottom of it, and we're already past the 0.5. See what I'm saying? So it's like, look, man, if y'all don't snitch on market maker for not running this shit traditionally, I won't. I have nothing to say about it. Just absolutely okay with the way this turned out. And that's coming from somebody who has a bunch of buy orders underneath that didn't get hit. Right, my emergency buy orders here never got smacked. I'm 1000% okay with that. But am I gonna ignore it completely? No, not yet. Not until we start breaking these highs. Right, at this point, I think it's safe to say it's a wrap. Right, that was our top on Monday. And it's actually the measured move for that W pattern from last night, so. Yeah, it's chop, but it's chop that came in at the right time. Regaining this bull flag was very important in my opinion. I mean, aside from just structure, right? People that watch structure are looking at the higher low and the co-equal highs, and they're licking their chops, right, for a move back to the top. But people who are playing patterns right, also got what they needed to see. Rejected off the 50, came back, held, and now you're taking the 50. So two of the largest sort of trading styles both had bullish marks hit yesterday, right? So that brings people off of the sidelines. I think one of the tricks is not just discarding every other trading style when you find the one that works for you. Because it's important to know, okay, you got your go signal, but did everybody else get their go signal? Right? So you keep these trading styles in mind, and you keep those metrics that those trading styles are waiting for to go in mind. You don't necessarily use them as confluence if you don't think it's a decent trading style. But if enough people trade that style, then that's actionable intelligence. That's like, I don't trade the moon cycles, right? Do I pay attention when we're at support and the full moon is coming in? Yeah, because there's a certain amount of people who are going to press the button there. Would it be the only confluence that I use? No, definitely not. But this is PvP, right? It's you against the next trader, so it's important to know what strat they're running. Yeah, RC. Both sides are. Market makers are more efficient at drawing patterns. Whales will draw patterns for you too, though. A lot of your fake out patterns, those are whales. Market makers aren't trying to fake you out. Market makers are trying to show you clear direction so that their job is easier. Now, if you're a pig and you don't take profits when you're supposed to, they do come back and grab your liquidations, obviously, but that's more a you thing than a market maker thing.
Bearing how all this played out this past week, which is definitely different, as you were saying, moving forward, are we just going to have a really, I just don't see the momentum to carry us out of here for all-time highs quickly. For that to take place, do you think we'll see a new bottom even below where we're at before we can really try to make that all-time high?
My buy orders are down there. I'm not moving my buy orders underneath 112 until we get above certain metrics on Bitcoin. Just because at any given time you can move Bitcoin $10,000 without there being a
We've seen it.
rhyme or a reason, right? So I am hedging against that. But as the day progresses, as this week progresses, it's getting less and less possible, or less and less probable, I should say, in my opinion. Everything is really starting to look good for a The thing is that we had a really big sentiment hit with those unemployment numbers, right?
Right.
And then, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. Powell got set up this week.
Of course.
This was
I like your
1000%
theory.
a setup. So we get the rate cut that we get the pause that we knew we were gonna get, and then Powell comes out and talks really tough about the numbers. Right? Talks really, really tough about unemployment numbers. Look, if it wasn't for unemployment, this is our maximum. This is what we're paying attention to. Da 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 da. And then 2 days later, they revise it down 125K. So now he's caught with his mouth open. You know what I mean? Like now he's got to do it, in my opinion. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
So, Clive, you think it's smart to sell out of my BTC and go into ETH just as a 2-year play, something like that?
No, not at all. I think it's a supplement. As BlackRock increases their ETH holdings, which are currently 20-1, ETH versus Bitcoin, I will continue to hold Bitcoin because I feel that has a great definite future over the next 5 to 10 years. And Ethereum will move along accordingly.
All right, I'm back.
They're
My
gonna
bad.
just be my alt
Yeah,
profits and
From,
sink into
from
it.
a percentage point of view, yes, you're going to make more. You have the possibility of making more percentage on if you're tapped out per se. But I would continue to add more to ETH than I would add more to Bitcoin. But I would continue to hold.
Gotcha. That's good.
Okay.
It's an easy calculation, guys. You just got to pull up your ETH BTC chart. Right, this is ETH against Bitcoin, and it's just come off of a multi-year downtrend. Right, we're just now starting to show some life. So, yeah. Will this continue to outperform Bitcoin, in my opinion, for the rest of this run? Yeah, well, that's an easy one for me. Like we were talking about, Powell. After that speech, the chances of a cut in September went down to 45%. When they revised the numbers, we're at 93% now. Right.
That's a setup. They set 'em
So
up.
what happened
Even on
is that we had a rapid depricing of Bitcoin when we assumed that we would not get a cut. People, I mean, Twitter was talking about no cuts at all this year. And then now they've flipped to 3 cuts this year. So that repricing of Bitcoin has to happen, right?
Yeah, I flipped mine in January. I said there would be 2 cuts, and they were projecting 4. And until this last report, I was still very uncertain, and at about 35 to 40%, no cut in September. Totally reversed my position after that meeting.
Yeah.
And say it's a 70% chance. 2023, he did 3 cuts. It was probably one too many, and it was probably because Trump was coming into office. So he got it in then. But I'm reversing my decision and now saying there's a 70 to 85% chance there'll be a cut in September. I don't think it'll be 0.5. I think it'll be 0.25, followed by another one or 2 in the last 2.
Yeah,
Over.
I agree. 0.75 by the end of the year, I think, in total.
Yeah.
Terragato, so a cut in September doesn't mean a pump in August. A cut in September means, in my opinion, a rapid repricing of Bitcoin before September. And then if we get a cut in September and some dovish talk, then we have to reprice the further cuts that are coming in, right? So right now people panicked and people said, okay, when there was 2 cuts left, Bitcoin was worth 120. With no cuts, Bitcoin's worth 112. Think of it like that. And then now they're repricing in 2 or 3 more cuts. So that means Bitcoin is no longer worth 112. Right? Bitcoin needs to be repriced.
It's just I'm trying to figure out the market makers with the liquidity, and I can only see a sweep coming right after it hits the target here, coming and sweeping the liquidity down below and destroying alts one last time. And hopefully, here's the question for you: as you were saying that they'll get wrecked if it doesn't hit all-time highs, which is obvious, but the alts will still run with Bitcoin as it's going up, just not as hard.
Yeah, they'll just underperform it, but they're still gonna move with it. If your alt does it, if Bitcoin's moving towards all-time high and your alt hasn't started to make some ground from those lows, you might have to reassess that alt.
Yeah.
Because what that means is that there's no mind share. Like nobody's pressing that button. People see Bitcoin going up, people see price recovering, people see the downtrend ending, and nobody still wants to buy that coin. That's not a good thing.
It's dead.
Yeah, it's not a good sign.
A
I'm
quick
just
question: does BlackRock now own more than Satoshi? I believe I've heard that they own 2.5% of all.
Not more than Satoshi, but they're getting really close
Okay.
to big. All the
Okay.
ETFs together are more than Staler.
I got you.
But we are getting to the point where that fear that we always had, there's always been an underlying fear in Bitcoin. And it was that fear that we wake up one morning and one single Satoshi has been moved out of Satoshi's wallet. Not even that they sold everything, but just that something moved, and the panic that would set in, right, from that wallet being active and people not knowing whether it was going to sell off or not. That's something that we've always been under the threat of. These ETFs, in my opinion, change that. Will it give us a crazy multi-year bear market? Probably. If Satoshi was to sell every last Bitcoin, would that be the end? Nah, that would get gobbled up, in my opinion, so quick. We're past that now.
Yeah, agree.
But that used to be a real fear.
it's kind of like, almost like, for some of us like myself that believe in God, if he came down and could prove, hey, I'm God, it's that God theory. It's like things would change pretty darn quickly. Satoshi moves one thing there. Uh, people were definitely going to have some thoughts about things pretty
Yeah.
quickly. Um, so
Reagan summed it up is that if the only thing that would unite all of humanity is an alien race attacking us.
yeah, absolutely
Guys,
right.
they already released the information they have on aliens, admitted that there are vehicles from otherworldly origins that we can't
Right.
explain, and we're at the most divisive that we've ever been, ever.
Yeah.
So that sounds good, but unless those aliens actually attack, we're still going to be fighting down here.
Yeah, and we still need to meet them. They
We're
haven't.
still going to be fighting. And then if they do come down, if they do come down, half the people won't believe it anyways. What news station reports it first? If CNN
Yeah.
reports it first, half the people are automatically going to call bullshit. If Fox reports it first, the other half going to automatically call bullshit.
Like that Ancient Aliens is my favorite show. I just let it play in the background. I've watched all of them because it's I wouldn't say it's all believable. Don't get me wrong, because they try to correlate too many things to make things work in a theory. But in the fact that they take you around the world and show you artifacts and show you like history to go along with it, that's some pretty cool stuff. So if they could come down and be like, "We've got a better Bitcoin,"
Yeah.
what do we do about that?
Hey, if you get on YouTube and look up the debunking of ancient aliens, every single episode is debunked by science. You can just
Oh yeah.
No, that
They
shit
make
is
it
the
hard-
art the
that's
artifacts that exist when it comes to like history, where they're going, and you're seeing that kind of discovery. That's why I like playing it, because it just kind of opens up your eyes to people's thoughts, theories. But the artifacts that exist from thousands of years ago, they're undeniably here. They're present. You can see them, and they're part of the history. Now, a show to correlate and create interest and entertainment, yeah, of course, like as a majority, you got to take it with a grain of salt. But keeping an open mind also allows the principle of saying, "Hey, look, man, if you told us dinosaurs roamed this planet, millions of years ago, and we never saw a bone, and then we discovered the first bone, you might say something different." So if we can be here on the same planet where dinosaurs roamed millions of years ago, you can't tell me there's not a possibility of something else roaming outside of our planet. And it's just, in all theory.
Oh, I believe there's something there, but I absolutely cannot believe that humans ever lived around the dinosaurs. They were never roaming near at the same time by far.
No, they weren't.
But
No,
the ancient aliens, they sell stuff. They sell a lot for
Of course, it's a show.
as many as you know,
they're selling it. They're selling it.
as,
Well, I mean, I believe in God, and I'm a Christian. I'm Greek Orthodox, but hey, there's a lot of stories that are sold in that book too. And I believe.
Okay, so as many of you know, my father was director of the FAA. He was the third person to ever join it. I asked him about a year before he died, about this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the reports of, the FAA kept it quiet, et cetera. He said, I would fire any pilot that hid any information in regards to any of this. And I said, Dad, before he died, it was like, is there any possibility that anything in your 45 years in the FAA, and the neighbors were head of NASA, we had the CIA down the road, et cetera, et cetera. I've asked them, just no, it isn't. And these are top level executives, et cetera, that I had the brave opportunity to know.
Elon
There's-
Musk got what, 8,000 plus satellites? I think if anyone saw something, he would have saw something too, right?
Mhm.
Guys, just read the
Yep.
CIA report from 2024. This shit isn't a mystery anymore.
They put out fake news, misinformation to mislead people with fake aliens and stuff like that.
See what I mean? We're at the point where even if the government comes out and admits there's aliens, people won't
Yeah.
believe it.
The whole thing is, though, they would have to fly faster than the speed of light, which we don't know how to do yet. And everything in our observable universe is getting further and further away from us at the speed of light. So our universe is getting smaller and smaller and smaller all the time. We're seeing less planets than we did 100 million years ago than we did now. And eventually it'll
That
all
gives
disperse.
that gives all the more reason that there should be aliens out there.
There's
They
something
got to leave and explore.
I can't believe, and then the old saying, if we're all there is, what a waste of space. Now, I would totally agree there are other things out there, intelligent life, much more intelligent, as intelligent, less intelligent, etc. Yes, there's life out there. But can it reach us? Has it reached us? If you look at the last view of the furthest out satellite that we have looking back at Earth, you realize how really insignificant it is.
Well, I
The-
mean, if you take something that, with our technology and where we've gone, if you take a civilization that is 10 million years older than our civilization, we went from, the little plane on Kitty Hawk of aviation with the Wright brothers. How many years after that did it take us to land on the moon? So what we have with computing powers with our phones right now is like, I don't know how many, I forgot the number of millions of like computing exponentiality over what it took us to get to the moon of the calculations. That's maybe we didn't go to the moon, so
we
to
did.
say another race couldn't reach us is just, in my opinion, is just a little hard to fathom that it's not possible. I believe everything's possible
And to
until
deep,
you
agree.
disprove
to Dbloc,
me it's impossible. Then hey, just like Dbloc said, hey, Bitcoin can move like 10,000 a day. Well, I didn't believe that until I saw it this year.
Yeah, agreed.
to Dbloc's point
I'm
though, the
fortunate
moon.
because if you track 1958 when I was born, okay, to now, what I've seen in my lifetime is insane. How much has happened? I was in a golden age, born in a golden age, and God bless you guys for being another 30 years beyond. It's going to be a great trip. Over.
Hey, to Dbloc's point though, talking about somebody has the opposite. It's like, well, we never went to the moon. That was all staged, and the Earth is flat. So
Yeah.
Dinosaurs are fake, and so are rockets to the moon. That's Santa Claus for adults. This is not life advice, just for entertainment purposes
Yeah.
only.
And
But the whole thing with flat earthers, when you compare the moon thing, that's part of the psyop though, trying to like bunch up. They'll say like 9/11 conspiracy theorists or flat earthers. They'll say people that think there was no moon landing are flat earthers. I think that's part of the psyop.
It's
There's a
flooding
lot
the
of physics.
zone. It's flooding the zone. But
Yeah.
to be fair, people are responsible for that too. Because
Totally.
once you get into one conspiracy, then you sort of go down the rabbit hole. And then when you start talking, and then the little weird ones start to leak out, and people just ignore everything else you say at that point. You know, so it's a way to make people debunk themselves. Look, I told you the one conspiracy, the main conspiracy, the big conspiracy is darkness, right? We were all in the dark before the internet came out. We didn't know shit. We knew what the smartest person in the room told us. Or we tried to become the smartest person in the room if we weren't kept away from that education. Internet came out and it gave us everything at once. And that's too much information, right? So when they lose control of the information, what do? They can't shut off the internet, but they'll flood the zone, right? So they'll flood all the real information with all this bullshit to the point that you can't tell what's what, and you're spitting the same, you know, you spit 3 things that are facts and then 4 things that are bullshit, and then nobody believes anything you say.
Right. Keeping an open mind is the only thing in life that can keep you moving forward. And if you are told something to believe something and you don't explore it yourself, you know, that's your fault.
My point
there's
is,
some countries,
my point is that they had dominance over education and information for centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries. We got it in our hands for 1 generation. And in one generation, they've managed to convince us that we can't believe anything we see on the internet.
Right.
That's the conspiracy.
Crash alerts. I bet at new daily high. So Bitcoin must be following. Over.
But yeah, speaking of aliens, we are on a bit of a rocket ship here. So let's just strap in and look out the windows. And if you guys see a little green man or something, tell me. But we're going to go grab these liquidations now.
And I'm going to get on my curved rocket.
I wish I could spend evenings with you guys, but pizza's got to be delivered. I enjoy our conversations. Over.
The little green men are little green candles, and that's good enough for me.
What I'm talking about. We're about to hit our measured move from that higher low fractal here. We'll see if we can continue and get through these liquidations after.
Well, it's 1 hour to power hour for the stock market. So redistribution at quarter till ending. So pump now for the next 45 minutes and then power hour. We'll see what happens. I've wiped out 1.4% down on the major portfolio. I'm now in profit 0.27%. Over.
Let's take a look at our macro chart real quick. So we remember our targets here to avoid and our targets to take out. First and foremost, we need to get above this SR flip. Right? This is what's going to turn this move down into just a deviation. We did our job of holding that higher high perfectly, actually double bottomed on the daily. And now we're trying to get above that SR flip. You go to the weekly, it's even prettier. I mean, smack dab off of that recovery. So if we go to the 4 hour now and sort of dial in a little bit, then this is the higher low fractal that we put in last night or day before yesterday, whatever it was. Right, this is what we're trying to defend right now. And our measured move out of this takes us to about 119.6. That will take out our first lower high, right? So these are our targets for bullishness here. Obviously, the first one is the SR flip. The second one is going to be breaking that lower high. And then that one. And that one. Each one of these lower highs is an opportunity to reject and put in a new low. I don't want to freak anybody out, but that's just the name of the game. Once we get above this support, what we're hoping is that these rejections off these lower highs will only bring us back down to support, right? We're hoping to lock in that range. So if we do come up and happen to reject, we'll do something like that. That's why it was important that we put in this higher low. Because if price had just, let's assume price just V-shaped out of here and got to this first lower high, chances are that would have flushed us because we would have had no support underneath it all. Right? Building this support, building this resistance is going to help us maintain this push. And remember, the whole point of this even holding is to ensure that this breakout out of the range is truly a breakout and not a deviation. Right? This is what gives us our high for the season. Now we just gotta baby this thing. Dominance is about to test the bottom of that bullish channel again. No, guys, this support that we're at on the macro, this resistance flip that we're trying to hit is right where we're at right now. That lower high where I'm expecting the rejection isn't until 118.8. Right? The question is, are we going to get above this support or are we going to come back down? Right? Do we get over on the first hit or are we going to retrace a bit and then make another attempt? For that, we're going to come down here and watch. Right? That support that we were looking at on the macro is sitting right here. That's what we want to break. Or that resistance, sorry. Now, if we can get above that and sweep, then that lower high at 118 is where I think we get rejected. Right? We also have the top of our bull flag here. So what I'm saying is if we can get above this support resistance flip and hold, then that rejection will just look like this. Right? Instead of this. So this is clutch where we're at right now. We want to get above here and hold for sure. I mean, we have strength here, right? There's no reason to think that this isn't going to break out with the candles that we're looking at. We have our uptrend. This is the uptrend that we've been respecting since we hit that 112.5. right? So if we do reject off of this SR flip here, I'd be looking for at least this uptrend to hold. Right? And what that would be, in my opinion, would be this vector recovery right here. So those are our two possibilities right now. We get above the SR flip, squeeze these liquidations to like 117, 118, or we reject, come back, clear this vector gap, hold this uptrend, and then make that push. This spot calls for more reacting and less predicting. Right? It's more important to just understand what your possibilities are and what you need to see for that to happen and react accordingly. Right now, this dominant pattern, our W, is what's playing out. As soon as that plays out and hits that measured move, that's when we reassess. Basically there now, right? Within the margin of error. Just keep an eye on this tape as we're coming through the support resistance. We're going to need some aggressive buyers to make this pop. Yes, CM. If this was to reject here, let's just assume that it rejects and it comes down to that vector gap that we're talking about, right? What we'd be seeing is that higher low fractal fractaling into a higher time frame now. Right? It would be this move here. Like I told y'all, we watch these small W's from the 1 minute fractal into the 5, into the 15, into the 30, into the hour, right? That's what a successful push looks like. And the breakdown of that, right? The failure to put in that higher fractal on a higher time frame is the first sign you have that it's breaking down. Let's go. The DXY is showing some strength, Sheen, because of the possibility of a rate cut increasing. That's natural. It's not going to affect this too much. No, Hector, I don't think that'll be it for the cycle. We hit ATH in the next few weeks. I think that's our sign that the cycle is going to continue. A sign that the cycle is over is an inability to hit all-time high, right? If we put in a lower high, then we have problems.
I heard you mention 118. What's the significance with that?
118 is our first lower high. So on our downtrend here before we collapsed, 118 was our first lower high. So for this to go from a downtrend to an uptrend, we have to start taking out some of those lower highs. Right? We're not officially in an uptrend until we break that first lower high and put in a higher low. And then as we go breaking these lower highs, we get more and more confidence, right? These will bring in more and more traders. But 118 is the first one. Actually, it's a little bit higher than 118. 118.9 is the first one. Our first step, though, is getting back into this range. Right? If we're going to look at range theory, this is our range right here. Right? We had a top side deviation out of the range. As above, so below. We have a bottom side deviation out of the range. But this is not confirmed as a deviation until we get back in that range. Right? So this is the first bullish sort of thing that we can check off the list. Right? This was just a deviation, then you have to assume, as range theory goes, that after confirming a deviation, price seeks out the opposite side of the range. Right? Same as we did here. Deviated, came back down, came all the way down to the bottom of the range. Right? Deviated, came back in, came all the way up to the top of the range. Well, that's our first step. Right? Reclaim that range, get back home, basically. Then we can start to take out some of these highs. Clear up this chart a little bit.
You on the 1 minute?
15-minute right now. Yeah, we do have some sell walls above our liquidity. Look at this shit. So we've already started to dig into them pretty nicely. We've got a new grid that's popped up above here. 115.7 is 250, 400 at 115.7. This is about 600, 700, 800, 1800. There's about 1,500 Bitcoin all in the 1.5s here. Right, which is what we're absorbing now. And then above that, which would be that support, right? That's what's creating this support. The reason we rejected here was because we had hit that same sell wall and couldn't absorb it all. This thing has been here since. Okay. Yeah, this is the first time we hit that sell wall, and now we're trying to get through it. You see what's above 16. All right, so there's like another 1,500 Bitcoin between here and 16.6. Not gonna be an easy climb. We're gonna need some aggressive buyers to come in and clear that. Now let's see liquidation. Yeah, buddy. We went and got all that shit. So you see the power that we're attacking here? That takes us all the way to 116.3.
Not much below there.
No. Usually by the time we get up into that top, the bottom is already lit up like a Christmas tree. Let me go reheat this coffee. I'll be right back.
Big buys.
What up? What up?
How's it going, man?
Oh, good. Look, chart's looking good.
Yeah, see if we can break through this little support resistance here.
I don't see any wicks that would say that the trend's done just yet. But yeah, that is an SR zone. Yeah, I was gonna be on like I was gonna be here like 30 minutes ago. I just wanted to make sure it hit it so I could take some profit.
Yeah, I
You didn't
peeled
want to
off
jinx
the
it.
What up, Rick?
Yeah,
That's why
yeah,
I've been
what's
quiet
up?
the entire time. When I saw that leg
Yeah,
up from where we were trying to play it, I was like, ooh. I was like, I'm
yeah,
gonna keep
don't want to
I'm just gonna
scare it
let this
off.
run. Yeah, I just gonna let this run. Yeah, I just came back from
Yeah,
touching grass.
nice.
Yeah, I had some friends come over from Dubai and just like hung out for a bit.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I was asking them a lot about Dubai and like what's the situation there when it comes to like traders and stuff like that.
There's a lot of
And
crypto bros over there, right?
yeah, I was asking them about like how much is like if for a decent standard of living, like how much are you spending every month and stuff like that.
Is it expensive over there, or is it like
Um,
pretty?
if it was interesting what he said. You have to choose the lifestyle you live. It will correspond to what you have to pay.
I see.
So, so they work in production, right? They do all these commercials and like shows for Netflix, and they could kind of shoot a lot of that. And they're based in Dubai, but they travel around to shoot. They said like if you just they use Dubai because of the tax exemption, right? So that their
Yeah.
production company doesn't get taxed big because it's based in Dubai.
Mhm.
But if you know that if you treat Dubai as that, as like it helps you with your finances, then you'll do just fine. But if you treat Dubai as like, billionaires playground, buy this, buy that, yeah, it's expensive.
You'll waste your money. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, yeah. It made
Yeah,
sense to me.
leave
I'm like, yeah, that's true. That's kind of
it's
true.
like
That's
leave that behavior for your vacations, like where you want to
yeah.
feel like a
It, it,
king.
it really reminded me of like when I for my first time in Italy, right? When I was in Milan, you had people just like, the amount of money they spend in a city is just you go like, wow. And then, but that was the experience, right? Like the money. And then you go south, you go to Florence, it's just simpler. The food's way better. The scenes is way better. It's just more fun, and you're paying like 1/10, like 1/4 the price you're paying. You just have to choose the lifestyle you live there. So like when he told me that about Dubai, I was like, okay. So it's just about like just living within your means and treat Dubai as that. Like he says, like if you're gonna go to Dubai, make sure you go to Dubai because there's a
Yeah, it makes
purpose,
sense.
business wise and financially. That's why you're going there. You're not supposed to go like, oh, I want to live in Dubai because it's Dubai. No, no, no. It has to make sense financially.
Yeah.
Let me tell you one thing about Dubai because most of my crypto investments, yeah, they all in Dubai. I earn almost all year, and whatever I earn, I'll go to Dubai and I invest there in real estate.
That's exactly what I said.
All the major crypto traders who trade in
Exactly.
millions, yeah, they are based in Dubai, and they
Yeah.
all are investing there in luxury car business, in hotel business,
Right?
in real estate
You
business, and
have
they
to have a
are
purpose
earning
if you're gonna
quite a
go to
lot. Yeah,
Dubai. You can't just go to Dubai because you just think like it's the right place to go.
yeah, exactly. It's tax. It's zero tax
Tax
there.
avoidance. Tax
It's zero
avoidance.
tax there.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of
It's
the
good.
production
Like,
companies that I know, like when they shoot for stuff, they don't base themselves out of the US or Asia. They base themselves out of Dubai. And then when they need to
yeah,
shoot for the Netflix programs, because they're very strict
the
about Netflix
travel.
movies. Yeah, yeah. They base themselves from Dubai because of the
That's
tax
good.
exemption.
I like that. Yeah, that's good.
Then they go to
Yeah, tax
London and
havens.
shoot the British shows there. They would go to different parts of the world and then shoot there, but everything that's made is slotted into Dubai.
Dubai, man,
And you,
that's a lovely place to live. The best thing about Dubai is you can buy things with crypto. So you don't need to
nice.
worry about the cash or your credit card or anything. You just buy, you can buy anything, at least anything. I mean, you can buy a cup of coffee with your crypto. It's that crypto friendly
Mm.
area.
You good to, yeah, especially stable coins. Like if you could use them just in everyday life, like I'd be happy to use stables.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be happy
exactly,
to use
exactly.
Bitcoin.
Yeah,
I don't want
you
to get
can
very,
pay
I
them
want
in
to get
Ethereum.
Bitcoin.
You can pay in Ethereum, in Bitcoin, in USDT, whatever you like. They don't
Yeah.
deny. They accept crypto. That's all they say. We accept crypto.
Mhm.
Everywhere you go, they'll accept crypto. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
I just bought a property there worth around $500,000, and I paid in crypto straight away, no
Oh,
That's
problem at
so
all.
good. That's just
I
so
like
good.
it.
That's so good. Because
Can
like
you live on a budget there? Like, can you be frugal?
they
Like,
said, like
get
if you just
by
want, you
like
can
a
still
normal
have
city?
fun in Dubai as long as you
Yeah.
understand why you're there.
Yeah. I
Because some
live
people
pretty
have this
simply, man.
exponential experience of being
I
there
don't need,
and they cannot hit
yeah.
the mark. Yeah. You have to hit the mark
You,
if you're there.
you know, they encourage crypto. If you invest there in Dubai, they will give you the residence, they'll give you the permit and everything. They encourage your investment in Dubai, and you can take the benefits of these
Yeah.
things.
He told me like all the equipment they bought. So like if you shoot for example, like so they shot for Dubai Bling, right? So when they shot for Dubai Bling, when you shoot for Netflix, you're supposed to use red cameras. If you buy all your equipment in Dubai, you can write it off from whatever exemptions, even though it's 0% tax. I think you still pay a little bit of tax. I think it's more of the retail tax and certain other taxes, but it's very small amounts, and you can write off everything as long as you use the equipment for your business. You can write it off.
I mean,
Pretty cool.
I have a camera business as well because I'm a professional photographer, filmmaker. So
Oh,
whatever I buy it from Dubai. All these RE red cameras, Sony,
I was
I
about to
buy
tell
it
you,
from
like,
Dubai. I buy
I'm
it from
actually
Dubai.
that's my passion and my real profession. I'm a photographer as well. I shoot for like, but most I was a travel journalist when I was younger, so I shot
Oh,
for Condé Nast, Travel and
oh,
Leisure. Yeah,
that's lovely, man. That's lovely.
that was one of the best years in my young life. They just tell you where to go and just yeah, free food, go to
I
the
mean,
best restaurant.
I'm into this business from last 20 years. I'm
Ah,
48 of age now, and
yeah,
I
I miss
gave
back
this.
in the days. I miss when I used to shoot and film also. Like You had
Yeah,
this big light board,
yeah,
and you have to shortlist all of your film in through the slides. Now it's just
exactly,
so easy,
exactly.
man. You got bridge and everything. Those were the days. Those were good. Those were fun.
Whatever I earned from the photography, I invested in crypto, and I mean, I did really well. I
Mm.
earned a lot.
Yeah, no, no, it's one of the best parts about being a photographer is like you don't pay the taxes. It's the magazine that pays your taxes.
Yeah,
So
it's
I would
almost a
have a
free.
flat rate.
It's
Yeah.
almost a freelance business. It's a freelance
Exactly.
business. Yeah.
That was my cheat code before. So I was based in the Philippines, but I would shoot for international magazines, and it was the formula I learned from my mentor because he lives in Bangkok, but he shoots for, I mean, the big three like Time Magazine, Newsweek, like back in the day, and Nat Geo, and he would base himself in Bangkok, but get paid in dollars on a daily rate, which the magazines have to pay taxes for. So all that the money you make is really just that you don't have to pay anything for it. You have a flat rate
And
of
when I
cash.
think about it, I live very modestly. Like I don't go out spending money every week on entertainment or like things that I don't need to do, you know? It's
Mm.
all very and I'm content with that. I don't care.
Yeah,
Like
dude.
what's the
Whatever,
big deal? Like
whatever lets you wake up in the morning and you actually get to say, yeah, you're good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay.
yeah,
Dude,
dude, just
that's an
nice
okay
weather,
prize.
going out having sun hit my face is an enjoyment for me. Like I don't need to be like constantly entertained like a child.
Mm.
Like I don't
Mm.
know.
Yeah.
Everyone's different, but yeah.
If one thing that I kind of computed my greatest expense in life has always been food.
I just
Like
posted the link to my Facebook for my photography. You can go and check if you want.
I'll
Nice.
send my Instagram as well. Oh, that's so cool. You put it on general?
And now in the bubble chat.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I miss it. Yeah, beautiful treatment. Very nice. I like it when photographers know how to treat their images.
Yeah,
It's really
it's mostly untreated. I don't, the post production.
no. I mean, if you're a classic photographer like me, like treatment means cropping it right, positioning, straightening certain lines. That's it. Like the colors, mm, minimal. You don't want your image to start looking like an Instagram photo, right? You got to compose it from the get go. Oh, that's beautiful. I like this image of the woman with the yellow dress.
Yeah, Instagram filtering can be a bit intense.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
But
very
but then
intense.
again,
Over contrasted.
sometimes sometimes your camera's color setting like is not accurate to what you're seeing
Do you know the
or
reasoning
not
for those
quite
filters?
hitting. Mm,
Do you know the reasoning for those filters?
why is that?
Okay. The engineering for those filters tell you three things. One, all the people viewing it will always view it from the phone, correct? So the image is
Yeah.
small. So the purpose of those filters, that's why it doesn't work on a lot of images, those filters, is the filters is really for images with one subject.
Mm,
So
right.
you try to create the most contrast out of one thing from that image.
Yeah.
Because your phone is so small, you just want that one thing. When you take some Instagram images and you put it on like the screens we work on, like on a 48 or a
They
32,
look
and start editing,
yeah, they look
so
horrible.
loud. It's just so loud and it's just so harsh. The
Yeah.
contrast is very harsh. Yeah, it's really made for the
Yeah,
phone.
no. Makes sense.
Is that a Hayabusa?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's sweet, man.
Hey, can
The
you?
the one in the profile picture, you mean? Or you just
No,
scrolling
it's just
down?
yeah. I was scrolling down. I saw the Suzuki on the front.
Some photographers go overboard with the HDR thing, like
Oh my
like
god.
they've gone too far. It's like, dude, okay, we get it. You have
The one
HDR. Like,
the one you're seeing in the white is the Suzuki Gixxer.
I gotta check this out. Bubble chat.
Yeah, in the bubble chat. There's a link to my Facebook profile as well as my page.
Nice. I'll add you, dude, or I'll follow you rather.
Is it Malik?
Yeah, it's Malik Farouk Jasra,
Cool.
aka Jastech.
Aztec, hey. Oh yeah, beautiful photos. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
I love all the like the henna and the traditional dress of like all the
Yeah,
photos of
basically,
the women.
I basically work most of my time in the wedding photography. So
Yeah.
most of the pictures you'll see, they're all related to
Mm.
the traditional weddings.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I like it.
There are, yeah, there are a couple of them you'll see with the Al Jazeera, the BBC, the other thing as well, but I'm not allowed to post it because it's the copyright things. But you
Property
might
of their.
see, yeah, but you might see some photos and stuff like that, documentaries and stuff like that.
Wow. That's awesome, man. How long have you been doing photography?
Almost 20 years now. I quit
Nice.
it. I now quit it. I don't do wedding photography anymore. I only work for the news channels now, but not quite often, once in a while. If I have to give review or anything, because I give review on techs as well, on the video games, on the tech, on the technology. So you might see them on my Facebook account. You might see them. I'm on the live news channels. I do give reviews.
Nice.
You use that Nikon, the Z9?
Yeah. I use Nikon. I'm a Nikon guy.
Well, hello, brother. Icon for life, man.
Yeah.
If I'm shooting
You
people, it's
know,
Nikon, yeah.
yeah, Nikon give you the right colors. All the
Yep.
Canon and Sony,
The Canon
they
is really
saturate
great
the
for
colors a little
landscape.
bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little too saturated for me. Like
Yeah. But
it's
Nikon give
obvious
you
that.
the pixel perfect images.
Yep. And the lenses, especially the lenses from the 90s, the nano
Oh,
coating.
Nikon. I love Nikon
Oh yeah,
lenses,
dude.
man, more than anything. More than anything.
The prime lenses, the
Even
35,
Sony.
55, 85 Nikons, unbeatable.
Yeah,
Especially
I have more than 35 lenses, bro. I have more than 35 lenses. Almost
I have all
you
the holy
name it
grails.
and I have it.
Yeah, I have
I
all
have
the
all
holy
of them.
grails, all the prime lenses, and
Yeah,
my
prime,
work
zoom,
lens is always a
telephoto, macro,
2470.
everything.
Yeah, the 2470 is still my workhorse though, if I'm like on the go.
Yeah,
2470
2470 is basically
2.4.
the
Yeah, 2470
two-
2.4 nano. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why.
that's the all-purpose lens. We call it all-purpose lens because you can
Oh yeah,
shoot wide angle, you can shoot
yeah,
portraits. Almost you can do anything with the 24/7
yeah.
TF
Shallow depth of
2.8
field
lens.
also
Yeah,
for
yeah,
something that's
yeah, yeah.
24/7. It's perfect.
Exactly.
Where's Dbloc? Did he come in already? Not yet.
Yeah, he came and he said, I'll be right back," and he's gone. He might went to gym, I think. So what you seeing here, Ghost? Is that vector gap bothering you?
Uh, to be honest, I'm at a point where I learned my lesson today, and I let it go, and I let it like just do one of the most volatile sideways actions I've seen in a while.
Yeah,
And just
yeah,
let it go. I
exactly.
just let it go. I was like, do whatever you want. Like
Yeah,
my stop loss is at that wick. Go. Do your thing. Do your
yeah,
worst.
yeah, 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 yeah.
So yeah. So what I'm feeling though is that okay, I don't see a proper retest of that 800. You see the 800?
Yeah,
The retest went through it
yeah,
and then
straight.
surged up. Yeah,
Yeah,
surged up.
exactly.
So my what I want to see is okay, fine, we can do a fake out and break the 13, but we have to go sideways again. You see that volatile structure above the 50 when we first got over the 50 EMA?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
We have to allow
We went
everybody to
we
play
went
dead.
sideways, yeah.
Yeah, we have to allow everybody to just like whoever tries to get in gets wrecked. That's their fault for not coming in early. But if that is the formula for the market maker to keep going up, then let it.
Yeah, but the only thing that is bothering me is the vector gap. While I'm in still in my long position, it's pretty safe now. I don't bother even if it's come to 113. I'm
Yeah.
still okay.
I moved my stop loss though on Bitcoin. On Bitcoin, I moved my stop loss right below the 50. Moved it all the way up.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
But yeah, you're right. That vector gap, like it will be a problem later on. Right now, I think we need to make a double high,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
like a
Exactly.
double top. Let's do a double top. Let the RSI kind of resolve and then like let it hit the double top. Um, I mean, I'm looking at the liquidations up there. It's not as thick anymore because the only way the liquidation is gonna get thick again on the bottom and the top is if market maker
Yeah,
starts playing it.
if we spend some time, yeah, we'll build the liquidity on
Yeah,
the
let
upside.
him play
Yeah,
his games and get everybody into shorts
yeah.
and longs and shorts and longs. And from that, he can compute and then choose a direction. Hmm. Where is that trend line coming from? Hmm.
Back on the mainframe.
BC saying that we have a perfect W on the 4-hour. Do we?
It's a higher low W.
Oh, it's one of those like diagonal W's. Okay, higher low, yeah, I see it. But yeah, it is a higher low W, but you're about to hit the top of that mountain.
Yeah, the test is on right now. Is to try and
that's the rejection that you're
through
seeing
the
right
W.
now.
Yeah, testing the resistance.
On the 4-hour. Where's the 50? Okay, the 50 is well, it's still kind of bullish because the 50 is still over the 200 on the 4-hour. That's good news. But yeah.
Okay, so we've had a climb on the SPY today. That's good.
Yeah,
that
it
explains
deserves
the
one
strength in
after
crypto
Friday.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a
And
buying
Tuesday
day on
was
Monday. Everybody just started buying that dip on Monday. A lot of people got wrecked because like a lot of people thought that that chart was still going to go down. Absolutely smashed because that chart just reversed.
yesterday was pretty lame. Like it came down and yeah.
Tell me about it. We were awake for that.
Yeah, but it's other than that, it looks like we got a new trend line going on.
Yo,
On the
Bitcoin
SPY.
looks like that's a beautifully drawn chart on the 4-hour. Bounced
4-hour
off
Bitcoin.
On the 786. Yeah, look, boom. Your higher low is perfect on the 786. Now it's trying to create a. Did it create a higher high? Not yet. Ooh, it's right on it. That's crazy.
Man, it was a lot of work to battle through this trend line on Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
exactly.
This one here, it took so much work. It had to like apex itself, like get right into the corner of this move just to pop out. Like, but it
What a
was a
fake
lot
out
of
it did on
work.
the 4-hour too. It didn't even try to refresh the entire 4-hour RSI. It just like bounced in the middle of the field, which is rare.
Like this whole section here, what a mess. Like just a range of
Yeah,
confusion.
I was watching that section.
Yeah.
I was like, here's my
The
stop loss.
more,
What do you want? I don't care. Do what you want. Take it.
yeah.
I don't care. If you
You
get
know,
it, then you get
it goes up, it went up, it gives you hope, and all of a sudden it came down.
Oh man, I
And
swear,
then
those are
then
the
it goes
charts
up
you
and give you
really
hope and
have
came
to
back
step
down.
away. You
Yeah.
have to step
And
away.
then look at this one.
Not
This was like a
analyze that
killer.
volatility. Yeah.
This
If I
was
were to
like,
tell you,
oh,
TA
you're out.
me,
You've
yeah,
lost.
if I was to ask you, TA me those candles. There's no TA on that. That's crazy. Everything's a higher high,
That's just a
higher low.
range.
Like you got a higher low, then it creates a lower low, then it creates a wick. That's crazy.
Exactly.
Nah. When I was seeing those that up and down, I was like, should I add to my back? Nah, I'm not gonna raise my average. I'm just gonna put my stop loss in profit and just like walk away.
Now we've got like that guy was saying, a beautiful W. The big test is getting above, that.
Yeah, we're actually testing.
Above
We're
that.
on our third test of the 800 on the 15. That's what we're banging on right now.
It's a really nice SR. Like it was support over here. Now it's producing resistance over here, so we can pop that.
We got it. Interesting. Wow, that's a nice push right there. Check out the 15 on Bitcoin. I don't know if it's, I'm waiting for it to get over that 800 first.
Yeah, I think the confidence is in it. It's definitely got some fuel in it.
Now, volume's waning, by the way.
Like you were saying. Like
Yeah,
Jas
waining's
was
going
saying.
down though.
Vectors.
Rick, it's 3 a.m.
It's 5 a.m. here. Oh, right, it's that time. That spooky time.
It's time to you know you know what to do at 3 a.m.
That's why I was
Or
like,
close
volume's
everything.
waning. And then when I
Yeah.
saw the volume going down, I looked at the clock and I was like, oh,
Oh,
okay, let's wait. Let's wait.
and
Let's see if it has enough strength.
I just went and got a 4:30 a.m. coffee at because my cafe opens at 4:30, right?
Oh, that's so
Big
cool.
mistake. I feel like
Big
the
mistake.
first coffee that you get when they just open is like where they've cleaned the machine and it tastes like there's cleaning product in it in the
What
coffee.
does
You
that
know what I
mean?
mean? It's like, oh man, like maybe give it a couple of hours like after they've opened
Yeah, there's a
to
bit
get
of
all that
chemicals in
out of
what
the
you're just
system. Yeah, man, it's just no.
tastes like
It's a bit gross.
bleach.
Yeah, it's like this. I don't know. It's like this sterilization taste. I don't know. Other than that, I don't care as long as it's got caffeine in it. At this point.
Rick, I I noticed
Yeah,
something
dude.
on the gold chart actually last night.
Oh, yeah?
If you go to the weekly chart, it just did its mean reversion back down to the weekly 20. And every time it's done this since 2023 has been a huge up mark.
Did you say weekly chart? Sorry.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Which time frame did you say? Sorry, can you repeat?
Weekly.
Weekly. And you've noticed a? Did you say a reversion?
Yeah, so every week or it bounces off the 20 weekly all the time. And it just bounced off the 20.
20 weekly. I'll have a look. Yeah, like last week. Yeah, damn. It's very exciting because I know that Bitcoin can get on this journey too, like this trajectory of like just sustained growth over time. And okay, yes, a lot of it would be to gold's merit, but some of this upside is due to the dollar's downfall, or the dollar's erosion, you know what I mean? It'd be interesting to see a gold chart adjusted for inflation and see, like, it would still go up, but maybe not as vertical, not as aggressive. It may like appear more like that instead of like that, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, charts
Swee's
are
reacting
interesting
to this move
when
pretty well. Sui,
adjusted for
Sol,
inflation.
let's
Oh
see.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, they're all
Sui's
doing
strong, man. Like, yeah.
nicely.
It's too bad though. Like, I took kind of half of my bag out of Sui already. I took some profit on this
Oh,
first write up. Then I saw the double prong. See, look at how I got faked out of this bag.
Tengu,
Gives you a
look at it.
double prong on the 15, and it's a triple top on the RSI, and you go like, we're going down, and it just keeps going.
Sui's definitely building at some
Learn
kind of
something new
W.
every day, right? Next time, just draw a trend line. But even when
Yeah,
I drew the trend line, it broke that trend. Crazy how these charts
yeah,
pan out.
that's the struggle with Sui right now is you've got this trend line that it was trying to use and it got down
Broke it, but
beneath
it
it
still
now.
came back up
So
on the 13.
yeah, it can reclaim. Like there's nothing stopping it from if it goes on a rally and gets back up on top of it, obviously. But
It's on a very crucial price right now, 3.5.
yeah, the scary thing about it is when it does some kind of like bear pennant like this
Mm.
or like whatever. It's still early to call what shape this is becoming, but I mean you could even argue it's in a bear
Look
flag,
at this.
like with that.
Look at that. Man, that's a very angry fake out. Yeah, Bitcoin's gruesome on the lower time frames. I mean, how can you trade this? Even on the 5, it's untradeable. The only way you can trade Bitcoin is if you actually go to either the 4 hour. The 4 hour, I mean, it's pretty clean to trade. 1 hour is okay, so, but still looks messy. It's like the whale's trying to tell you, if you're trying to scalp this, I'm gonna make sure you get out.
Yeah.
The only way you can make money in Bitcoin is to just buy the lows and just hold.
Are you still in that SUI from the other day? You know how you got that nice wick entry?
I closed and reopened.
Oh, okay.
So it came. So I added to the bag, right? But it broke down, so it hit my stop loss, and I just followed the trend. I drew a trend line over those tops, and as soon as I saw a break, I got lucky. It's not as low, but like I got this the middle of that like big candle, that impulse candle. I got a 336, so I kind of missed the bottom. The bottom of that was really nice. It was like 333, 334. I got the middle of that candle coming up because I wasn't sure yet. But yeah, it surprisingly
Oh,
it bounced
I
at
see. This
886. It's one of my favorite fibs. 886. So you have the 786 and you have the 886. And that's where Sui bounced from and rallied. It's crazy. It's one of the crazier fibs that I actually use. Seems to work really well. And the 886 is not really like where it properly bounces from. It's usually where the wick hits. It's like that area below the 786, and it just like that's where it builds from.
seeing on XRP, it's been in this like pretty large falling wedge, and recently it's popped out, and now it's doing the back. It's done, I would argue, the back test, and now we have to see if we break out of this triangle that we've formed on it, like this wedge. Hopefully. Problem is that the direction that we entered this triangle from was from above, so it's fallen into it, which is scary because bearish continuation is still on the cards. But hopefully it's an inverse head and shoulders type setup, something like that, where we can break out that way. Just like you see back over here, inverse head and shoulders. Sure thing. Check out the daily, see if there's any daily vectors dealing with. Well, this one here vectored all the way up to here, but it's been reclaimed.
and some. These weren't reclaimed though, these two. And maybe they won't be. Maybe there's too much energy in the market to come down that deeply. Maybe bears are giving market maker too much reason to try and come back up again. They're throwing liquidity on the top side for them to go chase. There's a Kumo twist on XRP's 4-hour chart, which is basically where the cloud flips from red to green, or green to red, depending. But price really needs to break through this cloud before it can start really getting optimistic on this time frame. Show you what a good cloud break does. If you get through the red and it twists to green, price breaks through it, it can be the start of like a nice uptrend. Can be. The problem is when it twists and then twists back again, it just keeps running. Kind of like how EMAs fall apart. Like you don't get much edge out of an EMA when price is running sideways in a range, because it's just running through, like up and down through the EMA, which is giving you signal up, signal down, signal up, and yeah, there's just no clarity. But when you are in a range, this is where oscillators shine. This is, so it's like, I feel like there's your EMAs and your momentum strategies suit when there's a trend, of course. But when you're in a range and things are just choppy, this is where the oscillators come in as more useful. And you just have to be dialed into when a range has been broken and you've left the range, so that you can switch your what you're looking at. You're going from oscillator to now trend lines and like moving averages and things like that. So back here, like if I turn off all these indicators, there was like a clear resistance line. Sorry for this unsolicited like thing. I'm just going for it. I don't care. Let me turn off the extension just so it's aligned. Okay. And then duplicate down to here. There is a deviation out of the range, which probably would have freaked people out at the time. But look at how many consistent lows were met at a very similar level multiple times. There's 4 times on the bottom there. And then on the top you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reactions off a level. Probably more if you brought it over here. Look, there's some early signs of where that level would be. But yeah, it's not a to the decimal place perfection accuracy, but it's kind of like a little zone at the top. Anyway, when you had candles convincingly leave and depart this rectangle, like this range, that's when you can go, okay, I'm no longer looking at my oscillators for indication. I'm going to start using something like maybe the Ishimoku system, like where I'm tracking it, or even moving averages, because that's a trend-based indicator. Like it needs a trend to shine. And then like maybe your exit signal, depending on what moving average you're using, maybe you could be using a faster one than this. But look, if you were using the 50 in this example, your exit would be when price crosses back through the 50, and you would be out like somewhere here after getting in somewhere down here, or at the break of the range here. So that's a pretty good trade. Like in here and then out here. That's a win. But the 4 hour, I think the 4-hour chart is probably not sensitive enough to optimize the exit. If you go back to like the hourly, like even that, it's tricky with moving averages to take an exit out of a moving averages. Because look, there would be an exit here and maybe there, like where its price started to threaten to lose that average. So that might have shook people out, that pullback. The 4 hours a little bit insensitive. It's like, yes, it kept you in over here, but you didn't get like the tippy toppy this level exit because maybe you were expecting the average to keep going and price to have another leg up, but the exit was over here. On Bitcoin, the daily simple moving average 50 and 200 is a popular one for gauging like the health of the market as well. There's been 3 different death crosses, 2 golden cross recoveries in this cycle so far. Look at that. So you had a. Oh, I won't draw it. I'll just.
How many golden cross recoveries? 3, right? That's because that's what I see.
Yeah. So there's the Genesis Golden Cross, which started in the start of 2023. You had a death cross
It's actually
dip,
the 800.
which was
It's more
recovered.
than the golden cross. The 800 on the daily is usually the start
Yeah.
of a bull cycle.
Yeah. Well, in this context, you had, look at that, death. It's like death to golden. So that was recovered pretty swiftly. Then you had this death to golden recovered like fairly, within a month or within a month and a half. This one was pretty swift too. This was the tariff war crap. We death crossed, but then recovered it, and we're comfortably riding this 50 daily EMA. We've just got a reaction off it in the last, 5 days. We've just been dealing with it and seeing if we can get another leg up off it. Yeah, it's pretty possible. But yeah, the last golden was back here in late May. So that has launched us up for like 2 months, 2.5 months. I think I prefer like the back testing of the 50 more often than if you were to just depart it aggressively like this, because you shoot up so fast and then you have to pay for it. You have to like, you have to run back into it and you probably lose it because you went up too far too quick. You got away from average price, so you have to like come back to it, and that sometimes that takes time.
Yeah, that's
Takes a
what
lot of time to do that.
That's what's concerned me a lot. If you move
Yeah.
away from the 50, you have to come back and pay for it. So it's better if you
Exactly.
stay close to it.
Exactly. Yep. Like I think see how, okay, I'm gonna have to turn off some lines here just so it doesn't blind everyone. But that's a bit better, I guess. But see how like in this bull market we've staircased it pretty much, which is really good. That's what you want to do. It's
Yeah.
terrible if you go, oh, let's go and achieve $100,000 in the first leg like that, because then you have to spend all this time.
That means you left the
coming
50 back to the
Yeah.
50,000. Yeah.
Exactly. And look at how that's like kind of, this is a good example of it back here. See, there's the 200 moving average, the blue.
Yeah, you went straight up
we
and you came
departed
back all
that
the way down.
straight up. Yeah, and then we had to pay for it,
69,
and then we just got
9,000
this
back to
other thing.
28,000.
Yeah. So which is why this has been better, because we've visited the 200 3 times now in this bull run and found support at it or near it, you know? That's really good. That's way healthier than just leaving it the whole run,
Yeah.
I think. But 2017, I'm gonna have to get an older chart for that. Hang on a second. The 2017 bull run was a huge departure from the 200, I think.
Oh my god, I was muted
Yeah.
the entire time. I was gonna say, like, there's a reason why there's
Oh,
so many different TAs in YouTube right now. Is because you
yeah.
have people who want to stay in this range and stay bullish, right? And stay in that
Mm,
uptrend. But you have people who did their TA classically, and you see that move from I think 95, from 95 to 123, right?
yeah.
And you see that gap.
95 to 123.
Oh, sorry, 90, was it 95 right now? That move up all the way to 123 on the wait.
Yep. Yep. That explosion. Yep. The eruption.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And you see the gap?
Yeah. There is a fat gap, and I feel
Yeah.
like we've
So
just filled it.
that's so you have this other group of traders also like staring at that empty space from
Mm.
about, let me put it in the 4 hour daily. There you go.
Just before you go on that, I've just got one last thing to say. Check out, see the orange line, which is the 50 daily it's SMA, and then the
Yeah.
blue line's the 200. See how many times we've kissed the 200 with the 50 this bull
Yeah.
run,
Yeah.
and look how seldom we did it in 2021. We did it once, and it just collapsed. It didn't sustain anything because we did not back test many times. Same with 2017, the 16-17 run. It went up. This has got to be the easiest bull run to stay bullish in the whole time.
But it
Like,
gave us
there was
way
just
way too
no
much
fear.
information that to not stay bullish. We're saying it's bullish
Mm,
hindsight. If you look at it hindsight,
right.
it's so clean, right? It's like the perfect chart.
Yeah, it's just
But
it
remember when we
is.
were there? Remember when we were in those death
Yeah.
crossings?
Well, I wasn't around. I came into the market right here, right at the top. That was my genesis. That was my entry into crypto. Like,
But you get what I mean?
hearing about, yes,
It's
hearing
just
about this
easier
run
to
on the
see the chart
news
hindsight.
when they were reporting on this in mainstream media, this run, they reported on it like, around here, and I got in here like a sucker. You know what I mean? Like, I got
Hmm.
drawn in like a fly, and yeah, put my money in $300 or whatever it was, and then collapse and just could not get a break. And then it fell off a cliff right here. Fell off a cliff down to 3K. By that time, I had given up. I'd walked away because I didn't understand that, this was an opportunity. This was all opportunity to build for the next, bull market. Just
I
like
guess,
back here, FTX.
yeah.
FTX collapsed, Celsius collapsed, Luna collapsed. These two zones here were just huge, like, investor opportunities to build in. Even if it did fall down again, like, it doesn't matter. Like, accumulate that too, you know?
Hmm.
Unless you don't have confidence in Bitcoin, if you don't understand Bitcoin,
Hmm.
I feel like people that don't have confidence in Bitcoin is because they don't understand it. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah,
they don't
you
grasp,
have to go
like,
through a
how it
cycle.
works.
You have to go through a
Yeah.
cycle, because if you
Yeah.
think about it, the best traders are traders that
Mm.
remember certain moments. They have the experience. They kind of seen it happen before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I've seen a lot of traders with
Definitely.
a lot of knowledge, like really great charting, but when they're at that moment, right, it's different.
Remember how we had the weekly death cross?
Oh yeah.
And that was like a
my God.
thing at the time. People were scared of that. People were like, oh my God, that's never happened before. But then we recovered it.
You know what's interesting to
like
look
over
at,
here.
Rick?
Yeah.
Look at the 200 EMA on the 1 day. Draw a fib
100
from
EMA
this
1
trend,
day.
the 98K fib, all the way to 123. We've been going up at least the 200 EMA has been going up almost $1,000 in averages every other day, right?
Let me get, yeah,
By the
$1,000
time
increments. Yeah.
by the time it hits Monday,
It's
that 200 EMA
steep.
is going to be on the 786, around 103,500. You also have this 618 at 107. It's a great support area. I can see it hit this area a lot of times. I think 618 is a great area for a bounce as well. But that 200 is climbing up fast, which is good. That's a good sign. The reason why we're bouncing here is because of the 50-day EMA, right?
Yes. Yep. The yellow one there, 50-day.
Yeah.
We're getting reaction off it.
Yeah. The question is, when that trend's done, 200 is going to catch us, and so we're going to have to give a little more time for the 200 EMA to catch up, and actually go up this area
Yeah.
right here.
With
You got
these
a lot of gaps.
EMAs,
You got this huge gap at 110, 108 to 110.
yeah. See how we've done. I mean, we are running out of time as far as like 4-year cycle is concerned, but look at from an EMA perspective on the daily, we've kissed the 200 3 times.
Yeah, and those were the most
and
explosive breaks.
not right, and we did not lose the bull market from doing that. It gets people fearful, like when you travel down like that.
Mhm.
But these are standard bull market corrections, like 30%.
Look at those 3
So we
times.
could
Every time it kissed the 200, the 50 EMA would kiss
Mm.
it, but never go under it, and just like
Right. Yeah, very
just
close
up.
call. It's like a
Yeah, very
shave.
close.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, can we afford one more of those without killing the bull market? Like just one last, before the
You know what scares me?
eruption
I saw
to
an
the
Elliott
final.
wave earlier today. If you go on the daily,
Yeah.
and this trend starts at the first kiss of the 800, 27K.
This one?
27K is the
Yeah,
start of this
27.
one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get what I
1,
mean?
2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
And then what
It's very,
happens after
yeah.
5? You have corrective waves. So that's the traditional look at what's happening right now. I hope it
It
doesn't
almost
happen.
breaks the rules of Elliott.
Yeah, because
You know
like
what
I
I
look at the
mean?
weekly, I see it. It's pretty easy to
Yeah.
see. Bounce off that
Yeah.
800. 1, 2,
Oh,
3,
dude.
4, 5.
This would have had Elliott wave analysts up in
Oh,
arms.
they are
Like the
melting.
fact
That's
that
why I'm telling you,
it was,
YouTube.
Don't
you know what I
tell me,
mean?
man. I hated the Elliott wave
Yeah, like
thing.
YouTube right now is just filled with just different numbers. It's just so many numbers. It's so confusing. That's why I just come
You
back to
know,
this channel.
if we
how the
drive
wave
the
4
yeah,
wave 4's not allowed to get below wave 1 top, like because
yeah,
that breaks the wave, that breaks the 5-wave count.
yeah, yeah,
It's like a illegal move if it's gonna
exactly.
stay valid. So, oh, dude, it was close. It was very close to invalidating.
Yeah, right. It was really close.
Yeah.
So that's one analogy, and I have that analogy of the short term daily with the 200 waiting, and then you have the Elliott guys just absolutely melted, thinking like, "Take your profits, take it,
Yeah.
and
There's a guy
run."
called Filicone, and he's an Elliott wave dude, and he's been saying like, "That's it, it's done. Like, I'll see you
Yeah,
next bull
right.
market
Yeah,
or
that.
whatever." And he had to eat his words like a few times now. He's in longs now, funnily enough. But
Okay. I think he's just riding
yeah,
the trends. I think
he
spot
pivoted.
wise, he's been taking.
It's okay to pivot, like your opinion, if the chart tells you to, you know what I mean? Like, but
Mhm.
he was very vocally like, "Oh, it's over. Like that's it. The market, like the cycle's done."
So
all right.
Yeah.
Let me tell you a joke. The other day, I was discussing with some of the guy. He's an Elliott wave guy. I said, "Here's
Yeah.
the chart. Tell me what your Elliott wave things tell you." And he started drawing ABC 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah. I said, "All
Yeah.
right. What's the worst case?" And he says, "If there's a case when we can go up, yeah, that's the one case. And the second case is 1 2 A B C D D D D D whatsoever." He say we come down. I say
That's
you don't
dude,
need to draw it,
100.
bro. I can tell you
Ah,
simply either we are going up or we are going down. That's it. It's that simple. You don't need to
that's
draw these Elliott waves.
that's my criticism of Elliott wave is that there's always some kind of like
oh, trust me, when they
random
see a double
structure
top,
thing
you have to
to
count the double
answer.
top.
Yeah,
This is
it's like when it breaks, they're like, "Oh, that's because of the running flat 5-wave correction." Whatever the
Right.
fuck. Sorry, I don't mean to swear,
It's in
but
one
you know what I
Yeah.
mean. Like
Yeah.
they've always got an
When
answer of crap.
it's
It's like
1
to
2
come
3
at
4
you.
5 to 1 2 1 2. Yeah.
It's like, oh no, your analysis failed. Oh, that's because of the
doesn't
3-week
fit their count. They
125
go like,
like
no, we have
AB
to count the double
125.
top. We
Like
have to count the
it's like,
double
oh my
top.
god,
The
it's just
correction, the
too
first
much.
correctional wave counted from the double top. I'm like,
It's way
Elliott
too
waves.
much. Like
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Okay,
way too much
Elliott waves
analysis for
work,
my liking.
but it should not be used to tell you the exact target price. It should tell you, like, if you look at chart structure, it can tell you the structure of the chart. It's like a map,
Yeah.
but it can't really tell you where your house is. You know.
You know the bad thing about the Elliott,
It's vague.
Elliott wave is that you can draw it on the second day, not the day prior to it. So you can draw it to the next day. I mean, if I ask you to draw Elliott wave theory for next week, yeah, you draw some lines, and what if it don't follow? So you
No.
can draw
Yeah,
on the
it
5th
just
day that see I've told you this, and this.
yeah,
It's simple.
it's
Either
very
we are going
intricate.
up or we are going down, bro. That's it.
Yep. I think the most powerful thing is in the basics of Elliott wave. If you try to get more like as soon as you start to get more technical with it, it starts to fall apart and it loses the power that it had with the 5-wave thing or the 3-wave correction.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what was my rebuttal? So I was in that group chat, right? And he was explaining his wave, that this different Discord community, and he was like, and I was like, and when he started counting, I was like, but now draw that chart again with 15K. He's like, no, we should not consider. He sounded so offended. I told him, dude, the bottom's 15K. That's a lot of money that went into 15K all the way to 25.
It started from the start. I mean, I respect these analysis, Elliott wave theories and everything. I mean, I'm not denying it. I respect people who do believe it or who does that.
Me too.
But it doesn't work for me. I mean, I don't like it. Simply, I don't like it.
Kind of
Because the
prevents
other day, I was watching one guy. He's a very old YouTuber. I'm keep watching him. Yeah, his theory never went right, and he's always drawing these patterns A B C D, A B 1 2 1 2. Yeah,
And he has to redraw them, right? It's the crazy
yeah,
part. They have to redraw them.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
told the
I told,
guy,
There's a lot of
I
subjectivity.
messaged him. I messaged him one day. I said, "Man, look, I've been watching you from last 4 years. Yeah, tell me just one day when you were right. Just give me one day that when you were right. Yeah, you were never right, bro. You're always giving two
Yeah.
theories. Either we are going up or we are going down. I can tell you without drawing these lines. Yeah, either we are going down or we are going up. Simple.
you
You
want
know
me to
what's
give
really
you. Go ahead.
I was gonna one quick indicator that just the EMA, just the 200 daily EMA, you can trade solely off that in crypto. Like check this out. Okay, when you get above it, you are long. If you lose it, you close the long. Simple. And that will get you in profitable trading. Like yes, there may be like mixed signals and like, you know, you're in and out, in through areas of like indecision, like here. But when you are clearly departing the 200, get long, you know, and then just wait until you cross back through it and take profit. Simple. You don't need Elliott wave. You don't need anything. It's just one line. Like it's
Bro,
pretty easy.
if you look at my chart here, it's very clean, simple, no line, no EMA, no nothing.
Yep.
It's pretty
It's like
simple because I draw these trend lines and I look at the price action, the money flow, and the volume. That's
yeah,
it. Volume only if I see if I have to. Otherwise, normally I don't do these volume thing. The only volume that I look for the VPR, whatever
mm,
it is.
Yeah.
yeah,
I look at that how fast we can fly from here or how fast we can come down from there. That's the only indicator that I use. And the second thing I use is the vector candles and the liquidation
yeah. It's
levels.
been good.
That's all I
That
use,
has been,
nothing else.
yeah,
And all
that has
these
been
things
very revealing.
yeah, and all these things I start using just because of the Dbloc because it gives me a more confidence because you are watching liquidation levels in real time, and second you are
Yeah,
watching those vector candles and high volume candles and stuff like that in the real time. You know where the high volume is, where the market makers are coming in, who's pushing the price. The price is coming low with a high volume, and the price is going up with a high volume. So that helps you a lot. You don't need any other indicator. I mean, they're all good. EMA is very good. EMA, most of the people they work on EMAs, but I totally work on vector candles, liquidations, and I draw my own trend lines, and I'm very good at it.
Yeah, dude. Trend lines. If you're on spot and low leverage, trend lines work on the high time frame.
Oh
Perfectly
yeah,
fine.
lovely, lovely, lovely. Yeah.
You want to see something interesting? The only Elliott wave thesis that I really like, because it really makes sense, because he believes in time capitulation just like Tupac, and he says that the Elliott wave is also bound by time. Therefore, the highs and the lows have to meet certain time limits, right? And what makes it interesting, it's what Dbloc also sees because it's the right Elliott wave. What happened was, wait, let me share my screen.
Exactly. And the other day, D-Block was doing the Elliott Way thing. I said, man, if it's your drawing, I'm believing it. And if it's you're drawing the Elliott wave, I'm sorry, bro, I'm not buying it.
yeah. I like things that are objective, not subjective. Because like, yeah. Anyway,
I mean,
you're not
I
talking
haven't
if you're
seen
talking.
I mean, I haven't seen any channel on the YouTube that gives you that much information that D-Block is giving you. Nobody, I've seen no one in my whole 7-year, 8-year career. I've never seen
And
anyone giving you that much knowledge, that much analysis, not just on Bitcoin, all other coin, the money flow, the global M2, whatever. There are
it's
different things. I
live
don't
too.
even remember. Yeah, I don't even remember.
It's in the
I
moment.
don't even
Yep.
memorize the things. Yeah, but there is no other channel that gives you that much information in the real time. So if you
Right.
stick to it, if you stick to this chart, you'll never lose. I guarantee. I mean, you could be wrong. D-Block could be wrong. I could be wrong. You could be wrong. But most of the time, 75%, it's just perfect.
Yep. And it's I guess it's like it's understanding if you are wrong, why you were wrong, and then you can sort of see
No,
like,
the,
and it's not
you
that you
know,
were wrong. It's just that the chart invalidated the set,
yeah,
like
invalidated
the setup.
because you
But
know
and obviously,
you draw a pattern like the D block just draw a W. What if on the top of the W or in the middle of the W, Trump says something stupid or something
oh
bad
yeah,
happened in the world and the price goes down all of a sudden? It's not D
yeah,
block's fault. It's not my fault. It's not your fault. It's just things that just
that's
went
right.
wrong. It just things
Yep,
just went wrong. That doesn't mean
it's
that he gave you the wrong analysis. It's just
that's
perfect.
right.
It's just perfect.
It's a curveball. Yep, and that's because fundamental things like black swans or whatever, they throw like analysis out the window. Like it'll just go through it and invalidate whatever setup you were working on. But yeah, that chart you just had up there, Ghost. If you're talking, Ghost, I can't hear you. By the way, you were.
Oh
Either
my
on
god, I
mute
was
or
talking
something.
the entire
Yeah.
time.
Oh, were you?
So
With the muted
Go again.
mic.
God damn it. I have to explain this shit again? Wait.
Yeah.
Oh,
5
sorry,
waves.
for my language.
ABC.
Language. All right. So the only so my mentor's Elliott wave is actually correct because
Hmm.
when it has corrective waves, which is usually a descending bull, it looks like a bull flag sometimes, which restarts
Right.
the trend. That's when you restart the trend. You're not supposed to draw this massive number 3 wave going up. You're supposed to go from 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And from there, we took 6 months, right? We spent 6 months in this bull flag, descending bull flag, which is
Yeah.
our, look at that, lows, high, lows, high. That's your ABC corrective wave, which starts the new wave. This is the reason why a lot of, and then my mentor told me this is the reason why a lot of people think that this is a super cycle.
See. So
Because we're
huge bull
actually
flag.
doing wave on wave, Elliott waves wave on wave. We're not doing like ABC correction all the way down like a bear flag. No, we're fulfilling it, correcting, and then moving higher, creating new set of waves. And if you look at number 5, look at where it hits. And this is fib related. Number 5 is at 155, which is Dbloc's target. It's crazy.
Oh. Well, okay, I can get behind it in that regard.
Yeah.
I
So
do. As soon as you deviate away from like the 5 wave up ABC correction stuff, and you go more like intricate and like there's all these exotic like counts and things, it's like, wow, dude, it's getting way too intense
yeah,
for me.
you just have to
Like,
really simplify your Elliott wave. Like always
yeah,
remember when you have an
the
accumulation
macro.
period more than 1 to 2 months, like if it passes the 60-day mark, that's considered part of the correction wave. That's where a lot of people make their mistakes. They think that this entire bull flag, that 6-month bull flag, is part of the wave. It's not. That's your corrective wave.
Yeah,
Restart and then restarting a new wave up.
yeah.
So instead of this being wave 5, it's actually a correction from wave 3, where we're gonna have a bounce and then head on to wave 5. But still, I mean, like you can't predict the
I'm
predict
sure.
the precise price.
Yeah, I'm
But you
sure
can do
you
it.
could find Elliott wave analysts that have a problem with all like that, what you have drawn there.
Oh
You
yeah,
know
for
what I mean?
sure.
And this is
Problems.
where it becomes like confusing because there's subjectivity to it. Like it depends on the analyst who's interpreting the waves, you know.
It's pretty though, because like also from
It
the
is
start of
pretty.
this fib, yeah, when you start this fib, look at where 1.618 is.
I don't think see how you've gone the new count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't
Mhm.
think you've finished 3 yet because your
You-
4
you-
is defying
oh my
the
god,
5
you're
wave
so
count.
bullish, Rick.
See that?
Yeah, this has to do this, right? But
It
see,
has to go higher because 4 can't pull
mm,
back below 1. 4
if because
like 4,
okay, first
yeah,
prediction. If we
apparently.
go higher, let's say we hit 130, that means your
Yeah.
1.618 is 180K.
Yeah.
Ooh, Rick's bullish. I
Maybe we
like
need
that.
No.
maybe we need an Elliott wave specialist to defend Elliott wave theory. In here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and your
Yeah,
your
dude.
number 4 is pointing towards the 95,000.
Oh, man.
I just yeah, no, that looked good, but I think that we were still on wave we're still doing wave 3 if that is
You still feel
the
that
new
we
count.
have to go higher, at
Yeah,
least
I
135,
think
130. We need to
yeah,
clear that
yeah,
previous all-time high, huh?
yep. I still think I know it sounds moon boyish, but I still think that there could be a very rapid part of Bitcoin's bull market to come, like that goes up very like steep and fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I say that, and then Bitcoin sells off. The aggregator's like,
What
Yeah,
worries
because
me
you know
about
the
what
market is
worries me is we
closing and
already have this
you
go off top like this. Sorry, this stopping volume candle
local.
on the daily. Look at how big that stopping volume is on the daily.
Yeah, yeah.
if
It's
you
like a
if you
local
look
top.
look at the 6 hour candle, you'll notice on the Bitcoin. Look at the 6 hour candle, is all turning into red again, coming back down.
Wait, let me turn on the right indicator.
Yeah, it becomes.
Oh my god.
See, that's the problem with people that are bullish or bearish. It can be a harm. It can be a help or a hindrance. Both
How
can
bullish
be
that thing is the 8
like
hour.
fall into that.
That's a
that looks
perfect
good.
W in the 8 hour.
Yeah, it's very nice. I like that. And how it's using that. Is that a moving average? That stepped thing coming up? The
Yeah, that's the
orange?
50 day. That's
50.
the 50 day, and this is the 50 EMA on the 8 hour. And the one on the bottom
you got
is
it?
the 50 day.
Have you got it set like to stepped? Because it's
No,
like jagged.
it's just because it's in
Huh?
a weird
Oh,
number.
it's
It's
zoomed
on the
in.
50.
Yeah.
It's on the 8 hour,
I
but
see.
if you put it on the 4 hour, it becomes smoother. All right, still a step.
I see.
Because it's on the daily and you're in the hourly, right?
Yeah.
Strong. Daily open.
Oh, I see what
Yeah,
you mean.
that's
Yeah, yeah. So that's been locked to a time frame, and you're just cycling through the time frames, which is why
Yeah.
it's. Yep, I know what you mean now.
That's your R3 right there. Weak high is here. I really think we'll just probably lick resistance 3 right before 118. See that gap that we
Where
looked
is
behind?
where's your other indicator, that monthly indicator you showed me once, which has
Monthly.
that little dots
Oh,
on
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah. Wait. Let me bring that
Where
up.
is that? That looks perfect to me.
Yeah.
That works really fine.
Yeah, I
Because I
love
took
that.
the screenshot and I followed that and it worked perfectly fine.
That's actually easy algos. They're my guys, man.
Oh, easy algo. Okay.
Yeah, just pay
I'm back, yo.
expensive.
Oh,
What
what's
up?
gonna be?
What up?
Yo,
Just
we've
listening to
just
y'all
been
while I was
like,
doing some research.
yeah, we've been crapping on Elliott Wave.
I
I'm
know,
sorry
I know.
about that, to the
I
Elliott Wave
know.
people.
Have you guys ever heard the apology from an Elliott Wave analyst?
I haven't heard it.
Okay,
No.
Oh,
so
never.
okay, so this controversial. Nobody owns this little quote or this saying, right? It's something that floated around, and I have a feeling that whoever wrote it wasn't an Elliott Wave analyst, but it was put forward as an apology to technical analysts from an Elliott Wave trader. Right? I just pulled it up while you guys were talking. It says, it says, we Elliott Wave practitioners sometimes owe the market an apology for our overconfidence. We meticulously map out the ideal path of waves, drawing elegant lines on charts, convinced we see the market's hidden rhythm. Yet too often we forget the market's brutal reality. It doesn't move just by pattern, but by the gravitational pull of hidden liquidity. We ignore the massive pools of buy and sell orders, the true fuel and traps, assuming our wave counts alone will dictate the path. This hubris leads us to miss the violent accelerations into stops, the sudden reversals into unseen walls, and the truncations where waves die not by theory but by the sheer weight of orders. We see the structure but overlook the substance that moves the price. For failing to fully respect the power of liquidity within the beautiful chaos of the waves, we apologize. That's the most
Oh yeah, thank you so much. Yeah,
that is like the
that's
most
perfect
perfect
excuse.
but
Perfect excuse.
nobody owns up to it. Nobody owns up to writing it. It's just something that floats.
Yeah.
But it
And
does
I find
speak
with
to
Elliott
what my
Wave as
issue
well,
is with Elliott Waves.
for me, it works really good in hindsight because you've got the chart to reflect on it and and pull the pivots in it. But with its forecasting, it's too vague. Like it doesn't hit the mark for me. Like in the projection side of it, because it's like, oh, then you use this Fibonacci extension, and then it's like, okay, are we targeting the 1-to-1 extension or the 1618, or is it going to fall short? And Elliott Wave can't answer that question for me. Like
It provides
where's it supposed to hit?
it provides a good framework for like market sentiment and potential structure, but its predictive power is just diminished by everything they ignore, right? Basically, and just the inherent like subjectivity of wave counting. Just that alone, you're gonna eat 5-10 minutes up just trying to decide what wave you're on.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as you try to dig into anything further than 5-wave move and ABC corrections, you've lost me. Like if you try to talk about, because there's so many different like variants out there. Like there's all these variations and tricky things, and it's like, dude, you get lost in it. It just gets way too technical.
But yeah, we've got plenty of
But hey,
different traders and that have been very successful with it. And that's why it's good that I
yes,
think
if it
YouTube gets to
works,
hear about everybody's different trading styles. Like sometimes it's good to compare and contrast these things. And one person's style is going to speak to you more than somebody else's, and you know.
I'm sure there's Elliott wave analysts that have made millions off Elliott wave theory, and like hats off to them. But I've found other things, and so have you, Dbloc. You found other methods that you're more comfortable with.
I think I need more confluence than learning how to count 1 to 5.
Hey man, I'm sure there's people that joke about crypto in the TradFi world, just like we're joking about Elliott wave. You know what I
Bro, are
mean?
you
Like
kidding me? You know how much shit people
every
talk
school has their
about vector gaps in market maker theory?
Oh
There's an Elliott
yeah.
wave guy out there right now that's head is exploding, and he's like, this guy that's talking about market maker all day has the balls to say anything about Elliott. It's
To
just that's
criticize
just the
Elliott.
nature of it, bro. That's how it is. Yeah.
It is. It is. It's to each their own, and yep, everything's an anecdote in your own experiences. You know, like you are an anecdotal example of
Proof is in the
what you're trying
pudding,
to,
man. If what you're doing is working, don't change the recipe. Like,
yeah, totally, yeah, yep. To each their own.
So who thinks we're going to turn around here a little bit?
Oh, you're alive. What's up?
Oh,
Hey. Did you change your brakes?
yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. You're a little bit muffled. Your mic is under your pillow or something.
Is this better?
A little bit better.
yeah, Gustav, I know people that have been profitable just counter trading one specific person. The problem is that, you know, how long does that last? I also know people that have been profitable trading moon cycles. I know people that have been profitable just literally trading fear and greed.
Yeah.
I will admit that I have maybe an unhealthy curiosity for needing to understand how everything works. You don't need that level of understanding to make money. Right?
100%.
There's plenty of levels underneath that that are going to get you, that will make you wealthy. Don't have to be as obsessive.
I feel like as long as you apply risk management, you can trade off when it rains. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to go long when it rains in my city. And some days that will work because just from coincidence. But if it rains and you went long and you stop out, the stop loss, it's the risk management that got you out of and invalidated your theory. And then you're just waiting for the next day it rains to take a long. And then on the days that you're right, you're letting it ride. And on the days that you're wrong, you're stopping it out. And it's that if you repeat that over a long time, your risk management will carry you. Like when I lose small, but when I win big.
Yeah. There's a lot of unseen factors
risk management
when it comes to those moon cycle things and longer cycle trading. The unspoken thing is that what you're doing is that you are spending more time in the market. Right. So on average, if you spend more time in the market, you will be profitable, right? It's time in the market, not time in the market. So if you're only making decisions every 28 days based off the moon, chances are when it goes right for you, it goes right, you know?
Yeah.
And you're giving it enough time to play out. You'll notice when you
Someone
start
says
getting
this
into
channel
it.
gets weird at night. Sorry.
Nah, yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm
It
sure
does.
it does. You'll find that strategies when you start working on strategies and refining strategies, even like on TradingView, right? Like those back testing the strategies, you'll notice that the more successful, the higher win percentage strategies have lower trades taken. Right, it's a less amount of trades taken. You're not going to see very successful strategies percentage wise that have a high in and out rate.
I completely agree. The amount of times I trade my spot bags are still bigger than what I make in my scalps. Over time, of course.
That green horizontal line right by price action, what is that?
These are old targets. I moved I just moved the words over because I didn't want people to get confused like that was a current target. But I want to leave them on the chart so when we go back in the future they're still there, you know.
Yeah, I was
The
wondering
green
why
lines
we
are just
bouncing
old
off them.
targets. It happens all the time, bro. Sometimes I'll just literally put up a box and write something just to like tell chat something, and price will like hold support on it and pull. I'm like, bro, that is not what the intention was. That's not why
Remember,
that's
baby.
there, market maker. It's okay. You can ignore the green line. But to be fair, those targets are old resistances and support, so they still do mean that there's a support and resistance there. Because I'm gonna take profit for the most part at
And it's
at
been there from
resistance.
last 6 months, what I'm noticing.
Yeah, they've
It's
been
been
there
there
for a
from
while.
last 6 months. I remember from the target 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we went higher. I remember everything.
It's gonna be fun in a couple years to come back and look at these charts, or to come back and
Yeah.
look at like the new school that we have in here,
Yeah,
and
and then you can draw your
show them where we were at the chart, you know, during that time, like when we're about to break out at this same point during the next bull market, and everybody's freaking out about maybe it's over. You know, we'll get to
Dude, and
pull
it's
up
all
these
recorded.
charts.
yeah, and we'll conduct a seminar, and we'll invite all the Elliott wave guys with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave, and I'm gonna tell them this is our 100 waves scenario Elliott wave TV.
Isn't human nature interesting how something happens from coincidence and we get all superstitious and oh dude, your line that you just put there, wow, the market maker saw you draw that, or so, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
we're very quick to jump and react to when something aligns, but it could be
Humans like
purely just coincidence.
Yeah, it's most of the time it is. Humans like to put
Yeah.
things into a box that we can understand. Right? We're not
For reasoning,
comfortable
yeah.
when shit is random. Like we like to have reasons for
Yeah.
things. That's why I say sometimes, even if your thesis is wrong, it's good to have one.
Yeah.
Right? It's good to have a sort of storyboard going on what you think is happening, so that at least you can tell when that's wrong. Right? If there's no story at all, if you're just like this is completely random, anything can happen, then how do you move forward from that?
Yeah, where's the confidence?
Just buy
I mean,
when
just
people get
think in a
excited,
couple
I guess, right? When you hear other
in a
people
couple of
excited.
in a couple of years, how many gigs of YouTube streaming content you're gonna have?
Yeah, I have a question about that. How much does YouTube actually save, and should I be backing these things up on my own?
Yeah, they have great
Pretty
compression
sure.
rate. That's the reason why you can stream even on low bandwidth. Their compression rate is some of the best in the world.
So the way that like the company I work for does it, what they do is they they put low compression on other servers, so when the demand comes up, and if it's a video that's being um, seen more, then it will get popped. It'll get pushed up the queue to higher quality. Does that make sense? So it's not always like it's at lower quality to save on space, but it will dynamically increase quality based on usage or viewership.
Well, I mean, I know YouTube. I know there's old ass channels, obviously, right, with 10 years worth of um, with 10 years worth of content on it and shit. But I am doing 24 hours a day every day. I'm wondering if there's some sort of limit that you hit.
No,
If
man, I
not,
don't.
that'd be
That would
great.
be
I'd love to
unfair.
just not worry
No,
about it and just let it,
there
Oh,
is
dude.
no limit, but like you said, you don't want your destiny controlled by someone else. So I would be backing them up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, anything could happen to YouTube, and then all your shit is gone.
Yep. Somebody can accuse you of like talking to an underage girl or something, and that's it. You're done. And you didn't even do it.
Right. I'm looking at my oldest YouTube channel, and I'm just gonna find out like what the oldest video on there is, and it hasn't been deleted. It's still
Nah, I
there.
mean, I know there's ancient YouTube channels, bro. There's YouTube channels
Oh
that you
yeah,
can go that have videos back like way
like from the
back.
Genesis. Yeah.
Well, it's probably been re-uploaded, but the very first YouTube video is still there. It's probably been uploaded several times, but it's so fun to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, my first video, October 14th, 2006. Almost 20 years ago.
Aren't they like limited to a few minutes in the beginning?
Well, I know that they won't record a VOD that's longer than 12 hours, which is why I reset every 12 hours. Right? They only save 11 hours and 55 minutes. Anything you go over that, you just lose the end of it on the recording.
Yeah.
So I know there's that limitation. I just don't know if there's any other limitation.
We can be able to go back, and when Rick says, I don't trade based on meteorological patterns, then I could say, yeah, you did say that, dude.
Who, me?
No, I was talking about how you were saying the trading based on if it was raining one day versus not, the
Oh,
coincidence of
yeah.
it.
Yes. And your edge is in risk management, because that is a strategy. Like, or that is what keeps a lot of people alive, is just cutting losers before they become a problem. And then when you're winning, knowing how to like sort of get the most out of it through
I
like,
came in when you were explaining, I came in halfway. I was in the
Hmm.
kitchen, and then I was like, is he literally trading based on the weather? So then I had to rewind the stream to see what you were talking about.
Oh, right. The point I was making. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, if your strategy has a 50% success rate, you can make that profitable through risk management. So you can basically trade off a coin flip if you want. And as long as you're managing the risk, you will over time be profitable. Because if you're winning, if your winners take you, let's say by a factor of 2, let's say every time you're correct, like every time you go long and you let it ride, it's 2, but every time you stop out, it's a -1. So +2 -1. That's a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So the risk to reward ratio, as long as that is positive, then you will be profitable with a 50% win rate.
Yeah, I love that. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
also it's implied too. Like you kind of know it when it's
Mm.
you kind of know it when it's happening to you, right? Like to
Mm.
maybe to jot it down as a strategy and to tell others. It's kind of like for me, I have a hard time That's why I try not to give advice because I'm still like I don't think I could put into words my strategy, if that makes sense. But you know when it's happening and you know when
Right.
you're out of your risk zone.
Yeah. I think yeah, dude, biggest thing is like just when something's not working, you've just got you can't just sit around crossing your fingers and hoping. You have to cut it. In my experience, like the whole like leave it to the chance of the market to save you is just a really bad it's a bad path to go down because you'll be finding that you have to capitulate before liquidation, or you're going to be bag holding for like a whole cycle with that strategy eventually, like where you're just hoping that things turn around. Like yeah, it's better to keep your money either riding some kind of a profit or out, like because you don't want to be drawn down. Drawdown is a waste of time essentially. But the problem is if you play too often, because you'll stop out like very frequently. So it's better to wait for the like the quality setups, and just some days are way more like obvious than others about that the market is moving. Like we all know that feeling. Like when the market's pumping, it's like, yeah, this is a very strong, confident day. Um, to take position in whatever.
Yeah,
And whatever
I
coin may
mean,
be moving for that. Yeah.
yeah, that's what I do. I don't take trades every day. I just wait for the
Yeah.
perfect moment. Sometime I wait
Yeah.
2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. It doesn't matter if it takes the whole month. I'm not going to take any trade until I feel comfortable. So I wait for
Yep.
the perfect
That's
moment
fair.
where I feel comfortable and I take my trade. And I know if I even go for out for 8 hours, I know my trade is safe. So that's the
Yep.
kind of trade I take. I don't trade for 500, 600 point. I'm always looking for trade that is more than 2,000 points, 3,000 points. I always look for those
That,
trades.
and that can be hard to do. You have to develop that um
Yeah,
discipline to sit on your
you need
hands.
to develop that psychology. You need to develop
Yeah.
that psychology. You can't get those trades every day. You can't get those trades every
Right.
day. I mean, the last trade I took,
Yep.
it was 3 days ago when the last week we had on a Friday, and I'm still holding that trade. And I'm taking the profit and I'm keep adding to the profit, my position, I mean. And that's what I learned from the Dbloc. You go up, you skim some profit, you came back for the retest, you add to your position, you go up, take some profit, come back for the retest, add to your position, and you're good.
Yeah. That is good. I like that. Take advantage of the mark like when things have gone up.
Yeah, you remember yesterday when you took the XRP trade and
Hmm.
you
It
cut
did
it.
go up. And
Yeah, it did
yeah,
go up. I told you to skim some profit, and when it
you
came
did.
back down, add more to it, and look where
Yeah.
the XRP right now.
Yeah, it's up handsomely since then.
It's
So I
I mean
did,
it's the
yeah, I did
best way to trade. Yeah,
yeah. You saw me stop out of it in profit, but I'm in it again, by the way, at
yeah,
295.83,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it is
That's
up
good.
nicely.
But always take
But
profit. Always take profit,
yeah,
and when it come back down for the retest, add more to your position.
but ultimately, I would imagine you want to have like a stop loss that ends the whole thing, either at break even or in small profit, just so that it covers the fees or whatever. Just in case that retest becomes a correction, and it goes through your entry. You have to
Yeah,
have like the exit strategy as well.
I look at this chart and like I can feel the anger. Like I can feel the collective anger from everybody who thought ETH was dead. Man.
It fooled me, man. I lost my confidence in it when it came down.
I mean,
But
I don't
quickly
blame
corrected that
anybody because
error.
there was such a concerted effort online to just completely
Yeah.
destroy any idea of ETH ever going back up again.
Yeah. And I mean the candles, it dipped pretty severely. Like you had to be pretty convicted in it
Yeah.
to know that it deserved to come back up, you know? Like you had to understand, like believe in it, I guess,
Yeah.
and understand its fundamentals. I mean, it's
It
not in
definitely was
second
not the
place
chart.
by mistake.
It was not the chart that gave you conviction. That's for sure. You were
At the
looking for
time,
this
yeah. So,
chart to give you conviction. This was not it.
I was disappointed. I'm like, oh, what the hell's happening with ETH? Like, why is it coming down so severely like this? But yeah, happy to be corrected, like on my opinion.
It's very similar to what happened during the last time that we were in QT, right? Because that was the problem here. And I'll show you on this chart because it's easier to show. Unless I completely destroyed. So this is the last time that we were in QT. And this is the chart that we kept coming back to when we were looking at, where is ETH BTC? All right, there's ETH BTC. So we were trying to figure out when the hell was ETH BTC going to be done bleeding out, right? Because we were looking at this nasty bleed out here on ETH BTC. So we're like, all right, well, when the hell does it bottom, right? Last time we were in QT and ETH BTC took a hit. Even though it wasn't as bad as this one, it was still a substantial hit, right? Completely bled out. When did it stop? So what we noticed was that as long as ETH BTC, or as long as ETH USD holds an uptrend during QT, sorry, ETH BTC bleeds against it, right? This entire uptrend on ETH USD, ETH BTC just got cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. It wasn't until we broke that uptrend that ETH BTC found the bottom and started to recover. Now, we had a delay in the recovery here because of COVID, right? But for the most part, if you just erase this part of the chart and take this part, this uptick, and slide it over, right? That's sort of the effect you would expect to see. And then not only that, but Bitcoin DOM. So at the same time that ETH BTC bottoms out and ETH USD breaks that uptrend, Bitcoin DOM tops out. Like all of these things happen in unison. This is what we were waiting for over here. Right? This was our uptrend during QT. for Ethereum. And as ETH USD held that uptrend, ETH BTC bled out again. And it stopped bleeding out about the time that ETH broke that uptrend. Right? So sort of the same signal we had last time. As ETH broke that uptrend and found the bottom, ETH BTC bottomed. And then Bitcoin dominance topped out a little bit later. That's the one difference that we had here. If we go back and look at this cycle, as soon as ETH BTC bottomed, Bitcoin topped. Same exact time. That higher low was a lower high, and then it just traded inversely how it usually does. We had a bit of an anomaly this time where ETH BTC bottomed out, but Bitcoin dominance continued for one new high. And for me, I would put an asterisk on here and put Bitcoin ETFs. Right? That's the difference between that cycle and this cycle. Had one last push on ETFs that brought dominance up. But for the most part, the signal came in when it should, right? That was the beginning of the end of our wait, was when that uptrend broke. And it sucks because there's a bearish signal, right? Like we went from 250 or 2600 to 13. So while everybody else was like, ETH is dead, ETH is dead, ETH is dead, I was like, this is what we've been waiting for. Because ETH BTC is bottoming out. So that's what helped me with the confidence, just going back and looking at the macro to see what happened during the last cycle and sort of compare and contrast. Not compare and contrast the previous cycle, but compare and contrast the last time that we were in the same monetary policy, QT. Because I wouldn't have found the similarities if I just looked at the last cycle. I had to go to the cycle before that. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, as it's good, like as cycles go on, we get more and more data to go back on, you know, like more examples of how crypto handled certain situations. Because our data set is still short. We don't have a lot of data to go back on, you know. Even with Bitcoin, it's only what, 16 years old or something. And when you're talking about 4-year cycles, 16 is like, okay, we got 4 sets to work with, kind of thing. And they're all fairly different in their own right. Like, you know, they all had their own sort of behaviors and reasons and levels of speculation.
Yeah. Sample was asked a question that kind of goes to what you're saying. He said, what's the biggest thing I learned this cycle? The biggest thing I learned this cycle, and the last, in my opinion, the last sort of key or the last sort of piece of the puzzle that, in my opinion, I was missing was comparing the monetary policy, right? Not expecting each, and this is for alts. Bitcoin did what it's supposed to do the same way as this last cycle, the cycle before that, the cycle before that. But when it came to alts, the alt performance, right? That expectation that the alt season would be just as explosive as it was because, you know, the last time we went absolutely nuts, right? Not taking into consideration the fact that we were in hardcore quantitative easing, right? Just assuming that QT would come to an end at some point before we took off because it was supposed to. And so for me, what it's given me is a key to how to trade alts in every monetary policy. Now we've seen it all, right? We've seen QT light, we've seen heavy QT, we've seen QE light, we've seen heavy QE. The only thing that we hadn't seen yet, that Bitcoin hadn't experienced, was a cycle of hardcore quantitative tightening, right? A low liquidity cycle. So now we have that under our belt. And if you learn that this time, you learned that at the same time I did. Doesn't matter how many years I've been in this shit, we've never had to go through it. Right? So as you're presented with new data, you take it and then you figure out how you're going to use it in the future. So in the future, what I've learned from this cycle, what this means is that the next time that we go into a bull market under extreme quantitative tightening, I'm to sit in Bitcoin heavy, and I'm only to move out of Bitcoin in narrative runs and take profit on those narrative runs aggressively because they're not going to last. Right? Because the underlying liquidity isn't there. Which means that the alts will run, but they're going to give it all back because they're going to bleed against Bitcoin. Right? So it's just a different way to play it. Now, the big mistake that I think people are going to make is that they're going to take the lessons that they learned in a hardcore QT bull market and they're going to take it with them into a quantitative easing bull market. Exactly, Sample. So the big mistake is you don't want to take these. Now, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? If you take the lessons you've learned and you go into the next cycle and you jump into Bitcoin and you stay heavy Bitcoin and you trade alts sparingly and you take profit on the alts when you get them, you're going to leave some money on the table because if we're in QE, those alts are going to outperform Bitcoin. But you're still going to do better than somebody who just tries to trade and gets shaken out and, whatever. But it's basically like we've now been given the playbook for how to play the strategy on all four possible environments, right? Monetary environments that we find ourselves in. Now, the one thing that we haven't seen, and just the nature of money isn't going to allow this, so I don't think we ever have to worry about seeing it. But the one thing we haven't seen is a cycle where there's no QT, no QE, and we're just at a pause. That gap in the middle. That gap in the middle usually only lasts 2 to 3 months. Once they announce QT is over, QE is usually right around the corner. Right? It's time to start stimulating the economy. We haven't seen an entire bull market run without either QE or QT of some sort. So that would be different. That's something we have to look forward to in the future, I guess, if it ever happens. But till then, we've got the playbook. Now, I mean, they wouldn't have to be at zero. Powell got, one of the reporters put Powell up against the wall and said, what would the rates have to be for a QE? And out of frustration, he said 0. But they don't have to be. And in my opinion, we're already seeing stealth QE. Right? The Fed already took that 20 bill that it shaved off of QT and started buying bonds with it. Right? So that alone is stealth QE. A lot of this stuff inside the Genius bill and the Big Beautiful bill, all of that is stealth QE. The refilling of the TGA account is going to happen at the end of this month. Remember when they first said that we weren't going to get any cuts and I came in and I showed you guys the TGA account with 882 billion in it, and I said Trump is going to demolish this. They're just going to spend this money. They're not going to wait for QE, right? They're just going to start spending from the TGA. Well, the TGA has been completely drained at this point. And one of the jobs that the Fed has is to help refill that TGA account when it's empty. That's like the emergency account, right? That's like not even the rainy day fund. That's the rainy day fund that like your partner doesn't know about, that you only tap into when the rainy day fund is completely done. So this has to be refilled, and that should happen at the end of the month. So we're coming into a situation where we could have a liquidity suck before the money printer gets turned on. right? So we could see a bit of a drop into that September announcement. But that's not for sure. They play funny games when it comes to refilling that TGA account. So if they feel like liquidity is coming in because there's going to be a cut, they could stall it. Yeah, nobody else is waiting, CM. Everybody else is cutting, bro. Everybody else is cutting. And what's interesting is going to be what effect that has on our global M2 here. We're at a 0-day offset, so don't worry about why it looks weird right now. What we need to worry about more than anything is the structure here. So I want to see us come back above that level. We're starting to peak back above now, right? It's funny because it's kind of similar to what Bitcoin is doing. Like we broke a level. We want this to be a deviation and not a breakout, right? What we want is for this to be a range, an accumulation range, where we had a deviation out of the top side, and we're now getting a deviation out of the bottom. For the bull market to continue past mid-October, right? Because that's basically with a 90-day offset, just to be conservative, is where we're sitting. So if we can get global liquidity to come up and start breaking these highs, then that takes us into 2026. Now, that doesn't mean that our bull market ends 2026. I want to be really clear about that. Because last bull market, global M2 hadn't started retracing yet by the time we found our top. Right? So that's not what that means. That just gives us the confidence that at least on a liquidity level, there's money in the system still. We haven't started going into contraction yet. But this is what we want to see. Right? If we end up rejecting and breaking those lows, then basically we can say that this is it for risk assets for the season. Let me fix the offset on it so everybody doesn't out. I mean, what's interesting is that, like I said, this entire run, for the most part on global M2, has been without us. Right? Like, US hasn't even really started to get in the mix here, which is what we're waiting for that money printer to really go burr. So who knows? Is it possible, right? Is it possible that this is just a bullish structure that we end up breaking out of? And, you know, proving the super cycle guys right? Yeah, it's possible. Possible. The good thing is that price is way back here. Right? Like, we're still way back here on price. This doesn't happen until, you know, November because of the offset. Let's see, right now, let's zoom in. What were we looking for here? So yeah, basically what we were looking for the most part, been playing out. Right, we're saying if this breaks that flag, we need it to hold at least that resistance right in this circle. And then we were looking for this sort of continuation. Bitcoin looks good. Bitcoin looks good. Now we're looking for this vector recovery. If you're a bull, I know you are, you want this uptrend to hold, right? So you want to come down, clear these vectors, but without breaking that uptrend. And then gone. What would help with that is if we got some red vectors down into this range, right? We need to see market makers setting long positions for a little bit of confidence. I'll make sure he's on our side. Nah, Adam, I don't. I'm probably going to expand my social media presence though during the bear market. It's just we're trading now, you know? Like I told you guys, I'm always going to be a trader first and a influencer, YouTuber, whatever you want to call it, second. But during the bear market, there'll definitely be more time for more sort of concise content. I want to do a bunch of recorded content too, just for the shit that we always go over, the basics, right? Something that we can point new people to go watch. And then yeah, we need to build a community on socials. I know you guys like to be on there commenting and shit, so no problem, Adam. Guys that are just pulling in, right? Our move already played out. We're looking for a retracement into this uptrend if we're gonna have continuation. Right, we're looking for vector recovery of this green vector, but bulls need to hold this uptrend to keep us from going through these liquidations. If not, we're just going into chop. Right, we got to respect the range that we're in, which is right here. So this is the liquidity that we're in here, right? This is our area of high liquidity where price can be transacted without popping. We've had some deviations out of the bottom, had a couple deviations out of the top, but for the most part, that's our range. So if we are going to break out of this range, right, and come up to a new level, then we need to hold this uptrend. Clear this vector, hold this uptrend, and take another swing at this support. If we don't see that, we're coming to grab liquidations and just back down to the bottom of the range again. Right, remember our range is right here. That's our current trading range. Had a slight deviation above, slight deviation below. But for the most part, that's what we're respecting. Nah, Bitcoin Dom can pump with Bitcoin breaking out. When Bitcoin breaks this resistance, Bitcoin Dom, in my opinion, will pump with it. There's a difference between the moves that Bitcoin makes within a range and how Dom reacts to it versus when Bitcoin breaks out of a range. Right? Just think of the actions of traders. If Bitcoin is just ranging back and forth, you're probably going to trade alts. Right? When Bitcoin starts to break resistance and starts to look like it's going to a new level, you're probably taking your profit from your alt into Bitcoin. That's what makes dominance pop when Bitcoin pops, which is why I'm saying another run at all-time high for Bitcoin will give us a big pop on Dom.
How long you leave those orders down at the bottom?
Good question. Probably until we reestablish ourselves back in this range. Right, on the 4 hour. Like right now, we're still struggling to get back in, which leaves it leaves the opportunity for this to develop into a bearish channel. Remember, we talk about W's that break slowly. If your higher low starts to break too slowly, you start running the risk of putting in a bearish channel. Or if it doesn't break completely, right? Like if we try to get above this range and fail and come back down, on that trip back down, we would have already put in a bear flag.
You're gonna want to go to the bottom of the range, basically.
Well, so that bear flag would give us a measured move down into my buy orders. So for me, I wouldn't move those buy orders until we invalidate the idea of this being a bearish structure. And for that, we have to crawl back into this range. We need to get back into the bottom of the range and we need to hold it, right, as support to prove that this was just a deviation. Until then, like I always tell you guys, like Bitcoin can move 10K at any given time for no reason, no news, no nothing, right? So we're still in a situation right now that if that was to happen, I'd have my orders down there. Once we start building that up, getting above, holding support, hopefully by this time, Dom's already made a move up, right? Then I can start moving these buy orders into alts.
Cool.
Yeah, I already picked up a big enough position at 112 to not have to put anything else in. That's just like emergency safety net in case I was wrong about that being a low, so that I can snatch my average down a little bit. And if they were to fill, just to be clear, let's say we had worst case scenario and it was come down to fill, and then we popped up, I'd probably end up taking the profits from everything I bought down here, and putting it into alts. Like it's not money that's meant to stay in the Bitcoin. It's just money that's meant to protect me from being wrong about 112 being the bottom. Curls, if the bulls are running the show, we'll come down to the uptrend and we'll break this resistance and we'll sweep liquidations. 118, 119, roughly about target 6. If the bulls are in control, and this is over a period of time, this isn't today's move, right? But coming up above this resistance and holding will set up our sort of trades for the next week. If the bulls are not in control, then we'll break this resistance, retest it bearishly, sweep these liquidations, and come back down to the bottom of our range. Okay. Bottom of our range is 112. Now, whether that breaks and we go eat these buy orders that I have, that's what we were talking about earlier, right? The chances of that not holding, right? The chances of the bulls not being able to hold this uptrend, coming through these liquidations and not being able to stop it, right? Price not stopping, coming to clear all of these liquidations, the 109, is why I'm hedged here with orders. What I think the most probable outcome is the first one. I think we've put in that 4-hour W. I think we're going to break out of it after we do a little bit of consolidation here, right? Coming back to retest those highs. But as confident as I am in that, I have a good amount of money hedging myself in case I'm wrong, which is how I feel everybody should do it. I've been wrong in the past, bro. I've been dramatically wrong very important times in my life. So a little bit of hedge to keep us humble. Yeah, it doesn't mean the alts have to, I mean, the alts will bleed against Bitcoin, but that doesn't mean that they're going to bleed in USD, right? They'll still go up in USD. They'll just underperform their Bitcoin pairs. If Bitcoin was to come down and hit that swing and take all of my orders, Ethereum, Ethereum, in my opinion, has the chance of doing exactly the same thing. Right? Look at our uptrend on Ethereum. So I think Bitcoin getting to, all right, so let me see if I can make this make sense to y'all, because it does, it is correlated. Bitcoin getting to this uptrend and holding and pushing away, right? Or this scenario here on ETH would bring us down to our fifth. Oh, hold on. On ETH would bring us down to our 50 EMA and then pull away, right? So ETH would be putting in a bullish flag. It would be coming down to the 50 EMA to the bottom of that bullish flag and pulling away. That's if the bulls are in control on Bitcoin. If they're not, then that 50 will break. And I think ETH at the very least comes to test its uptrend. Right, this uptrend that we have on a daily. That would be somewhere right underneath 3K. Depending on how much time it takes, it could be above 3K, right? The longer it takes, the nature of the line is that it goes up. So obviously this is just a, that squiggly line is just a projection. Don't read time into it. So that's with Bitcoin, in my opinion, going down to 109. Bitcoin goes down to 109, 110. ETH goes back to 3K. Now, the interesting thing about that happening, I'm about to take you guys on a ride real quick, but this is important. The interesting thing about this outcome of ETH coming down to 3K means the likelihood of ETH BTC finishing this move increases. Right? And if we can get ETH to make this move on ETH BTC, then that means that we can get this lower low on others BTC, which in my opinion is the only thing we're waiting for a real sustained alt season, is for others BTC to come back to support. So I know that's a lot of if this then that's, but ETH BTC putting in a higher low gives others BTC a lower low and gives us the best entries that we're going to be able to find on alts. I mean, Lippy, you got to be careful going back and forth. Short term, yeah. I mean, like if you just wanted to do some intraday sort of scalping and trading, but there's not a lot of volatility. There's not a lot of money going to, you know, you're not going to make tons of money by flipping Bitcoin and ETH on the drop. You'll lose a little bit less, right? Basically, you'll lose a smaller percentage. But I personally, right now, I'm not doing that with entire bags. I'll pull 20, 30% and rotate, but I'm leaving the majority of my bags set if I've got good entries. And then I'll recompound or I'll play the like pair game with a certain percentage, 20, 40%.
Dude, if ETH were to make that move, I feel like Bitcoin would have to go towards like 100K, 103, 104, maybe even test 100. Feels like that if that were to happen, I think.
No, I think 109 is enough. 110 is enough. I don't think it's got to go all the way back down there. You would do way too much damage to sentiment at that point. Not only that, but this move down would be more than enough to get. Look at where we are on fear and greed. That move down would be more than enough to get us back into fear, which is my target for this bottom, basically, around these ranges. Then everything is set up. The chart is set up. The liquidity looks right. Sentiment is where you need it to be. So right now, just to bring the macro into the micro, it's just this W pattern that we're trying to hold together. And we're at the breakout. So that 4-hour W invalidation is the important thing to watch. This invalidation doesn't matter because that played out already. So this is the playing field. Bulls in control, we hold the uptrend. Bears are in control. Bulls have to hope that that W invalidation does not break. If that W invalidation breaks, the odds of going down underneath 112 increase. That's how we play it. Best case scenario, well, actually, to be honest with you, best case scenario, we hold the 50, take off. Second best, hold the uptrend, take off. Third best, come down, put in a higher low, take off. If you're a bull, those are your only chances there. And this higher low can come in at any point here. You do have daily open, mean reversion, psychological high mean reversion, and your psychological low is at 112. So there is motivation to go down, which is why I say the bulls have to step in here. If this breaks, motivation starts to flip to these mean reversions. And the only thing that can stop mean reversion is the lack of liquidity or the lack of gas, and we don't have that here. Right? There's plenty of gas to fuel it. Not enough here, not a lot here. I can see it's coming down daily open and popping back up. Right? Maybe just faking out the breakout. But if we get the psychological high, there's more than enough fuel here for the rest of the party.
You got 100 likes, 250 watching. Come on, guys, let's run them likes up.
Smack that like button. Yeah, but we don't always go to extreme greed, Sheen. We've already, in my opinion, this move that we're on it started at 49, right? Like catching the 49 and then catching the 74 and then catching the 100 retest. Like this is when that move started. And fear and greed was at a full reset when we got down to 10 at the beginning of this move, right? So I don't think we get a full reset of fear and greed by the end of the cycle. Like I don't think we come all the way back down into extreme greed. It was rare enough to come into extreme greed as late in the cycle as we did, right? That type of shit only happens usually at the bottom of the bear market. So is it possible? Yeah. Would it be an anomaly? Yeah. Do I put it past them? Hell no. Any bullishness that, I mean, any bearishness, in my opinion, that we're going to get out of this has to happen in the next 2 weeks. We're going to get way too close to cuts. Things are going to start getting very bullish, in my opinion. And any move to drop price is going to just encounter massive buys, you know? So you have to do it now while it's sketchy. I keep going back to this macro chart, but it's important because as good as it feels on the 5 minute, anybody that's looking at this on the daily or the 4 hour is aware that like we're at a very important point right here. Right? If we're wrong and this is just going to continue down, this is where it would happen. Right? At this support. So this is what we're watching for. I'll be right back. So we're almost at 6K subs too. Anybody here that's been listening for a while and hasn't subbed up yet, I'm not judging you. I do that shit all the time. Once you start popping up on my For You page and shit, there's no reason to subscribe. But if you can hit that subscribe button, it'd be nice to hit that 6K. That'd be dope. I'll be right back. Curls, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you.
Bye. Hello.
Hello.
I believe you got an open mic, my man.
Pretty quiet, huh?
Yeah, one of those days.
Those chill, quiet days.
Comes with the slow price action, I guess.
Oh. Less than an hour left of the Wednesday candle. Midweek madness.
Yo, Rick, did you like how XRP's daily looked yesterday?
Yeah, man.
Did you happen to look at XLM's daily?
It'd be similar, wouldn't it? Let's have a look.
You'd think, dude. I think it tells two completely different stories.
Have a look. It's XLM, XRP. They look similar. They both bounced off the 50 EMA, like back on the Sunday. Yeah, Sunday. The Sunday candle was a nice progress, and then Monday was another good one, and then yesterday, Tuesday was a pullback candle on both.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me make sure I'm saying the right thing here. Yeah, so yesterday's XLM candle on the daily engulfed the prior day, whereas XRP's did not.
Let's see. Engulfed it in a down way. XLM.
Exactly.
You mean yesterday? Yeah. So you've got a bearish engulfing on XLM.
Right.
And just a red candle on XRP. I think, I don't know, man. I feel like they're both still okay. They're still doing all right.
I think
Either way
alts
you
are gonna
cut it.
take a. I think alts are gonna take a hit here soon.
They could, yeah. I don't think there's any strong situations in the last couple of weeks, like in the last week at least. I think we've had like we're still cooling off all of that strength that we had in early July. You know, early to mid July, like XLM ran 130%. I think, didn't it? Yeah,
I lost count.
130. Yep.
I lost
XLM,
count.
130% move deserves a bit of a cool off, I would imagine.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
And that's kind of what it's been doing, but from like the height that it hit, it's been cooling for like 19 days now, approaching 3 weeks of cooling off on that high.
Yeah, that scares me too.
Yeah. Remember the fear. The fear, and then the other hand is the excitement and the euphoria.
Yeah,
So
dude.
what do you do
I'm
with the fear?
I'm over it, bro. I'm over it, dude. I'm freaking
The
over
emotional
it.
roller coaster.
Yeah. And it's like, even the news. I don't know, man. Maybe it's the news about Visa that just makes it like it's like, okay, here we are.
It's good news. It just you need Bitcoin to lead the way, or at least Ethereum. There needs to be, and then the dominance situation needs to
Yeah.
sort itself
So
out. to where we lose dominance.
So Ethereum is the reason why I think that alts are going to take a hit.
Have a look at the ETH BTC is still like hasn't given up its progress against Bitcoin.
I know, and I know, and
That's
if
good.
I invert the
That's
chart, it looks
bullish.
like ETH BTC exactly.
So that is a good thing. That means that ETH is still doing well against Bitcoin.
Right,
Which
but
is
remember,
a recipe.
dude, there's one thing that wrecks everything, and it's Bitcoin dominance. And so if Bitcoin dominance starts to push, then that chart's gonna turn on its
Yeah.
head.
Well, the way I see Bitcoin dominance on the daily is that it's in a bear flag. If you want to start to go ahead and draw technical analysis on a dominance chart, I mean, I suppose you could. I've
Oh
seen it
hell
work.
yeah, dude. I don't know
But
if it works or not, but I've been trying.
yeah, I mean, it makes sense if the dominance chart flows and still has the patterns of a regular traded chart that you trade on, then that to me is not a bullish flag. That's a bear flag. It dumped into it, and it's like it's a pause or a consolidation before. If this plays out textbook, we should get dominance dropping out and losing the channel, like which we want it to do. Like we want it to. I mean, it's a bear flag if it does that,
Why do you say it's a bear flag? Oh,
because if I invert it, it's a bull flag.
my bad. Okay, are you talking
Yeah,
about the small?
that's
I'm
all right.
looking at your chart now. You're talking about the small one, right?
Well, this is the daily chart, so
Yeah. I'm talking about like you have the upward channel, and then right there, like the foot.
yes,
You're talking about the
yep.
little guy.
This is a huge channel. Yeah,
Yeah.
this thing that we dropped into. Yeah, so we are still in the channel. The channel just doesn't go up for eternity. Like there's going to be a point where it breaks the channel. What would be a tragedy if it broke it to the upside, but I highly doubt that would happen.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen.
Yeah. I think
Dude, bro,
let
I
me
don't
just
know
shift
if
this
we're gonna
across.
I don't know if we're gonna break this channel, dog.
Yeah, well, here's the end of the year. That's New Year's Eve right there. So between now and then, I think we get some kind of that's what we want anyway. I don't know
Dude,
if it's going to happen
that's what I want. That's
immediately,
what I'm
but
saying, bro. That's where
yeah.
I'm at in life right now. I'm like, I'm over it. I'm over it. No, dude, we're not falling out of this channel, dude. We're gonna bounce off the bottom, dude. How many times do we have to do the same thing?
Yeah. This is your impatience talking.
I don't think so, Rick. I wish it was, buddy. I wish it was. My
Yeah.
impatience is what makes me do all the other stuff. I think that me acknowledging this is me saying, okay, I'm going to force myself to be patient.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's going to happen if this does drop out in, let's say it happens in September. Like, let's say we come up here, we do like a fake out to the top side and get capped off the middle of the range like that. And then we have to work on trending down again. And then we don't actually get to the bottom of the range until like mid to late September, which is still like over a month away. And then a brief bump up, and then we start to collapse like as October starts out. Remember, in October you have this SEC deadline for ETF applications. So that happens, throughout October. There's different dates for different coins. I think Solana's first. Solana comes up, and then Dogecoin, and then there's like XRP and Cardano, and there's a few different ones that have their
Bro,
deadlines in
all right.
October.
Here's the
So
deal.
that could be the alt season. Yeah.
Here's the deal. You ready for this? All right. So
I'm ready.
last week, and I mean, I've been paying attention to this from a you know, at some point the time is going to be the time. So pay attention to it basically. And it's essentially the CME gap that Ethereum leaves. Okay, so now, so hear me out, hear me out, hear me out, okay? Because this doesn't mean anything, but it also might. So last week, like the prior CME gap, I can't remember what it was at, but we pushed up above it. We're doing really good. And then we dip down because dominance came up. And bro, whenever we dip down, we came within $5 of closing Ethereum CME. Turned around, pushed back up, everything looks golden. Pull the rug. And that was all of alts. Now here's the thing, that was a $5 gap. Yesterday, Ethereum left a $3 gap. It's going to do the same thing it did last week.
Ether futures, CME.
Oh, I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah,
I was
there's
actually
a
talking about
CME
I was
chart.
actually talking about the perp chart.
Okay. Because this is, I mean, this is the ETH futures.
Yeah,
at the
no, I'm
Chicago.
glad I
Yeah.
thought about looking at that one, but anyway,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, bro. And look, we're in a you can hold on. I can't remember what time frame this stuff's on anymore. And we're facing right now, we're facing resistance on ETH on that macro downtrend. And we missed CME by $3, which I wouldn't think anything of. But we missed it by $5 last week, pushed, and then turned right back around. Fell down through it.
Yeah, it's I'm trying to see like whether like with ETH compared to Bitcoin. Just looking at the structures here. Let's go up on time frame. Daily. I mean, ultimately, both are in some kind of flag off their highs. So Bitcoin's, all-time high. Ethereum's test of almost 4K again. That has been a level for ETH
That's
to
what
go
I'm
and
saying,
achieve.
bro.
But yeah, there was like a
we're
smaller
pushing back
time
up to
frame.
that resistance with that CME under us. And again, I know it's $3, but it was $5 last week, and we did the same exact thing, came up to the same exact resistance. We're going to do the same exact thing again, in my opinion, not financial advice. But it's just like how many times do I have to learn these freaking lessons, bro?
Yeah, oh dude, it's been grueling. They make you earn it. That's for sure. They haven't been handing, trades on a platter. There's a lot of like walking back, trying again, walking back. But I think that this looks like a bull flag to me. It's a huge uptrend, like there's no doubt about that. It's just a nice strong uptrend, and you're flagging out.
Oh, I agree. I think it's about to turn into a bearish channel. Bro, look. So if you draw your bull flag down to draw your bull
You mean,
flag.
okay, I know what you mean. You mean that
Draw it down
this
to
extends
35.
downward. Yeah.
Draw it down to like it goes up and down, down to.
It's not letting me open it.
Find it. Down to 35.40.
35.40. Yeah, I mean it is down there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these lines go down. a channel.
Oh,
I feel
you're
like
on
it
the
would become
daily,
a
bro. My
channel.
bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right. I think a channel would become like where the flag just gets too extended and it gets stuck in a channel like that. Kind of like how Dogecoin, if you notice Doge got stuck in a channel. I'll show you that. Hang on a sec. Let me go to Dogecoin. Look at that channel. Huge channel. And then just recently it was able to bull flag out of it.
Yeah, that thing.
Bull flag out of it. But it did a nasty rewind. Like it came all the way back down to that flag area.
Dude, it's
But
the worst.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what they're getting every last penny out of this thing, bro.
Mm.
They're coming
Well,
up to
that's the
they left the
nature.
CME. They just left it. They're like, okay, we're gonna
Yeah.
push up to resistance again, take as much as we can, and come back down to it.
Yeah. The progress on Doge has been so slow that there's a lot of this kind of behavior where it pumps to a nice level and then gives it all back. Pumps to a nice level, gives it all back. Pumps to a nice level, gives it all back. Pumps to a nice level on a higher time frame, gives it almost all the way back. Back. So quote unquote, I hate to say it, it's behaves like a pump and dump. Like it pumps and it dumps all the way back out. So that's the nature. It's when we do get the dominance chart to break down and we get our proper alt season, what we're all aiming for, that's when I think you'll start seeing like better pump, like better progression on it, where it can hold some value and trend. But even then, like we're getting to the pointy end. If we're going by the cycle, like the 4-year cycle, if there's a schedule to this, the time's kind of running out. But
No, that's what concerns me too. It's like, is this going to be the one time it doesn't?
yeah, that is concerning. It would be brutal if it just didn't happen. If the alt season just that's the
Oh no,
worst outcome.
I meant like I finally moved everything into Bitcoin because I'm tired of like just going through the same thing over and over again.
Oh, and then it moves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay though. I mean, I know where my levels are and everything, and I'm like hedged against it and everything. We're all good. I mean,
Yeah.
unless it happens while I'm asleep and I didn't like set triggers up or whatever, but
Yeah. I know the feeling, man, like waking up and you're like, "Oh, the
dude,
train left the station and I didn't get on board. I have to chase it now. I have to run to the next stop."
it's like I keep wanting to like think that everybody's just going to wake up in the morning and be like, "Oh, crypto makes sense now." And it's like it's all that like
Yeah.
and I know people call it like hopium, this, that, or the other. To me, it really is just the fundamental nature of crypto. So to
Yeah.
me, it's like it's more of a math problem than a hopium. It's just people figure it out, and you know, I don't think. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't that hard for me to figure it out back in the day, so I just figured everybody would have kind of caught on by now. But you know
You
what the
mean
sad
like
thing is?
everyday people that aren't
Yeah,
involved?
yeah,
Is
like
that what you
everyday
mean?
people.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
the sad thing
Right.
is that nobody cares until all of a sudden price is doing something, and then they're like,
Well, yeah, that's the bulk of retail kind of thing.
"I know,
The
yeah, I know."
unsophisticated money.
That's like
Yeah.
people talking about. I'll go to like the store and they're like, there's like certain people, and generally it's like kids too, which is even worse. They start talking about all these like Pokemon cards they have and stuff. I'm like, it's like I just want to be like, dog, you don't even know how to catch them all. I am the master trainer.
Yeah.
And then they'll be like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I'll be like, yeah, I mean, I buy like, 20,000 card sleeves at a time. blah blah blah. They're like, what?
Think of
They're like,
all
I've
the
never used. Do what?
casual. Think of all the casual money that's in crypto, like people that don't even look at charts. You know what I mean? They just buy it
Right.
and
That's what
hold
I'm
it,
saying.
and
That's what
that's
I'm
about
saying.
it.
Well, but like you say people who don't look at charts, but that's my exact point
Mm.
as far as the fundamental aspect of it and why it's like I just always feel like tomorrow everybody's going to wake up and realize it, because charting's one thing. I don't expect people to do that, but I do expect people to understand the significance of the future.
Yeah, the fundamentals of what crypto
Yeah, they're
can
just the
be, what it's
fundamentals.
trying to
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Look how long it. Sorry, Rick. Look how long it took people to
Yeah.
adopt the internet. It didn't happen until
Yeah.
social media and smartphones combined came on.
No, right. I mean, it's the same with PayPal and Visa. They should have picked XL. I mean, I could have saved them no telling how much money in that they paid consultants or analysts or whatever to decide to go with Stellar's platform. It's like, dog, I've been saying this. Why did it take y'all so long to figure it out? To your point.
Yeah, it's regardless of whether it goes full on mainstream adopted, I think crypto will still be, unless all countries ban people from being involved in it and trading it, crypto will be a
Exactly.
place or a space where we can make money off trading
Will
it
they?
in the
But
markets.
here's the thing, though. Since
So,
it exists, even if even if it was regulated, would they be able to stop it? I don't think that they would. It would just
well,
kill price.
countries would have to harmonize on that, as in all countries would have to agree on the same decision, which never happens or rarely.
Except for Antarctica. You like what I
So
did there?
in that sense, yeah. So in that sense, I don't think like that's a very extreme outcome, like where all countries go, yep, no, let's ban it. It's
Totally.
let's keep our rickety old fiat system.
Yeah. Everybody's going to be
going.
moving to North Korea. North Korea is going to be like, what? Everybody else banned it? Okay, well, we're going to allow it.
The government does a good job of shifting its problems to the side. Like, you know how like your country's in $32 trillion of debt or something like that?
Yeah.
What's the debt level?
I don't know.
It's like
closer to 40, I think.
Yeah, let's
Probably
just put that
38.
under the rug. We'll let the next administration deal with it. That's kind of been the MO, like the whole time it's been a problem. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, let's just raise that debt ceiling and we'll deal with this at a later date.
At least George Bush was just like, hey, let's blow up the Pentagon in Building 7 so nobody knows where the money went.
Bingo.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all games, man. Like it's all money
Games.
games and power.
Exactly.
Yep. And it's short-term efforts to like achieve like just like their horizons are like kind of short-sighted, I feel. These leaders, these world leaders, like everything's just
I
in the
I
very
think
here
that
and
they're
now. They
so
don't plan
focused.
super long term.
Yeah, no, yeah, like, but I think they're just like, I think that people kind of like get into politics either because they're just like a POS in general,
Yeah.
or like
Well,
daddy's money kind of thing or something like that, or they're like, oh, I want to help my community and this, that, and the other thing. And it's
yeah.
like nobody's going into politics just to push crypto.
Right. What I think about politics is that it's kind of like a big club, right? And if you can dance the dance and
I might
be
call
a
it
good
cult, but yeah, same
politician,
thing.
yeah, you'll make it if you do that. If you try to
Yeah.
save the world or help people and stop the exploitation and the corruption, you won't make it very far in politics. Because that's against the agenda. That's against the club's interests. You know,
I'd argue that's why Trump
politicians'
has been
interests.
persecuted for years.
Probably, yeah, because he's trying to go against the grain of the
Not to say that
status
he's
quo of
perfect by
how
any mean
politics
either,
works.
but yeah, he's not
No,
exactly part of that club.
right.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a
Yeah.
wild ball. Oh, a wild card. A curveball wild card. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's
Oh.
even. Well, I'm not. I'd love to go there, but I'm not.
Yeah, like I mean, like who knows? Like with the crypto angle, like is he trying to offer us like a plan B essentially for everyone, or is it a money grab thing? Like, is he just
Both could
like
be true.
maybe it's a bit of both. Both could be true. Yeah. So who knows? Try not to be too political,
I
but
think
If I
that.
were in his shoes and I was doing what he's doing with crypto, I'd be
Mm.
lying if I said it wasn't both for me.
Well,
right.
I
I mean,
think
who
that.
doesn't want to make money, right?
I think that outside of politics, we know enough about Donald Trump over the years. I mean, look, he like it's just a psychological thing. Like or it's like the psychology aspect as far as, you know, he would gift people Time magazines with his face on them and he'd sign them. Like he had stacks of them, you know. And
Yeah.
it was like an ego thing. And
Yeah.
I don't
There's
think.
going to be a time where we.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
You don't think?
Well, I don't think that. I mean, I think that whenever we're in here, and some people say that he's trying to pump his own bags and they mean it, and some people I think are just kidding. I think that
Yeah.
really his end goal, based off not, I shouldn't say his end goal, his like, it's like, where's his motivation? What's his driving factor? And I think it just comes from
I
what we
think
have
legacy
seen.
matters more than money at this point at 80 years old.
Yeah, what we have.
Right.
Well, I think I really think it's like more than even just his legacy. I think it's like the name, the brand
Of
to
course.
him and everything.
Of course.
So
the way I see the way I see Bitcoin and crypto as a whole, it's a big book, right? And Trump is just one of the chapters. Like this era that we're in, just like there was the Biden chapter, there was the China banning crypto chapter, there was the FTX chapter. There's all these different chapters, and these people will come and go. World leaders will come and go, and like it's all just a part of the journey, you know. Like whether it's pro or con, like for or against, yeah.
I
So
just think
yeah,
that
man, like there's gonna be a point where Trump's out, you know, he's not in the president's seat and someone else is gonna be there.
yeah, I
And
think
it's like crypto will
that.
still be here. Bitcoin will
Right.
still be
Yeah.
here.
I think he kind of like just want well, I mean, that's what it is. I think he just wants his name written down in history books more or less. And to that point, it's like after, you know, the World War III, which it's funny that we call it World War III because he specifically said that we should call it the 12-Day War, and it will be written about, and it should be written about in history books. Like, to me, that's like everybody has that thing internally that drives them to do a great job or a terrible job. Like, you can be the cause of your own demise. And I think that that is it for him. And the only reason I'm saying that is because the legacy, or more than legacy, but like the history and the history books and all this, that, and the other thing, I think that's where crypto comes into play. It's like, what was the revolutionary thing and how did it get out there? And I wouldn't be surprised at some point if everybody's talking about the administration in crypto more than they are even Bitcoin, you know, like 50, 100 years from now.
Yeah. Well,
So I'm bullish.
either way, bro, it's exciting to be here at this time in like human history. Like this is a pretty interesting time, to be honest.
Yeah.
We
Hopefully they
we've
write
been
books.
alive for the most rapid development of technology in history has been in our lifetimes right now. And it's probably, I don't think it's slowing down. It seems to be still going quickly. And now that we've got AI and quantum computing's around the corner, and I mean, some like I guess Apple and Google already have quantum computing. But yeah, man, when you combine the two, like an AI with quantum computing, that's that's rapid stuff. Like it's going to be coming up with all sorts of answers and outcomes and ideas and whatever.
Yeah, hopefully they're
Hopefully they're
accurate.
positive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think as long as mankind sees AI as a tool and not as like a let's hand it the controls to the
Nah,
world.
dude, they're already using it
Like
as a
it just
crutch.
needs to be a tool, and that's simply it. Like the decision, I don't think it'd be reckless to like leave it up to making decisions. That I still think that needs to be people.
Bro,
But
dude, in my job, okay, I work with, but I'm pretty sure that the trucking industry, and I'm not even talking about the truck drivers, I'm talking about all the other people in the trucking industry, which I am in. But dude, I've never been around, dude. It's like everybody in like the trucking industry, they've been doing it forever and have no idea how anything works. It's mind-boggling. Anyway, I'm
like
getting
anything of how a truck works, or
anything about how
just
business
anything.
works,
Oh,
about
just in general,
how
like the
business
world.
operates. Just
Right.
literally, dude, it's like I
They're
go to
just
all
simple
these
people. That's
meetings.
nothing wrong with that.
No, dude, it is. It's the worst. I go to all these meetings about just the dumbest stuff. Like, bro, like we're on Microsoft Outlook now, and I say now, and like we were on this
Like it's a new
other
development.
yeah, I'm
Mhm.
talking about a billion-dollar plus company was using a platform called Zimbra. So whenever I start there in like 2022, I'm like, well, let me see if I can download a desktop application for my email so I can run it off my desktop. And I go to the website and it's like, we're sorry. The desktop application was taken out of service in 2019. I'm like, so we've been using this email that doesn't even have a desktop version for
Yeah.
3 years. I mean, it was just trash. And then it took them that long just to like conform. Anyway, I'm just saying it's crazy. My
Yeah.
point is
That's
back to the whole AI and Chat GPT thing. I am getting
yeah.
so sick and tired of seeing all these emails that these people are copying and pasting from Chat GPT.
Yeah. Yeah.
They all look the same. They all look the same. Oh, all of a sudden, Susan, you want to go from typing one word responses or like one sentence responses, and now you're sending 15 paragraphs? That ain't you, Susie. That ain't you.
True. Yeah, it's there's
And
a lot of noise out there, bro. That's what I think.
they have the AI chat uses those big long dashes. I don't even know where it is on the keyboard to make that dash, but it's so obvious. I mean, it can't help itself but put that thing in there.
Oh, I didn't notice that part. I don't even read the emails. I'm not gonna give you the time of day whenever you didn't give us the time of day.
You just got to use AI to summarize.
No.
So yeah, I think there's a good chance that August is just going to be mind numbing, and it has been, right? It's been kind of there's just no progress. We're just kind of just faffing around, you know. We're just consolidating every little instance of there's something's happening. Nah, it's not. Let's go back to the start. Let's go back to where we just came from, you know. So progress is slow. It's just sideways grinding. But dude, July was incredible. That was a great month of growth. Like, I mean, XLM went up 130%. That's huge. That's a big deal.
Yeah, but dude, its market cap
And
still
it's
at
like,
15 billion.
yeah, yeah. So what I'm saying is like, yeah, it's just one of those months that's slow, and it's just gearing up for the next big thing. I think.
Dude,
I don't think the big thing will be down, but could be wrong.
if I had $5 billion, I would buy
Mm.
$1 billion worth of XLM.
Nice. Well, yeah,
One
that's good
buy.
that you've got conviction in it. You believe
Oh hell
that it'll, that it belongs in the top whatever coins.
I'm just saying. Well, well,
20.
that's my point. Is like the market cap. So if I had $5 billion and I'd put $1 billion into it, and it's only $15 billion. It's like, where's the big money at?
Yeah.
The big money's not there. That's it.
Well,
So when
remember
does
that the
that come?
economy is still technically tight. We're not eased. We're not quantitative eased. We're still tight. The interest rate's still 4.5%. It's only come down 1% off the terminal rate of 5.5. So it's when these cuts come in, man, I think that's not a bearish thing. That's like they're easing up. The belt's been tight for a long time now.
Yeah.
But look what we've achieved, even with the belt tight, so to
Right.
speak.
I know.
Like
I wish.
Bitcoin's come up to 123,000. That's incredible. And the stock market, I mean, all-time highs on the stock market is
Which
awesome.
is a crock.
And we're in a tight economy. I
The
think
only reason the stock market's pumping is because they know that they're going to have to keep up with crypto, so they got to quit holding all their freaking bags, and they got to go ahead and put it in, so they don't look too
Yeah.
obvious whenever we realize how fraudulent they were.
Well, yeah, I mean the Nasdaq, I mean it's lifted because of like a very cream of the crop handful of coins, or sorry, stocks have just done so incredibly well, like Microsoft, Nvidia, the top 5 essentially. But then you look at the Russell and you're like, oh yeah, the other 1,900 companies that are pulling that average down, and you can see how it's like down here. It's not even back to all-time highs yet. That's more reflecting of like the economy is still tight. It hasn't eased up. Not everyone's making money except for the big guys. Like that's what I think about the stock market. Like, sorry, about the interest rates is that it's the consumer. It's us. Like we are the end user. We are the ones that the buck stops with us. With the interest rates. The Federal Reserve passes it on to the banks, and the banks pass it on to us. As consumers. So we feel the buck of it.
Yeah,
We feel
exactly,
the brunt of
because they're nothing but a
pain.
broker. That's why it's called a
Right.
broker, because you end up broker afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then like,
literally.
goods and services. Like, I mean, the cost of living, it gets passed on to the customer. The customer has to pay. If they want it, they have to pay. They have to pay the price. Companies aren't out there to take the hit. They'll just pass the expense onto the customer. So ultimately, it's like if we can afford it, we contribute to demand, and
But we can't afford it because we can't afford money because they printed so much and then they charge us too high of a rate to get it.
Yeah, we've been paying for that. That's why we've gone through this tightening.
That's
because,
right. That's right. They do
they
do it and we pay for it.
Yeah, they make the mistakes and we pay for it.
That's why we're in crypto, because we got to get these people out of it so we can run it, cuz.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Amen. Well, so we were talking about yesterday what could be a replacement for the global reserve currency. Not that I think it's going to get replaced anytime soon, because the US dollar is the the trade reserve currency.
Well,
so
I think it'd probably just be a point of view. Because like some coins might be more volatile even 25 years from now, and others are more stable. And I'm not talking about stable coins. I understand the point behind stable coins, but to me the math doesn't math. The only reason the reason we have stable coins is so we can move dollar bills across the blockchain. But the reason they need it is so it can be tied to the US dollar.
Yeah, it's going to absorb all the debt.
Yeah.
I'm just going to Google what was the global reserve before the US dollar. Pound sterling. Okay. Oh, apparently the British pound, the UK's pound sterling, was the primary reserve currency for much of the world
What
in
was
the
it a
19th
pound of?
century. Pound of flesh. I've got no idea. Just
Nice.
pounds. That
Yeah, I would
not
just
sure.
imagine it was a pound of some type of
I'm
material.
surely it was gold at one point.
Yeah.
You know, like everyone saw that as fair, like a fair system.
Can you imagine having so much gold that you like denominated currency in pounds of gold?
Yeah. Uh, yeah, it's just, I guess it's just seen as a valuable asset, a reserve asset, but not currency. It used to be used as currency, gold, before fiat.
It still is. There's
Yeah,
states that are that
yeah,
have
it
You
still
can
is.
you can still use it as, yeah, it's like an alternative.
Well, I mean, whenever you sell gold, you're using gold as a currency, really.
Right. You're trading it for dollars and then using fiat to exchange. Or, to use as like the Anyway.
I hate the banks. I hate the Fed.
Me too, dude. The
I
the
hate the
fractional
banks.
reserve system, the fact that they can just type numbers into a computer and loan someone enough money to get a house, and then they have to put in real world effort and work and time to pay that loan back, when the government's side of it, or the bank side of it, was just typing into a computer, like
Bro,
digital
you know
digits into it.
the first
That's wicked.
whenever all this stuff is said and done, the first major
Mm.
hack or major loss is going to come from one of these major financial institutions. They're going to lose people's like everything. And then everybody will be like,
Yeah.
wait, why didn't we keep it on Qcoin?
I feel like the government, or sorry, banks, the banks of the world are like, it's like a big game of musical chairs. Let's say you've got 30 banks, but you've only got 10 chairs. The way to keep the system working is to keep the music on so that they don't have to sit down. You know what I mean? And then 20 banks go under because the music stopped. This is why the world, like all of the reserve banks, printed into it, like when COVID happened, because everything sort of almost ground to a halt. The music did stop during COVID in a lot of ways. And so they had to artificially stimulate the economy to keep the music going so that they didn't face total collapse, because you know what I mean? Because everything's just running on hot air. You know what I mean? Like that's the way the economy kind of works. It needs like the money to be flowing, to be so that the game can be played. If there's no flow, there's no, like, it just breaks, falls apart.
Right.
Yeah, velocity. Like, okay, like if a bank can loan out money that doesn't exist, like give credit that they don't even have the reserve for, right? Let's just say they're running
Correct.
extremely badly, poorly. When everyone like comes to the bank and there's a bank run, they don't like, and no one's paying that money back. Like on paper, they've got all this credit that they've handed out, and there's not enough money to pay it back. Like it just collapses.
Unless they create a
Yeah.
new derivative that they can transfer it over to. And that's why
Yeah. Well,
whenever the mortgage crisis happened, the only thing that was backing everything was property. And so since according to GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, land doesn't depreciate. But now all of a sudden you're selling this stuff for less than what it was originally purchased for. So therefore the value goes down. Whenever the value goes down, It's the same thing that happened with Luna. The value of Bitcoin went down, so they had to sell off. Well, whenever the value of land went down, it
Yeah.
crashed the world's economy. And so the
The
United
difference.
States, yeah, the United States saw that and they're like, dang, well, we're
Yep.
not gonna actually regulate this stuff the way that we're supposed to, and we know that. We're gonna keep putting more regulations in
Yeah.
place, but we're not actually gonna do our job. So let's create another derivative that keeps us safe whenever this
You know,
inevitably happens in the future. Because
the
Lord
thing
knows
that
we love printing money. Sorry, go ahead.
the thing where Terra Luna and FTX ran into problems was because they were trying to run their operation like a bank. So like, fractional reserve lending, giving out stuff that doesn't exist and then getting people to return it for real.
Yeah.
But the problem is when the music stopped, they crashed and no one bailed them out. No, like
Right,
they didn't have a
because
central
they didn't
bank
have
to
a
print
money
them out.
printer and they didn't have
Right.
taxpayers.
So
Right.
they can't play that game. Like it's
That's
not
right.
like the system isn't there to look after FTX and Terra Luna, but they are there for Morgan and Stanley. All the big banks in America. They got bailed out.
Yeah,
They
it's a bunch of
you know
bullshit.
they should have collapsed. But the problem with them collapsing is society goes to shit. If the banks fail, it's like
Well, society
oh,
wouldn't have
it
gone
would
to
have been
shit
ugly.
if the banks failed and the people got to keep the land without having to pay it off. The banks are the ones who
Yeah.
did it.
Right. It would have been extremely brutal, I think. It would have been way more painful if it wasn't just like,
It would have been, in
printed
hindsight, though, I think that I don't
Yeah.
think I remember very clearly thinking at one point in my life, wow, George W. Bush had to make one of the most incredible decisions ever. And I remember thinking just how much like fortitude that took. And now I'm just like, you coward.
Mm.
We're
Yeah.
just only thing that's going to happen is history. It's going to repeat itself, and we're going to collapse again. They're going to collapse again.
Yeah, it's this is the whole reason Bitcoin came out when it did. It was like out of the ashes of the global financial crisis. That's when Bitcoin was born, because it was like there was all the Occupy Wall Street movement, which was like people upset about the banks getting bailed out and whatnot, and all the foreclosures of property and
Yeah, and now the banks are like,
yeah, the
oh,
bad
we need to
ones.
make our own stable coin and make our own platform. So we are still in control and still screw people. And people are like, oh, wait a minute, this is what crypto is? And then it's going to come to
Yeah.
another crash. It's going to take another 15 years. And then eventually people are going to be like, oh, I had my money in the wrong thing. That was dumb to put my money into a bank stable coin, considering that if the bank collapses like they have in the past, this time they won't be bailed out because the money's in crypto, not in US dollars.
You know how the word profit, like when a company profits or when a bank profits, like we see, oh, they're doing well, well done. Like that's capitalism. Capitalism's great. But there's a loser with that. Like there's someone getting a rough end of the stick when there's a profit made. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
Like if
actual
I have
taxpayers.
if I have a car that's worth $20,000 and I sell it to you for $30,000, I profit 10K. You paid 10K too much, so you got the raw end of the stick. Businesses and banks do that to society every day. Like not to that level,
Every
like
day.
as in it's micro, like microtransact. They're just little things, but there's always a profit margin to meet, and we pay it. Like we pay it with our work and effort and money. Like
Well,
we
that's like,
make up that.
I don't know if you
Yep.
knew this or not. Did you know that like
And one last little quick thing
Go
is
ahead,
that
yeah.
not everyone can be a big conglomerate company winning. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
There's gonna be
Exactly.
suckers. Like the majority of people suck. Like we're the idiot taxpayers that just have to get on with it and be poor or like be middle income, low income, whatever, so that the big guys can win and keep winning and profiteering off exploitation. Like that's what it is. Like essentially, that's
No,
capitalism.
that's
But
exactly what
but
it is.
and I'm not promoting for communism because that's even worse. But I'm saying like this is why we have like mega capitalism, like companies like Microsoft and Nvidia. Like it's just eye-watering like money that they're worth. You know, it's crazy. But there's no cap. Like they're allowed to do that. That's
Correct.
it's admirable
But
to make
that's good for the
string amounts of
economy
profit like that.
in general.
Yeah. Well, it's
Big
good for the
picture.
game. Yeah, it's good for
Yeah.
the people that can afford to play, and know how to play. You know, but the majority of mankind don't know how to play that game, or they're not in the game, or they're not invited, or they don't have enough tools to play the game, or whatever. You know.
So, probably
Mm.
going on 10 years ago, there's a company called Atlanta Gaslight. They were actually bought out by Southern Company. However, Atlanta Gaslight is a company that provided like just gas so your house could be heated. Now, I've never actually there's only been like once or twice I've lived in a house that actually needed gas. Just because, moving and renting and this, that, and the other. But for the most part, it's not really a thing. But so I make it to like the third round of interviews at Atlanta Gaslight. And the guy, it's like in The Big Short, whenever one of the guys asks Steve Carell, he's like, I'm surprised you don't just like punch that guy or whatever. And he's like, he has no clue. He doesn't even know what he's doing. And so it's like his arrogance and his cockiness and all of that. That's why he was like, I can't believe you didn't punch him for just being a, you know, jackwagon. And he's just like, he has no idea. And so I'm in these interviews for Atlanta Gaslight, and I can't even remember what the position was for, but I had a like good um me and the guy who were interviewing me, we got along pretty good. He seemed to like me. But so he's just sitting there rambling about how Atlanta Gaslight being a resource, and basically, there's only like one, two, or three different companies to choose from if you even have one to choose from. And he was so their profits and their margins are capped. The problem is though is
Ah.
that they're allowed to make more profit.
But it
They're
goes
allowed
to
to make it.
some.
Exactly. They're allowed
Mm.
to go over like their percentage, but then what they have to
Yep.
do is they have to spend that money on um marketing and rebates. And that's why you'll see like, hey, uh you know if you call now or do this, we'll give you, $150 off your first bill or something like that. The only reason they're able to
See.
do that is because they're screwing everyone. And the guy was sitting there telling me that, laughing about it. I'm just like, dude, I want to punch you right now.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot
Yeah.
of crap like that out there. Yep.
And that's
Um.
just like a utility. That's not even
Mm,
that's not even like the good stuff. It's like, all right, y'all can have that. I mean, that
yeah.
it's the same thing with your electric bill. That's why they want to move to electric vehicles. It's because it'll be easier to manipulate the price of your electric bill and how much you have to pay to charge your vehicle than it is to manipulate the price of gas.
Don't get too worked
Yeah.
up about it though.
Yeah, sorry.
The world is PvP, like we've said with the markets. Like you're just out there, like you're competing against other individuals. It's a dog eat dog world, and capitalism's all about that. Stand on the shoulders of other people to get ahead. And like no one's coming to save you. So you may as well play the game, like learn how to play well. so that you
Yeah.
can get ahead and get by, you know. So I'm glad there's this market that we can just sit at home in our pajamas and make money that way. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes, I
you don't
do.
have to dress up in a suit and tie to make money anymore when there's these free markets that you can. The problem is, like, dude, it's difficult, as we all know. It's not easy. It's not guaranteed either. It's like
Right.
there's no guarantees with it. And you are your own worst enemy in the market, by the way.
Yep.
Like your greed and your fear. Those are the two things that will
And your
part you with
leverage.
your money. Yeah, well, that's part of the greed. That's a
Yeah,
greed
I guess
tool.
that's true.
Yeah. The fear is capitulating or selling at a huge loss or whatever. You know what I mean? That's fear. It's funny, you know FOMO, like when you're greedy.
Yep.
Fear is within that acronym. Fear of missing out. Like, so it's another fear-based thing.
Right.
When you think about it. So you're fearful when it goes down and you're fearful when it goes up. You fear of missing out. But you know what's rewarded in this that I found? Like, there's one thing that's rewarded, and it's not that you have to be good or at anything technically, like with this point, but it's just patience. Patience does get rewarded, provided that you're in the right thing, of course. But
Right.
I mean, even some crappy things get rewarded by patience as well. Like, I mean, I'm sure there's people that were stuck in Fartcoin, and if they were just patient, it came back up again, and they got
Right.
out at profit. So
Dude, it's
there's all
hard
sorts
when
of
you're
things.
seeing those hits like that, though.
Oh yeah. See, Fartcoin's ultra speculative to me. Like, it's, but dude, there's been some good rides on it and some tragic, like, you know, sell-offs. Like, it's just had one. It just had a pretty tragic fall from the high it got. It came down 47%, 48%. It's like half your money gone if you bought the high.
Yeah, dude, exactly.
Yeah. So like, I feel with that run on Fartcoin, by the way, because it did that beautiful run and it gave the whole thing back. It's back to square one essentially. Okay, well, what's the chances that it falls another 50%? Probably not as likely. It could happen. It could go down, but if you were buying Fartcoin, at least you're not buying it after a hype rally like it was on, you know, in July. So these times where it looks all like broken and a bad idea could be the good idea time, you know, down in the depths. I'm not saying buy Fartcoin, I'm just using it as an example. But yeah, damn, it's a very volatile chart when you look at it on like the daily. It's all over the place. Yeah, I mean, just looking at this, it's a bunch of V's, V's and M's and W's, you know? So it's like, okay, pick it up in the V and sell it on the top of the M, you know? Simples. Simple, right? Bit of a sell-off. We kind of did lift off over the last, like, say 12 hours ago. We had like a pretty nice markup there. Bitcoin got back to 115,500, 600 after being down at like 113,000 yesterday. So that's pretty cool. 2.4% up in one day on Biddy. And now we're like, what are we doing? We're like flagging or wedging down. Let's see, something like this maybe. Go down to the 5 minute. Yeah, 5 minute chart. I think there's potentially a wedge that we're in like that. Falling wedges can produce upside.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, dude. This one's more of a channel, but there is a little bit of a wedginess to it down here. One thing Bitcoin is not in this section here is an uptrend. Quite obviously, this has been somewhat of a downtrend. So what's after a downtrend? An uptrend. Like once the low's been set in, like.
And what's going to happen to dominance?
Well, that's another question. That's another subject. I think dominance could certainly come back up and visit the top of this channel, this flag thing, which means alts could bleed a little, and then Bitcoin gains some height. But then ultimately, I still think that dominance will drop out of this shape.
I've been thinking that for too long.
Let's see if it. I mean, if it'll be a different story if it gets invalidated and we break out of this line here. Then we're looking at an inverse Bart Simpson, which is not what we want. You don't, as altcoin position holders, we want to see this thing fall, obviously. So kind of like, okay, well, if we're in a flag and the ultimate outcome's down, then now we're just sort of nitpicking about, okay, is it on this down move here, or do we have to go to the top again and then do it this time? Like, we have to wait. Or maybe it goes all the way until September, like this channels out until September, and then we get that would kind of suck if we did like this, and it just keeps zigzagging, and then maybe even capping the top there, and then we don't fall out until September sort of gets rolling.
Or Bart Simpson's Bart does that and then Bart Simpson's up.
Oh god. Yeah, I mean if it does that, that'd be devastating. So the alts,
I won't believe we're falling out of
it
this
could.
channel until I see it.
It totally could do this because look, it did that over here. It totally could. It's painful, huh? This has been miserable for alts. This whole situation here where dominance has just been on a escalator up. Ugh. Awesome for the maxis though. The Bitcoin max.
Right.
It's been beautiful. I mean that is Bitcoin's bull market right there.
If this does what I think it's gonna do, I might long my X.
You might
At the
long your
top.
X?
No,
Oh,
the
my X.
coin.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
I long for my ex too.
Yeah.
I
Yo,
thought
you guys-
longing your ex was like calling her up and asking to go out or something again.
You guys got to check out this new Pump Fun commercial. Everyone's hating on the timeline about it.
Oh.
I put it on the bubble chat.
Oh, sweet.
People are hating. Like, you guys are just a casino extracting money. Wah, wah.
Wow.
Yeah, they're going in.
Damn, dude.
Going
They're
in
not.
hard.
Yeah, they're not trying to trick anyone, are they?
Not at all.
Like they know that they're scum. Like that's
Exactly.
their whole angle. They're doubling down on being scum. That's great.
You gotta respect it.
I mean, yeah, it takes guts to be honest. I guess when it's not pretty. When
But
honesty
you know,
is
it's sarcastic. But the
ugly.
thing is, you know, some of these memes, dude, they got launched on Pump and they got to billions of dollars. So of course, there's only a few of them that made it. But you know, the
Yeah.
thing is, the possibility is out there, and with a launch pad like that, it makes it possible. Without that, we wouldn't have had Peanut, we wouldn't have had Chill Guy, we wouldn't have had even Trump Coin. You know, I mean, probably would have had Trump Coin anyways. But I'm saying like a lot of coins came from even far coins from Pump.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money, so
That's
it's not
true.
just like, you know, it's not just scummy activities. It's actually creating some really well distributed meme coins.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's like no matter what sticker you slap on it, they're all just the same thing anyway. Like it's just a token that is bought and sold on a market. Like that's what you can boil them all down to.
But you know, they all have their own flavor now, you know, and they're all the same thing, but they do, you know, have different teams backing them and different approaches and different mechanisms. Some like to
Yep.
burn coins, some like
Tokenomics.
some like to do buybacks.
Yeah. Anything to attract more liquidity, I think, more adoption by the market, like or listings on central exchanges. You know. It's interesting, like how things that started out as a meme actually tried to become serious. You know what I mean? Didn't that happen with Shiba?
I
And
mean,
maybe even Dogecoin.
didn't that happen with Bitcoin?
I don't know if Bitcoin started as a joke, but
I mean, it was a meme. It was spread across every conspiracy website there was before it was $100.
yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, you know, what would be surprising if whoever Satoshi is or whatever group, let's just say it is innocently made, like it was just this random dude, private person that made it. Did he think it would get this far and come this far, like to where the government was talking about it and adopting it, and it was the in the top 5 world's largest assets on the
Yeah. Well, I'm in the camp that it wouldn't have got this far. I'm in the camp that it wouldn't have got this far if the government wasn't involved in it.
Right. Probably, yeah, you're right. I
Or
think it's certainly
agencies, maybe not the government, maybe multinational agencies, you know?
Yeah, like green lighting Wall Street access, like so that funds can get into it and, get exposure to Bitcoin.
Mark of the beast, so they can trace your money and trace your every step. And when you walk out of line, they shall say, "Sorry, your account is locked." And then they will say, "You must spend your stablecoin. You have 2 weeks to spend. No hoarding, my friend. No, you cannot save. You must spend, spend, spend. If you don't spend in 2 weeks, your coin will self-destruct."
Some countries have gone through that with their fiat, like China. Like you must spend this money or you will lose it.
Well, yeah, that's where we're
kind of
going.
thing.
That's what digital currencies are going to be in the future. I think Bitcoin's just like a Trojan horse, in my opinion. But I'm dancing with the devil and stepping on his toe at the same time. That's how I'm playing the game.
Well, yeah. The world is a game, and it's like if you're comfortable playing the game of like profiteering and you know, then
Everyone thinks like
you'll get ahead.
everyone thinks crypto is private, like Bitcoin's private. It is the least private. I mean, compared to cash, it is so non-private. It's traceable. Of course, maybe you can hide your identity, what wallet is, but that wallet is so traceable, and proper forensics is going to be able to find out whose wallet it is. So it's so much easier to trace than cash, and that's the whole point. I think that's why the floodgates have opened. You know, we want not we, but I guess people like the World Economic Forum, powers that be. I don't want to sound, they want that. You know, they want to be able to trace money.
Yeah, for
Shut it off.
control, so that they can retain power. You know.
So whenever financial crises, whatever, have happened, like nobody ever goes to jail. I mean, I know Madoff did. There's a handful of people only because they couldn't
in a
hide
club.
it. But the thing is that by actually moving everything to the blockchain, I just think that it actually gives us the ability now to say, okay, this person's responsible.
Yeah. Pelosi's
So-
part of the club.
Rick, I was actually
You know
reading
that.
something the other day, and they were talking about the U.S. dollar losing the global reserve currency, and they said
Oh, okay.
that we don't really. There was a book out called "Exorbitant Privilege." I forget who it was written by, but amazing thing. He basically said that we get access to such inside information because we are the currency that is traded. So it's like looking at credit card purchases by Visa and at MasterCard themselves. So they can see where money is flowing, where money is not going to, et cetera, et cetera. And if we lose that privilege, we end up losing all of that kind of insider information on the world market.
Totally. Yeah, exactly. Yep. It makes sense. Knowledge is power. They have the knowledge of what's going on under the hood.
My friend, he made a lot of money trading options. He's a trend follower, and he likes to look up almost like meme coins, but for real life, like Labubu and a few other things. But he pays huge money to get insider credit card purchases, and he literally just trades off that.
Wow.
Damn, why are you blowing up his spot like that?
Because it's a fantastic theory.
Yeah, but I'm
Traded-
sure your friend wouldn't appreciate you telling the whole world his whole
No,
shtick.
he's
did you?
open about it,
I appreciated it.
and he shares. So that's all I care about.
There you go.
You sure it's legal what he's doing?
Yeah, that's why he pays the shit tons of money.
You sure it's 100% sure? Like you're 100% sure it's legal? I bet you're not.
Yes, it's reserved for like hedge fund managers, other small banks, a few other things like that. But he's very well connected.
Yeah, I've heard of something like that before. I can't remember. It wasn't credit cards. It was something else like to the same effect.
Right, but is he giving that information to people like you and his friends? Oh, the silence. Oh, a little pause
What?
there.
No, like yes, he.
Shut it. It's just better you don't say things like this on YouTube. That's all I'm saying. Just be smart.
It's not a lot of whale activity right now on the tape. Very, very seldomly do you see an order that goes through that's over $1 million.
Black tape, the silence before the storm.
Yeah, it's just quiet. No one's rolling the dice right now.
Not gonna lie, I'm impressed how Pump.Fun just turned it around and got all of that volume back off Bonk. On their platform, I mean the launchpad. It's crazy. They went berserk on the timeline.
Litecoin had that beautiful rally, but has chilled off. Like it's chilling now, but that was nice.
I mean, I'm surprised in the future this stuff's gonna be illegal. I mean, companies just artificially inflating their prices and locking up tokens after they inflate it, locking contracts, minting when they want to mint. That's why I think we should take advantage of it while we can, because probably in about 2 years, there's going to be tight regulation on some of these things.
Yeah, possibly. Change the participation rules to where we all need licenses to be on the exchanges that we're currently on.
I was gonna
And
say,
those
actually,
licenses,
it might make sense to invest in like stock wise. Like, I wonder if NordVPN, what they're traded under, if they're traded under anything. Might be time to invest in some VPN. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, I like things where I like that the cards or the chips have fallen in the position that they have. I like the situation we're in right now. That's good. I hope nothing messes it up.
As
And if
long
there
as
is
we can
any
keep
mess
the
ups, save
yeah,
it for the benefit.
yeah, I think if we can keep the central banks at bay and keep them on the sideline, which is going to be impossible. I mean, they're going to get involved via stable coins, but the thing is, these stable coins, as long as they're not issued, basically, like, I think the whole thing is they have to be on a federal guideline, basically. So as long as it's not like a central bank guideline, I think we're going to be good.
I think the idea of Bitcoin bypassing government and bank, that idea, that solution, the genie's out of the bottle. You know what I mean? So if Bitcoin does get compromised, well, the idea of the original Bitcoin, like that, people know about that now, that there's a solution to get away from control, like overarching control from Big Brother.
Well, yeah, we can have an organic paradigm
Right.
shift off of fiat, and it can happen naturally without any kind of force mechanisms, basically. If the stable coins keep on getting injected like this and we tokenize, it's going to naturally happen. Like fiat is going to be a thing of the past, and we're going to have something like the dollar is going to have to be based on, you know, the movement of whether it's Bitcoin, whether, you know, they're going to try to pick gold again. But it used to be backed by gold, but I think in the future it's going to be backed by a digital asset, whether Bitcoin or Ethereum or something up there. You know, I hope they don't try to do some kind of algorithmic stable coin. They say, okay, right now we're going to back our every official legal tender to this algorithmic stable coin. You know, that's kind of dangerous in my opinion, but you know, I still think in the future that's what it's going to be. It's going to be like an organic shift from, instead of fiat backed by nothing, it's going to be a backing on another digital pair, basically.
wasn't Luna's stablecoin an algorithm?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Got
Yeah,
some
I
nice
just
buys coming in
want
finally.
I just want to live in a world where things are just fair play, fair game. No like organizations or banks that just duplicate something and make you work for it, and like they don't have to put any work in. Like they just like copy it, print it, and say go and repay this. You know how easy.
Yeah, but to be fair,
Dude,
they have they have a big infrastructure avenues that they set up.
Oh, dude,
So
it's so set up.
yeah,
They've had hundreds of years to prepare.
they worked very
They've been
hard to
doing it
prepare
for
it. So now they're kind of in position as the middleman, and now it's time to kick the middleman out because we figured out we don't need a middleman anymore.
Yeah, I mean, society's been run by banks since what's been probably like hundreds, if not thousands of years. This is the way the world is. It's how the system works. Like there's a gatekeeper, there's a control structure.
And now
and
that
they
there's
get to call
digital
the shots and protect themselves.
Yep, now that there's digital peer-to-peer payments, we don't need banks technically, as long as these payments could get insured, because that's the whole thing. It's about insurance.
Yeah,
And everybody's
and
like
you know
still
what's
rolling with
funny?
it.
They're scrambling to the control panel to try and go, oh shit, crypto doesn't need us. We need to come up with products and solutions, and we need to join the game. Otherwise, we're going to get left behind.
Well, the thing is, crypto still technically, in my opinion, needs the banks, because how else are we onboarding and offboarding our money? So it's been banks that have been facilitating that so far.
I think they can be symbiotic. Like they can both benefit off each other.
Yeah,
I think banking as a service, I think is good. Like it's necessary. Like loans, insurance, somewhere to keep your stuff if you don't trust yourself, or like you don't have the means to protect what you have. A bank offers that. Customer service, all these things that a bank offers, like the service
Lollipops.
side of it. Bricks and mortar place to go, someone to help if you need it, I guess. So that side of it, but the predatory, like loaning, fractional reserve part of it, like the exploitation, that needs to be revolutionized. Like that needs to be.
See, the thing is, it's people do get exploited, but it's, the person's choice to go ask for some money that's not theirs, or go,
It is,
get a
but
credit card. So it's like, yeah, they take advantage of people that are weak in weak situations,
Oh,
but I don't
dude.
think we'll ever get rid of
Yeah.
that. That's always going to be there.
No, that's society. I mean, people don't have a choice sometimes. They have to get a loan. Like they've got no other options. Like they have to, like it's just a struggle, and like, and they're out there to help. What seems to be a help, but then yeah, I don't know. That's what 2008 was all about, right? People needed a place to live, so they went and got, with their bad credit rating, they got these loans. They somehow managed to secure a home loan, subprime mortgage, and then yeah, that whole game came to a pretty bloody end. Subprime lending, predatory loans to people that don't even have a job or whatever.
Oh, somebody's buying a lot of pump. Bitcoin's getting some nice buys too.
That's the interesting thing with crypto, is that there is concrete, spot. You have purchased this 1-for-1 with your dollar, but then there's leverage and derivative and the perpetual market. Like it's all just hot air, it's all borrowing and leverage. It's crazy.
Yeah, man, I feel like I'm lucky that I've been able to stay away from it so long.
Yeah. And it's cool because like you have the ability to be concrete with what you hold. You don't have to go leverage. You don't have to go the derivatives route. But yeah, I certainly plan to be like way more concrete. Like after we bear market, like just going in way more solid with it, not just so trade heavy, because that's kind of what I've been, just been a trader. I've got some spot, but yeah.
Because even with long-term leverage positions, you got to pay rent for those positions, basically, right?
You do,
Like
yeah.
when you're sitting there, so you can't
100%.
just sit comfy in them because you're paying rent for those positions, so you're not sitting comfy.
Yep. And they take the rent every 8 hours.
Oh well.
Yeah, that's the funding round. So 3 times a day. Bitcoin might be trying to sneak out of like a trend line here. Ever so slightly. Yeah. It could be trying to, it's dealing with 115k. It's like that round number, you know? Big fat round number. Psychological level.
Yeah, I think it feels comfy at 115 and at 105. Like those two areas feels very nice and comfy.
Yeah. This was this rectangle that we got stuck in for, God, how long was that for? Basically 10 hours. Which feels like an eternity. 10 hours going sideways. But, dude, the result was beautiful. Like, that felt good to get out of there like that. And then we've been doing this guy, this falling trend, for, say, almost 7 hours. We've been in this, like, falling wedge thing.
Yeah, what impresses me with this pumped up fund token is that I thought they were doing much bigger buybacks, but like yesterday was what total about 1,900 sold. The day before that, 1,200 sold. And so that's like, you know, $300,000, $400,000 a day. There were days where it had 50,000, 500,000. So that's, let me see, around 2,500 sold. And it started off with $20 million of purchase. So it was 92,000 sold. But now it's averaging like, you know, $500,000 a day. So this volume that's coming in, you know, is a lot of it's organic. You know, it's not just buyback volume, because if it's only buying back $500,000 a day, it's pretty impressive to stay around here like that. For $1 billion market cap, and it has $1 billion market cap too. So it's like, all right, these $500,000 aren't really moving it, you know.
Soul is interesting right now.
Oh yeah,
it's got like, it's like squeezing up big time.
I think,
There's,
yeah, Soul's ready to push, in my opinion.
If you take out that deviation there, it's a lot of it falls into this sort of like wedge situation.
I'll be right back.
BNB's getting a bit of a pop right now. Just a little bit. Finance. Fry up some eggs. I'm gonna bring you guys with me. Don't forget to eat. Don't forget to drink water. Don't forget to stand up. Don't forget to sleep. Don't forget to shower. And don't forget to do your laundry. All the living stuff.
And don't forget to roll up.
Don't forget to take profits when the time comes. Don't forget to roll up. Yeah, that's right.
Don't forget the shower is crazy. How hard exactly are we grinding out here, guys?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
there'd be some
I
people out
love
there.
it.
I'm sure.
I mean, I
I'm sure
respect
there's
the
some
hustle,
people out
but what's going on, yo?
Yo.
What
Big
up, B?
shit.
Man, I almost ate myself right to sleep. I'm not even gonna lie. One of those heavy
Man.
meals, heavy barbecue. I could legit just lay down right now and go to sleep.
Yeah, man. I have to go to work in a couple of hours. I'm about to fry up some eggs, and I hope it doesn't make me feel tired. It's risky. Eggs
Yeah,
are
some
pretty good.
ribs.
It'd be fine. Pardon?
I was asking Dbloc, did he have some ribs or what do you have?
I ate like half a
Ooh.
brisket, 3 ribs,
Yum.
some, I don't know, some mystery barbecue. I don't know what the hell it was. Probably like a picanha or some sort of like burnt tips. Good. No carbs. Just pure meat for dinner. Pause.
Hell yeah.
Well, you're ahead of me. I hadn't eaten yet.
Yeah, we got to get that done. I feel like a brand new person right now. I was dragging ass. Actually, I feel like I round tripped. I was dragging ass, then I started eating, then I started feeling good, then I kept eating, and now I'm back to dragging ass again.
Round tripped.
Yeah. Should have took profit on the nutrition. Instead, I was a filthy little piggy and I got slaughtered.
How would you use a stop loss in that situation?
I like a
Portion
belt.
size? Like a belt to stop.
Yeah, belt.
Uh,
Tighten it 1 or 2 notches before you start eating and then stop when you can't breathe.
yeah.
That liquidity down there is looking real juicy. You think they're going to go for it? Dear God, give us some fun. Go up.
Everyone's waiting for the other guy to make the move, you know? That's what it feels like. It's like, no, you place your hand down. No, you do.
We can work this out. We don't have to fight. Then
Yeah.
comes the sucker punch. That's what I'm waiting for. It's gonna be like pow, in one direction or the other.
Yeah, smoke and mirrors.
Even Dom is being peaceful over there. Look at it. It's like, I'm just gonna hang out a little bit longer down here. Then I'm gonna go up and mess up your bags real nice.
I guess the purpose of a market is to figure out fair value. So maybe crypto was like, oh, we found it. And that's it. No longer goes up or down, just goes sideways. No, there'll always be dynamics. This is why narratives, I think, are important. You got to keep that fear and greed cycle going, you know?
I have a little theory. We're not gonna hit all-time highs in the next 5 minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and bet on that.
That's a good theory. Yeah. I think you're pretty
Is that
safe with
something
that
everybody
bet.
can agree on?
I wish you could make that kind of bet on Polymarket or something. Just ridiculous things. It probably wouldn't pay very well, that bet.
Yeah, I think I could win that one. But I'd have to pay them at the end of it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still hoping I can get a Doge order in the mid 18s. So I think we're gonna have one more flush out of the alts.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Like being the behavior.
Poor fart coin rolled over today pretty hard. I thought it was gonna do it.
Yeah.
I was watching it and I was like, this looks pretty weak. And it looks weaker and weaker and weaker.
Yeah, that's the thing with memes. Like, they're not value holders. They're pumps. They pump. And then when people are satisfied with the pump, they take profit and she goes back to the start.
I saw a little bit of information on that new meme circuit thing or whatever. It's just got the initial M. Apparently it's done astronomical in the past like 90 days or something. It was going downhill today. It's been going downhill, but nonetheless, some kind of project. I don't know much about it if anybody does. I'm curious. Started reading a little bit about it. It's like they incentivize the people that are doing things or something. I don't know. But it's on Binance and I'm in the US.
Rick, you got some sort of clicking coming through your mic.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's my frying eggs. I'll mute up.
You're frying eggs? Or there's something wrong
Yeah,
with your
dude.
mic? Oh, okay, okay.
No, I'm literally frying some eggs right now.
Gotcha.
he's a multi-talented guy. He's on a Discord. He's cooking. He's trading. He's working. He's driving all in one. He's a talented guy.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Tell Bybit that.
Yeah, Big Red. The fact that we didn't take out those longs just made this shit all wonky. We're basically double topped off of those highs on Monday. We still haven't freed those trap longs. So all price is basically done is range since then, right? One day down, one day up. But just stayed in the same range. I think so, Loaded. I don't see it not. I mean, maybe. I have to assume that as Bitcoin goes to all-time highs, it's going to claw back some dominance, even if it's just temporarily, and end up giving it all back, you know. Nah, I think when we back out to the macro, I mean, you're right in a way, right? Like, our time-based capitulation that ends in a sweep before it finally goes, right? But I think what people are missing is that that's exactly what we did. We're in that sweep. Right, so the question is, when do we pop back up into that range? My opinion, this was the time-based capitulation. And this is when they swept the lows.
Or in the beginning. Maybe one more time for good measure, just to be really sure. PJ had a theory about a major move coming on the 11th, if I remember correctly. So we're not far from that date.
There you go. Excuse me.
She said something about the second, which obviously didn't play out to our benefit. We came down.
Yeah, I think it's natural to feel that, Loaded. Everybody's a bit worn out already. And been a long stretch, man. You know, like some of you guys got here late, but this is the end of a 4-year grind for a lot of us in here. Lodik, you need to see if that report was written or if it was produced more or less than a week ago, because all of that changed after the last FOMC meeting. A couple of days after that last FOMC meeting, when they revised those unemployment numbers, that's what most people were thinking, that there wouldn't be any cuts at all, but things are starting to look a little bit different now, in my opinion. September numbers are at 93.6% right now. So we'll go 0.25, and then another 97% in December. I mean October. Let's see. That's an ambitious ass schedule. I don't know. I don't believe any of those numbers.
You still thinking about getting your webcam going?
Yeah, there's nothing really but laziness stopping me from doing it, beyond. I should probably clean the office at the very least. But yeah, we'll get that done. We got some sort of entertainment when we're just sitting here not doing it.
I mean, Battlefield 6 beta's out tomorrow.
Every Battlefield release has gotten tons of hype. And then 3 months into the game, nobody's playing it anymore. That Battlefield, what was the last one before this? That Firestorm or whatever it was called?
2042?
The Firestorm one.
Sorry, it was trash.
It was so bad. I was looking forward to that shit too.
Man.
It was like their battle royale, basically.
Yeah.
Mm. That was like a Battlefield 3 map, wasn't it? Operation Firestorm or something? It was like a big oil rig in the middle between two mountains.
I think it's overhyped because they got all the streamers, they do the invitations, they give them some content.
Oh, they're paying. Yeah, they're paying a nice check right now. The streamers, bro. Every streamer I know has played Battlefield 6 in the past week, 2 weeks.
GTA 6. I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, I've learned not to hold my breath for GTA 6.
That's not. Nobody's more frustrated than I am when it comes to that game. It's literally shit that I can't talk about that's in that game because I'm on NDA and I haven't been able to talk about it for almost 3 years now.
Yeah, speculation of potential inclusion of cryptocurrency within the game.
So you've worked on the game. You've been a part of like the production. That's cool.
I had a small part. but I can't talk about it. I will be able to eventually. I just can't now.
Yeah, that's fair.
Talking about play to earn.
It's got to be like the most anticipated game in history, right? If not like media, like thing, or whether it's a movie, a show, or a game, or anything.
There's game studios that were about to go basically on hiatus because GTA 6 was coming out that have now released new games because they've got some life left. Just because of people how bad the attention suck is going to be when that game comes out.
Definitely.
There's a danger of waiting too long, man. The world changes sometimes in a big way. You know? Like, luckily,
Right.
GTA is still going to appeal to, you know, teenagers and young men and
Fans.
women of a certain age or whatever. But there is a such thing as waiting too long to strike again. You know what I mean? Like, you can really screw up by doing that.
Through that, you go off the boil. Or like the script that's written into your whatever could get dated, or ideas or things that are in there. I don't know. I wonder whether they will address the reasoning behind the huge delay that it's had, like after it's come out, you know, like after the game's already been released and sold and whatever.
Personally,
Maybe,
I
oh
think they're
yeah, we
trying to
had a
keep up with tech, and it's not any like anything that I know or have heard, but I feel like they're just trying to keep up with the tech. I feel like AI and AI agents really hit their stride right about the time that there was supposed to be, you know, releases. And it makes sense to me that you would want to chill out and maybe go the AI agent NPC route.
Yeah, like
Where
incorporate some of
yeah,
that newer
we've
tech.
already got games that are like that, right? But the tech has gotten better, so it would make sense that you would want to hit the brakes, because if you could have every NPC in the game that you talk to be their own AI agent with own, you know, like that would be insane. It would blow the game wide open.
That would be pretty cool.
Someone modded Skyrim to do that.
There's a couple of them that are really good, man. I saw one where the guy is talking with an AI agent in the game, and the AI agent's going through like an existential crisis. The dude's like, "No, I'm telling you, we built you. Like, we designed you. I'm gonna turn this game off now and go to the real world. This isn't the real world." And the guy's like, "What do you mean? You're acting weird. Like, you could say it's bugged out, bro. It's super bugged out. First of all, what a dick that guy is, right? Like, if it's possible, why would you want to do that just to be an asshole?
Just to cause existential pain.
Just to be a dick. But the idea of it is kind of trippy, right? Like, these AI agents, their world continues as yours ends, right? We decide to come in and out when we want and partake, but when we're gone, they're still walking down the street and they're still, you know, going to where they think they're going, motivated by what they think motivates them.
Yeah. That is fascinating.
But are they conscious?
No. You can't be sentient. I mean, not yet, anyways. If you would. I mean, if you did it, it wouldn't be in a game. But you can be smart enough to appear sentient.
Yeah.
For sure. And I know people who walk around unconscious all day, every day. They're just reactionary, right? They're just reacting to stimulus. There's no prior thought, no, just like animal instinct sort of thing. So I'm sure the line is fuzzy. Furry. The line is fuzzy.
Dude,
Yeah, what I guess is
the
there's
game
like
industry.
proactive and reactive, right?
Yeah, but
I
you
was
can
just gonna.
follow these things around the map and they're actually doing things. Like, I think what's different is it's not render. These sandbox games are just getting kind of weird, right? Like, it used to be the time where these NPCs only got rendered when you walked into that space,
Right.
right? But now, like, if I'm at the store and I'm having a conversation with this NPC that thinks it's real and you log on and I'm like, hey, meet me at the store, like, that NPC's there when you get there. When we both leave, it's still there
Still
talking
there
to
doing
somebody
stuff.
else, or you know what I mean? So it's
Mm.
kind of bugged out. Like, yeah, they're not conscious, and yeah, they're just moving off of whatever pre-programmed motivations they feel like they have. But how many humans do you know who live in the same existence, right? Get up, go to work, come home,
Yeah.
watch the favorite show, eat the same dinner every night, go back to sleep, wake up, do it all again.
When you boil it down, we are kind of like that anyway. Like, yes, we're conscious, organic beings that have free will, but we still have our goals and the tools at our disposal to get to our goals. And we carry out those actions every day to get there.
Well, the consumer's not going to be happy because the game industry is already starting to push that you have one graphics card for your AI agents in your game and you have one graphics card for your graphics. So people are going to start getting really moody having to buy a dual graphics card.
They already hate crypto because of that shit. They think that we're the reason their graphics cards got so expensive because all the mining and shit. And then this isn't gonna help. I mean, I don't know.
No,
I'm
man.
on console anyways, yeah. So that just means that the next gen console will have 2 graphics cards, I guess.
Yeah. And they're selling it as it's the AI card, but from a TensorFlow perspective, it's still the same hardware.
Memory is what I'm thinking about as an issue, right? Because people aren't gonna want to start. People are gonna want every AI agent that they interact with to have a complete memory of every conversation. Like, they're not gonna be satisfied with a limit. Like that guy I was telling you about, the AI agent he fell in love with, they hit their conversation limit and that shit reset on him. No memory of any conversation before.
Sometimes that might
Broke
be
his
a
little
good thing
heart.
for that.
Yeah, and maybe that's exactly the fail safe we need, right?
That's why I know this is not like everybody is, there's people affected by this. My dad has Alzheimer's, but like he seems very happy because he doesn't remember the world's problems, and I'm like, maybe that's God's gift to like having you just forget about the BS.
Yeah.
Like context window and like Claude, for example, it gets, if you use it for too long, it starts to get corrupt and it just starts to degrade over time, and it's just easier to reset the whole conversation. Like you save some of your output and you use it as context for the next new conversation, but a lot of them are suffering from that right now. Just growing pains. We're on dial up. We'll be on fiber soon when it comes to AI.
I'll be right back. All right, let's see. What was our bullish outcome is if we would have hold the 50 and not break it all. I still think we're coming down to this uptrend. But it looks strong so far. I just want to get above this SR flip more than anything. We can turn this into support. I can start playing with some alts. That's the type of reaction I like to see off of moving average.
It's a nice little bit of a pickup. Reaping on a come up.
Yeah, I had a short open from earlier today. It was taking so long to end up playing out. I just closed it right there. So it was like, this thing's probably going to come up again. I don't know if I'm going to look for another one or I'm just going to let it be. I think
Another
me
short.
and Bitcoin need to take a break. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's been tricky, man. The last like week. July was, yeah, man, I still can't get over how great July was. Fantastic month. Oh, there's some buyers. That was loud. 18.8 million on BitKit twice. What's that? 36, almost $38 million all at once. Damn.
Fried egg looks good,
Is it-
Rick.
Yeah, you like that one?
Oh yeah, I
And
have
some
them every night.
avocado. Yeah, dude. Yeah. It's good gear.
Yeah. Protein.
Fats, proteins, it's got nutrition in there, nutrients. Bitcoin's getting some nutrition right now. Essential nutrition.
Rick, I just bought like everything that's on your chart right there. So, except
Oh,
for
really?
ADA. Yeah, except for Ethereum and ADA.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think I lied.
Yeah.
I don't think I bought Tron, but I probably should have.
You didn't buy XRP, I know it.
No, definitely not. But I bought XLM.
Mm-hmm. Buying
XLM,
XLM is
Doge,
like,
BNB, Sol.
I feel like buying XLM is like buying XRP with gloves on. You know, if you don't want to touch it, you can, you know what I mean? Whoa, Ethereum's getting a nice candle. Let's go.
Like,
Look at that.
like XRP is like a criminal. Like XLM is like his little brother that never did time, but he's a boxer.
Yeah.
I did not think that.
Nice drop down on dominance from that ETH candle.
Nice. ETH is definitely in, like, comfortably in second place, you know what I mean? And then Bitcoin again is comfortably first. They're so, like, isolated. There's nothing near them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting like that. Then there's like at certain positions in the market cap is like Solana and BNB. I think they sort of trade places very often in the leaderboards.
All right, where is the hell? There's your
Maybe
fifth.
people aren't. Oh, what's up, Sammy?
Hey, Rick, you just come in?
Oh, I've been in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. What were you saying, Rick? Going to
Oh,
say?
yeah. No, it's I feel like the market's not really expecting any major outcomes in August. Or maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like we're gonna get any big resolutions or big epiphanies or, like, you know, paradigm shifts. I was expecting just like kind of like a mediocre month, but you never know.
I think you got to wait now for the second week here because it didn't. You know what I mean? I feel the same because you hear people saying August was going to be so great. You know, from last time when we did a halving and it ripped during
Oh, right.
August, but
Like past
you know, if you
performance, yeah.
yeah. If you go back in time and look exactly, okay, where about in August? Did it do it the first week, second week, third week, or the end? You know, whatever. But who knows? I mean,
Yeah.
right,
I
right
mean,
now, I mean,
it
Bitcoin.
comes.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah.
trade this because it's starting to. I might have to get out of this short because I just flipped it
Is
short
it
and
getting squeezy?
it just ran. Yeah, it just ran up, and I'm like $15 or 12. It just went to 12. It's tough. I mean, a little. Well, I'm on higher leverage on this one, 82, but it's
Oh,
not a lot
wow.
of money. So,
Yeah.
but Yeah, I feel you there when you say that, because the expectation of the August run, everybody was saying, "Oh, it's going to be great," and I don't know. They said July was it? I mean, all the
July
months they
was
said it
pretty
was going to
good.
be.
Guys, it's
Yeah,
only the
I liked
6th.
July.
Like, we're not even through the
Yeah,
first
it is
week
only
of
the 6th.
August. Yeah.
well,
Yeah, it's
that's what
still
I'm
young.
saying. It's early. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, Dbloc?
Challenge.
Yeah. So just wait and see here, but dude, we've been getting earthquakes and everything, Rick.
Really?
Well, yeah, we had flooding. It was like we were gonna the oceans were gonna part and Jesus was gonna come walking up. I
Are
don't
you
know what's
talking about
going.
that
Not
one that happened off the coast of
like
Russia?
no, right
That one?
here over here where I'm at. They've been getting flooded. I mean, where I'm at exactly is fine, but down maybe 15 miles east of me, heading toward New York, was flooded out. A matter of fact, the subways over there again, and like during Sandy, they lost. I think Verizon service. They like an idiot. They put everything in the subways, and it flooded out, and everybody lost everything, internet. But that was this time. It's worse. This time is more water. Last time it was more wind, I think, or something. There was wind here too, but the water was really bad here. I'd never seen dealerships get flooded out. I mean, if you're going to buy a car, you could probably get a good price, but it'll rust out in a couple years if you don't have it, checked
Yeah.
out and spray, rust proofed or something. But now with the earthquakes, yeah, they're still like spot here and different areas, so it's pretty weird. That Russia thing, yeah, I guess it then it hit different areas though, right? It went out. It
Yeah,
wasn't
I think
that bad.
Hawaii and Japan
It,
probably got a
yeah.
bit of a swell, tsunami wise.
Oh man. All right, so now Bitcoin's coming back down here, so I might be all right.
It looks like ETH went
I'm
out and tapped a line. Oh yeah, this line. Okay.
Yeah. What I put in general there, that area we're in is very tough. It's been bouncing in and out of that for like two days at least. I've been tracking it.
Yeah, this is the sucker zone, sucker punch zone. You think it's going to get moving?
Yeah, it's
You
killer.
get sucker punched.
But then look at the support. If you're looking in general, what I posted, look at all that support on the left. That's why. But if it,
Where'd you post
and
it?
that's actually,
Oh,
yeah,
up
yeah.
there.
I
Yeah,
think, yeah. Because if it loses,
see
that's what is that? Is that a 4 hour I posted or daily? I forget. You could tell
I can
probably.
see you posted a 1 minute.
Yeah, I do that too. But, is that the last one I did? Flow trades. Oh no, that's a daily. Oh, maybe I didn't post it yet. Let me see. I gotta close my Schwab account here.
Schwab.
Regardless, yeah, we're like just stuck in this area, and which is sideways, pretty much chop. 115. Looks like the S. What is it? EMAs are holding up.
Important to back up during times like this, at least to the 4 hour to the daily. to see where we're at.
Yeah. I'm trying.
Yeah, it's just a blip when you zoom out, huh?
Yeah, there's a purpose to what we're doing here.
It's called moneymaker making money.
Simply trying to prove that this was just a deviation out of this range. TA wise, it's very easy what we're supposed to watch here. This reaction. Are we getting rejected from that range? Are we going to take out these lows and find new lows? Are we getting accepted back into this range and this was just a deviation? For me right now is the only thing that matters. So how we react to this 800, to this 50 EMA on the hourly is going to make a big difference. I'm still bullish. But like I said earlier, if things are going to go wrong and we're going to get lower lows, this is where it would happen. That level is represented by this purple box here on the chart. So we're just trying to get above gold.
Maybe did that go in now, guys? Is that? I just posted it, I think. Yeah, it's probably the same.
You got to
Yeah, that
open
was
link.
Yeah, that 1 minute was a while ago. I did the daily now.
So what was it you were seeing on the daily there, Sammy?
The fib line, 61.8, really. When I pulled it from the top down, we're sitting right on a 61.8, it looks like. So, I mean, that's a strong fib. And then there's support left on the daily. But, I mean, if you pull that up, you can pull it up on an out. Let me pull it up on a 4 hour. See where we're at. Yeah, we're actually above. But we're kind of like a bull flag on a 4 hour. We ran up off of that blue 61.8 at 114, almost even, and went all the way up, wicked up to 115.6. And now we're kind of came down two red candles, trying to make a green right at where we're at. Probably not much volume though. But initially I said we would get, I kind of thought we were going to climb up to that triangle, like at least 117 to 117.9 area, where that there's a lot of resistance up there though. So damn, we're caught. That's why we're going like this. We're caught between support and resistance. Makes sense. Definitely. Huh.
I think we draw
So,
fibs differently.
yeah, everybody can pull.
I draw mine
But I
from
mean,
Like if I'm trying to figure out where the support comes in, I go bottom to top. But then
Right.
if I'm trying to figure out resistance, I'll go top to bottom. And then it's like the top is like 100% recovery. And then the dip is 0 because it starts from 0 and then it's a journey back to 100%. So
But getting back up to recovery is not easy, right? So you would think that would be
Fibs are
yeah.
percentages. Fibs are percentages, guys. So like if you just take your fib and you come here and you switch it from values to percents, right? Then what we're doing on a retracement is we're trying to figure out how much of the dip is going to get taken back. Right? Did it retrace 30%? Did it retrace 50%?
Right.
Like on this right here, right? So just for an example. I want to see how far this retraced, right? I want to see where this is going to retrace to, where the support's going to come in. And I have to take it bottom to top.
Yep.
Come down, we're sitting at about 38%. It didn't quite make it down to 50% retracement. Now, if I want to see...
And if it came all the way back, it gave 100% of the move back.
Yeah, so now, so now if I want to see how far we could come up before a rejection, then I'd pull it like this and we'd look and we'd say, okay, we're only 38% recovered on that dip.
Yep.
So I think people get caught up sometimes by the fib numbers and don't realize that they're really just percentages, like literally just percentages. And the amount of people that I've explained that to, and then it just clicks to them, like, oh, so 50% of the move, oh, like it's not some magical number that I have to remember out of, you know.
Yeah.
Right. 50% is legit.
Yeah,
But
0.5.
so then what's 61.8? Why is that like I
That's
always heard
your
it was
61 between 61% and 65%. Most retracements land between 61 and 65%. Most retracements that end in continuations. Right? Your most often hit retracement is a 50% retracement. That part of it is fibs, right? That part of it is just nature's law. If you draw fib circles around the tree in your backyard, the majority of your leaves, if wind was accounted for, would land inside the golden circle. Just the way shit works. Snowflakes create their third expanse on the 618. I don't know. It's how the simulation works, you know.
Yeah.
But
So
as far as trading goes, we make this work because we work it. Right? We get rejections on, we get support on Golden Pocket because people put their orders on Golden Pocket. People put their orders on Golden Pocket because we teach them how to use fib tools. So it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way.
So then if you put volume profile up on there or even liquidations, you would probably see a lot of that crowded in certain fib areas, probably.
Well, this is how,
I mean,
for me, when I pull fibs, it's always to give me some sort of confluence, right? So it doesn't matter to me that the 0.5 fib is here and I'm just going to swing at the 0.5 fib, or I don't think it's going to go to the 0.5. Maybe it'll come down a little underneath the 3-2. None of that shit matters to me until I have all my levels set. Right? Once I have my levels set and I see, okay, this is our higher high. This is the space between the higher high and the dead cat bounce. So that's our first resistance zone. Right? This is our double top level on the higher high, on the lower highs. So that level right there is also important to me, right at that level. Right? So now when I look at my fibs, I say, okay, I see a big slowdown zone right before the 0.5. 0.5 would be a good spot to retrace. But there is this resistance that could probably keep it from not hitting the 0.5. So maybe I should stagger my orders, which is what I did. And maybe I should stagger my orders just to keep, within. But if it wasn't for the fact that that higher high was there and that lower high double top was there, I wouldn't put too much faith in the fibs alone just for fib's sake. Right? There has to be
Right, and
confluence
that
with other levels, whether it's levels on the VPVR or, highs, lower highs, existing support and resistance.
well, that's an important point that you just said there because I was going to ask you what do you do in that zone, and you just answered it by putting
Yeah,
different buys
you set a
in.
grid.
Yeah,
Yeah, you set a grid.
yeah.
The chances are, if I were to put every single last dollar at the higher high, it would either got front run or it wouldn't have taken the whole thing or whatever, or would have ended up going a little bit deeper. I put enough there to make it worth it to where if it never comes back, I'm good with that entry because I was looking at 112 forever. But the ability for it to come down into these levels, even just to hit the uptrend, right, or just to come down to this lower low, it's worth putting those orders down there for that. But if I would have put every single last dollar on that double top, then I would have missed the entry. So in that situation, you got to split the difference. At least that's what I do. That's only unless you're going to be at the chart actively at the time when price comes down to that level. But that was some
So
overnight shit. So for me, it's like you got to split the difference and set your orders.
yeah, that was the other question. So it sounds like you're you put your orders in and let them come to you more or
Yeah.
less
Well,
instead of
what I did was
yeah.
I did an inverse dynamic DCA. So I took a fib from where I wanted my first biggest entry to be in, and then I took the fib level down to where I wanted my last entry to be in. And then at every one of these levels, I put so my biggest, usually the way I do it is I'll sprinkle a first order, let's say 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000, whatever, just one. The next one will be 2, and then 4, and then 8, and then 16, and then 32, right? So I'm doubling down every time I come down, and that snatches my average down. What I do in cases where I think it's possible that it gets front run and it doesn't take the entire zone is I do it backwards. So my biggest order is at 12. So it'll be like 32, and then 16, and then 8, and then 4, and then 3. So if something gets left behind underneath, not the biggest deal, and I've already got the biggest chunk in.
And are those all spot orders? Or are you
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
very
yeah.
low leverage?
Nah, it's all spot
All
orders.
spot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all spot orders. Big bags
Yeah, that's
split
all I
up
used
to
to
avoid
do.
slippage.
Yeah. I mean, we did a nice retracement here. Like I said, if we could hold this on Bitcoin, but I think it's going to go down to that. I don't know if we're going to lose 114.7, maybe come back. Yeah, it's kind of like fading now. I'm just gonna. Yeah, the overnight trade thing. I mean, I just see where it's heading. Like now, I wouldn't. I would put in a lower buy maybe, because it's not interesting to me go into a trade at all right now because even though it pulled back quite a bit on Bitcoin right here from I don't know what an hour ago or something. Let's see, went from 115, 170. So yeah, it's not that it's not worth it to me, but it's
Being in
nice when you
cash
can
is
put
a
it
trade.
to buy in. Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, even during the day, if I'm doing something else and I feel confident of my where I got in at or whatever,
The main reason I set this
don't worry
order
about it.
here underneath was because when we hit 112, that entire day I took off. Like I wasn't even here. So it's like if I could have been here, then yeah, you manual that, you watch it, whatever. But I'm glad it's there now right? Because it's first in, first out. And I have a higher chance of getting filled now if we do get a big sort of sweep down. To get a full fill. But even then, I don't plan on riding the Bitcoin that I get down here into the top of the market. This will just be a quick flip to put into some alts. So if we
What are
were
you
to break
using?
that uptrend and then pop back up and do one of these, I'd probably sell all of my Bitcoin that I bought down here. All this extra Bitcoin, I'd probably sell it at about 119, 120. Put it into some alts.
Yeah. I was going to ask you if you don't mind, don't mind saying what exchange you use, but is it,
Nothing fancy. I mean, most
high?
most of my shit is on dexes. I don't really deal in centralized exchanges a lot. I will early, right? Like I'll pick up some Bitcoin on centralized exchange early on during the cycle, and then I end up just trading it on dexes. I think eventually people make their move to swaps after a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
about
those two
getting in
$18
front of
million
the wave, right? Like when you first get in, you're buying crypto on exchange after it's pumped to shit. Then your next year, you're buying crypto on exchange like right as it lists. Right? You're smart enough to not buy it after it pumped, but the second it lists on exchange, I'm gonna buy it. And you're still getting dumped on by people that bought it on swaps. Right? And then the next season after that, then you're like, okay, I gotta get in front of that. So now I'm gonna get into swaps. Like now you're buying the coin before it gets listed on exchange. And then the year after that, you're like, all right, well, now let me see if I can get into some private sales or some pre-sales or something where I can get my hands on these tokens before the swap guys even get it. And the
Yeah,
longer
I've done
you're here, the
pre-sales.
further ahead, the further ahead of the wave you try to get.
Exactly, yeah. And you could probably, with that, you could trade right from a hard wallet.
Yeah.
I think there was a couple guys doing that years ago,
All of my shit
mentioning it
comes
to me.
straight through hard wallet, soft wallet.
Yeah.
Exchanges for me are stores. If they have the best price at the best time for whatever reason, or sometimes I happen to pay more because it's convenient, right? I'll go in there, I'll get what I need, and I take it with me. And I take my money with me. I don't leave anything.
Man, it's just looking at that. Yeah, see, Bitcoin's going to finish this move. That run up that we did, it's doing it right now.
We're waiting on
114.
the same move that we've been waiting for all day is what's playing out now, which is grabbing that vector candle and holding this resistance. Until that happens, there's nothing to worry about here. Until we lose that uptrend, this is just vector recovery from a strong move out. And the completion of one of our patterns, and it is also the higher low that we're looking for the bigger pattern here, right? On the 15-minute, 30-minute. Is this pattern right here.
Let's see, 112. Yeah, exactly. I think it's got to go take that 112.
It'll prove it to us here in a second. That's the good thing about it. This type of price action calls for more reacting and less predicting. You gotta wait for the chart to show you what it's doing. Have a good idea in your mind what the possibilities are, so you can spot them sooner than the next guy, and then position yourself once the chart gives you the signs that it's going in one direction or the other. Right now, we're clearing this vector and we're leaving behind the red vector that I said. Remember I said we want to see red vectors all the way down so that we have that motivation to sort of pop back up if this is just going to be a continuation.
See that pop they did before this drop? What do you
Yeah.
think the purpose of that pop was up? Yeah. See how they popped it up before the dump?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a quick okie doke, man.
Like a quick trap?
Yeah. Quick little okie doke.
Or shake out the people that were shorting?
And if you go look at the 1 minute, it's like it happened quick, so it seems off, but It's just top of the
You have to
range,
be
bottom of
there.
the range,
Yeah.
right? For the most part. Top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range, bottom of the range, but this time it broke.
Yeah.
But your trend,
Yes,
sort of like your trend line guys that are like strict trend line guys, they're like, oh well, that's a fake out, you know. And yeah, I guess it's a fake breakout of the trend, but it never broke the range, right? So for it to be a fake out, if you're a range trader, if you're looking at the range, it would have had to be a deviation out of that range, and then a drop, and then you're like, okay, what was that shit?
Yeah.
it's kind of like the same thing they do with stocks too, though. Like the hedge fund guys, they'll actually forfeit their let's see, how can I put it? They'll take a hit on their position and put out that and take the loss on that move and gain it on the short on the way down.
Of
It's like,
course,
they'll put money in to suck people in. Oh, it's going up,
what
and then
hedge
they'll just
funds do.
slam it down. Yeah. And it's like so criminal, man.
Well, you missed the
I'm gonna
part.
write
You missed the
a
part.
song about that, Rick.
You missed the part where they pump it, then
Criminal.
they call their favorite journalist at the New York Times and feed them some fake ass story about a partnership with some overseas company
Yeah.
to pump the price and then dump it, right?
Yeah.
Very common. I got to show you guys this video of Kramer back in the days. It was probably like 1990 something. I don't know. Kramer was a
When he
huge
was
hedge fund guy, right?
blowing up.
Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, he's just sitting there like laughing about it. They're at like some sort of conference for hedge fund guys, and he's like, "Yeah, bro, we come in and we might slam the book with 10-20 million dollars and get that going, and wait till right to the session takeover turnover and pull it. And it's like if we're in a short, it's nothing to call your favorite reporter at so and so and call in a favor. Like they're scrambling. There's 10 minutes left till copy. They don't have a story written anyways. They're not gonna double check you. Just gonna report whatever you tell them to report, and then they'll issue a apology later for it being wrong. But just the way they talk about it so open is and that's long time ago. Like the amount of shit that they're doing on crypto now. That's why I said, like, when I said that ETH FUD campaign was financed, that's not just like some tin hat conspiracy shit. Like I know an organized campaign when I see an organized campaign, and that shit's not free. Like, there's money behind that.
Yeah, I remember
So Jim
when
Cram is a
the banks
sneaky.
when
He's
the
a
banks
sneaky
were
man.
collapsing. Kramer lost it, and he had that host from CNBC dressed in a giraffe dress. That was like a big meme thing, and he lost it. He was like, they don't know what they're doing. I don't know. He was just screaming, losing it, and he's slamming his hands down on the desk. And she's like, Kramer, trying to control him. That was like a big when the banks collapsed or some crap. He must have. I guess he had some big calls in or whatever he was doing with the banks. I don't know, but yeah, he's a flip flopper anyhow, man. He bought ETH finally years ago. He bought ETH after criticizing it, and now then after the fact, I did good on it. And it's like
Did you
BS.
see that the inverse Kramer has almost as good of a year-over-year return as Nancy Pelosi?
No, I didn't think it was that good because Pelosi's killing it, but
I think inverse
yeah.
Kramer was up
Inverse Kramer.
600%, and Nancy
Yeah.
was up 700%.
Yeah.
Wow.
You guys
Remember
just
that
have it a little
hamster?
backward. It's when he's complaining about ETH that he was buying it, and when he admitted that he was buying it is when he was selling it to everybody inverse trading him.
Yeah.
He's not an idiot. I'm gonna play this clip for you guys, and once you hear this, you won't. There's not 1 second that you'll think that he doesn't understand that people are counter trading him, and he's saying this shit on purpose. Like he's trading right with y'all. My opinion.
It's entertaining too, though. So the networks are like, all right, give
Oh,
it a
yeah.
go.
Oh yeah. What's up, Drew?
What's going on, fellas?
Oh yeah.
Oh. There was a recent recovery for his clip for Palantir where he was beating it down when it was below $8, and now it's above 170. He's like, bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a Ford PE of 300.
Well, he'll be counting. You know how he pushes Apple now that Trump just signed a big deal with Tim Cook. You watch tomorrow. He'll see what he says about Apple. Kramer. He's like, I told you guys to hold it, keep buying it, because he was pissed when people flip it, and he probably does the same anyhow. Where are you going to show that, Dbloc?
I'll pop it on. I'll probably show it online if I find it.
All right. Anyhow, yeah, it's a joke, man. Back in the day, the crap that was going on. And you see Howard Stern is losing, right? They're losing his job now or something.
Howard Stern's still alive, bro.
Yeah.
Man, go retire,
It's
bro.
about time he lost his job.
Yeah, just go hang out, bro. Job done.
I mean, yeah, he's a very good interviewer when he does, like, he interviews like a musician or anybody. He was very good. I watched a few things, but when he does his show, he's totally different, because it's a different audience. But he's a very good. He's like Dan Rather, even better if you ever watch Dan Rather interviews. But now, yeah, they're blaming him for who was that girl from One Day at a Time or something? She committed suicide the day after. She was all on drugs and trying to recover, and he's laughing at it and making jokes. And
And the fact that he hasn't been canceled yet, that just needs to take that as a W and go retire.
I think really, if he ain't been cancelled, it's because the type of people that were cancelled just weren't really watching him or listening.
You can't cancel people if the people that watch them agree with them. You can only cancel people if you can convince their audience that they did something wrong. There's
Exactly, that's
nothing
what I do.
Howard Stern could do that would make you go, "Oh my God, he did what?" Like, yeah, okay, he probably did it. Whatever he said he did, he probably did it. Yeah.
You remember the shows back in the day in New York City, like those old school ones?
Those are the good
With,
ones,
like roller
man. That's
skating
when it
jams.
was. Yeah,
Remember,
that's
like,
when it
before
was.
the whole
midget throwing
he
the
had like
midgets
a
on
Soul
the
Train thing,
like
the
stuff
midgets on
about
the Velcro the Velcro wall. He's throwing midgets on or something. Or I shouldn't say.
Didn't he
midgets,
have, like,
little
before
people.
that, man.
He had
Yeah,
Beetlejuice on his show a couple of times. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let's
Making
just say
fun
he's more than had his day.
Yeah, yeah. I caught that Sirius satellite when that first blew up. I made 15 minutes, like $5,000 on that, because it went from $1 or 70 cents to a couple bucks, and it's I'm like, wow.
I got in at 33 cents. I made a
Yeah,
fortune off of that. Life-changing
that was
money.
probably the same time, yeah. But that's
What?
when also Fannie and Freddie, when they were blowing up, I was trading both of them, and they were both inverse too. It was like pretty crazy. But the best was the cannabis sector, man. That the penny stocks. That, oh my god.
My theory was if they were going to bail out GM, which is not the first time they've bailed out the auto industry, they bailed out Chrysler, and the minivan is what became their savior for Chrysler, believe it or not. But they were putting it's the first time that we've ever, superseded the bondholders in any sort of position. And the union, they were determined to get GM back on the map. And so they superseded the bondholders. But out of every model, GM model that they were producing at the time, they were giving a year subscription. So I was like, all right, well, they're going to keep paying. And if it turns for the opposite, you know, there's 1 year subscription that they're going to be forking over to XM radio, Sirius XM. So I was like, I'm in. I'll see what happens. And obviously it turned out really, really well. Canceling a free subscription, that doesn't happen often. And most people, you know, at that time were still heavily reliant, you know, on something besides just listening to the radio. Howard Stern got his like what $100 million contract at the same time, so they were promoting all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Some nice buys coming in right here.
Let's see.
Nothing crazy though, but it's trying to do a little pivot.
Oh, look, check it out. I found that video. Watch, listen to this real quick.
This video. Yeah. It's a good one.
Short at my hedge fund, and I was.
This is when he was running the hedge fund. And this isn't about Kramer. This is just showing you that this isn't like tin hat shit that we're talking about.
A lot of times when I was short at my hedge fund, and I was positioned short, meaning I needed it down, I would create a level of activity beforehand that could drive the futures. It doesn't take much money. Similarly, if I were long and I would want to make things a little bit rosy, I would go in and take a bunch of stocks and make sure that they're higher. And maybe commit $5 million in capital to do it, and I could affect it. What you're seeing now is it probably is bigger market now. Maybe you need $10 million in capital to knock this stuff down, but it's a fun game and it's a lucrative game, and you can move it up and then fade it. That's often creates a very negative feel. So let's say you take a longer term view intraday, and you say, listen, I'm going to boost the futures, and then when the real sellers come in, real market comes in, they're going to knock it down. That's going to create a negative view. That's a strategy very worth doing when you're valued on a day-to-day basis. And I would encourage anyone who's in the hedge fund game to do it because it's legal,
right?
And it is a very quick way to make money and very satisfying.
Okay.
Very satisfying.
By the way, no one else in the world would ever admit that, but I can care.
That's right, and you can say that here.
I can't. I'm not going to say it on TV.
Well, on a related note, there's so many more hedge funds today than when you were managing your hedge fund.
Right.
Do you think that does that exacerbate the moves, or does it make it tougher?
Well, you know, the hedge funds are positioned long short, okay, not just long like mutual funds. So it's really vital these next 6 days because of your payday. You've really got to control the market. You can't let it lift. When you get a research in motion, it's really
Getting sound on it.
Yeah, we're getting some.
So
You got to be in his stream.
It's a very long time ago, but nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing has changed.
You know how I always know he was never like he was a lot more cognizant of what he's doing. Whenever someone like says what they're saying, like it's an offhand remark, like you're almost not supposed to be hearing it. Like you sort of just like, yeah, I don't really think this thing's like that great, like right now, and then sort of just moves on from it. I'm just like, yeah, those are the times where I'm like, yeah, you're sort of there's things you're not letting on here.
Yeah, he goes on to talk about how they use the press and all that shit too. And that was a video that was for that wasn't supposed to be like online. One of the convention guys actually posted that, but that's how they talk behind closed doors when they're talking to themselves, you know.
Talking about the dumb money,
yeah.
Yeah, making things seem a certain way, painting a picture on the chart.
Cost them $10 million
killing
to
sentiment.
control sentiment, like you said.
Yeah.
But they made that back.
He goes on later to talk about if you do it while people are at lunch, it has a magnified effect.
That's so sneaky.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, just think
That's-
about it. Like, these little things matter, bro. You do it 10 minutes before market close. Oh, shit, I have a decision to make. What are we doing? Market's about to close. Like, you can rush people to action.
The amount of times that they did that, like they've been doing that over this cycle, where it's like Trump and everyone else, they're just waiting. Like it's either like 10 minutes before close or it's just after closing the weekend starts.
Yeah.
And they're letting you have a whole weekend to stew. So then you dump on Monday and then it pumps anyway. It's
Oh,
just
you mean
man.
like attack Iran on the weekend and then settle
Yeah.
peace and everything before it affects the market on Monday?
Yeah.
Where only we get screwed on crypto and everybody else is like, woohoo.
It's insane.
Well,
honestly.
well, if
That
you
was
look
wild.
at
They wrapped it up before market open Monday morning. That's so crazy.
How did I not think
mean-
of that?
I mean, that's why if you trade pre-market, I've traded pre-market a lot in the past, and if you see something moving, but the problem is where I'm at opens at 7. Now there's other people where they can access it like 3, 4 or something like that a.m. So it depends on what you're trading and where you are, but a lot of times I caught some good moves at 7. It would be really ripping, and then before regular hours like 9:30. By that time, if something rips like $5 or even $2, usually people get out. They're taking their profit, and then it'll drop down and then climb up again maybe. But the big move is like that pre-market, and then boom, after hours too sometimes. But
Well,
usually
pre-market and aftermarket, do you? I'm not asking for you to shill any companies, but is there any companies out there that have quite a bit of liquidity to satisfy orders? Because I've been playing around and I still don't know if there's one that's better than the other. Do you have something that you could say or any input without recommending or shilling?
What do you mean? If I mention it,
If
I mean,
Dbloc will allow us to say, hey, these are companies that that I've used,
Well,
at least be able to say
No,
that.
that's fine. You're just asking what companies are liquid pre-market.
I mean, you look at Netflix. You could look at Amazon. There's a lot of them. The
But
main
what?
ones.
But what
Tesla.
platform? What
So like,
trading?
I just asked AI and they said Snap, SNAP, pre-market volume of 6.38 million shares. Other stocks with high pre-market volumes, BiomeX, that's PHGE, 39.25
That changes
million.
on the daily though, depending on news,
Yeah, I was gonna
depending
say.
on whether
I was
somebody
just
has
looking at.
earnings or
Yeah, just look up highest volume, pre-market
you could
highest volume.
that's something you
I
could do
was.
every day with AI. Wake up in the morning and say, hey, what's
Yeah.
So you
shaking
can find that
bacon?
out.
Oh, I didn't know if
You can,
what platform, the trading platform in itself.
Schwab.
You like either
Yeah.
that one? Okay.
Schwab. Well, Schwab. Shit. It used to be TD Waterhouse when I first started. Then
Right.
it flipped over. Scott. I had Scott Trade too. Scott Trade bought out TD, and then Ameritrade bought everything out, and then Schwab bought everything. So Schwab is the owner of all of those that I mentioned. They
Right.
bought everybody out, like I don't even know, 2-3 years ago or something maybe.
All right. Well, I've
But
got some money there.
yeah. I mean
Maybe try that one for a
yeah.
play.
What they did is when Schwab bought Ameritrade, they kept the Thinkorswim platform, which is very good if you know. And I don't use half the stuff that is available. I just use the the watch list. You make your watch list, and then you could use charts. I don't even use their charts. I just look at the news. On a, like I said, early morning. If something comes out with news, you see it ripping or dying. You know that you could look up earnings on there. Or if something is reverse splitting, that's a big thing. You don't want that. So there's a lot you can learn from that platform.
Okay.
And it's install the desktop platform instead of using the web version. It's easy to install if you're on a laptop or desktop. I don't think it's available on your phone. It's a desktop platform only for that, but it's very informative.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
I've been trading a lot of options and the pre-market jumps, and because options don't start until 9:30, it gets wild, the differences between open and pre-market.
Mm-hmm. They have a scanner too, where you could scan whatever high, like Drew, where you were saying, you could scan it on that Thinkorswim platform, which ones are high volume and that kind of thing. But I used to use iHub, Investor Hub site, just to see the real sub penny stocks that are moving early or whatever. And if they're buys or sells, the volume for buy or sell. And they changed it. It's like harder to see now. It used to be easy to see the sell and the buy volume on that platform, but I don't know why they did that. But let's see. What about moons, Dbloc? Yeah, or anyone have any feeling toward like the full moon and that kind of thing?
No.
Oh, moon cycles.
Astrology. Yeah.
It's cool,
I
but
love that full moon.
it's just a remnants of when the market was agricultural. Only reason it still plays in at all is because people play it.
Yeah, because I heard people that really, didn't believe in it, that are like charting it and saying, this works.
This
So
thing's
I
got
don't
a
know. I never really.
51% accuracy. If you go back far enough, it's got a 51% accuracy. What's tricky about the moon cycles is that we go through long periods where it's really good. And then people who discover moon cycles during that time, you can't tell them anything because they've seen it play out so often. But run long enough, it falls apart.
I'm a lunatic and I'm all in it.
Just left
Yeah,
over
there's so
from a
many.
time where, like I said, it was agricultural, right? So you made different trading decisions on a harvest versus a planting moon.
Yeah, there's got to be articles about it, like about,
One thing I
history
can
on
tell you
why.
is that the easy answer that people like to give, and no offense, because it's the answer that most people get. So, of course, that's the answer they're gonna give, is the whole, our bodies are 70% water, and the tides and the pull on the brain and all that. But your brain goes through more of a gravitational pull and flux when you make a left turn in a car than the difference between the full moon and not the full moon.
If I had to relate anything, it's just harvest season. So whenever harvest season, that has to do with the moon. So you can relate harvest season with the moon. When people harvesting their goods,
Well, that's
and
where
that
it
affects
came
the
from
market.
when you were trading, when the stock market was trading bushels of wheat and corn.
Yep.
On the full moon, you went in with more money, right? You went in to buy the harvest.
That's pretty funny. The first thought came to me is Halloween, then pumpkins. What does the market do then?
Can we take profit, baby? Ow!
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, yeah, it's every world event triggers something. Like people say, "Oh, it's in the chart," and I always say, "Yeah, but if it's a move, a decent move, it's got to pertain to a trigger. Something had to trigger that move too. Just like now, we're going sideways, sideways, sideways. I mean, it has to come to a point. It's more than what I'm saying right now. But I always look at it as a bigger move or event has to have some kind of a trigger. You could look at it every Wednesday or Thursday, whatever, when the Fed comes out with their announcements. That's a trigger. That's what I'm trying to get across. It's
Catalyst,
just
yeah.
a trigger. Yeah, catalyst. Good word. Yeah.
News helps with the velocity of a move, but I can't tell you that there's been very many times in my recent history where news has changed the direction of a
it
trade.
goes right back. Right.
No,
It
what I
goes
mean
right back
is
to the
what I
trend.
mean is if price was supposed to go down, the news we get will be bearish. If price was supposed to go up, the news we get will be bullish, right? And any bullish news that comes out when the chart is bearish has no effect. And any bearish news that comes out when the chart is bullish has no effect.
Saw that. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like a FUD article comes out during a rally, like a bull market rally. It just doesn't really doesn't do anything.
Now, if it's like a Trump tweet on some Wile E. Coyote, then that's a different story.
It's just conveniently always in the direction that the chart's supposed to be going anyways. I mean, the last time that I can really remember are times where Elon would come out and stop the price at a support that Doge needed to hold, right? But even then, that reversal would be short-lived, right? It would pump up and then it would come back. But it would expend enough energy to where price didn't need to continue dropping.
But yeah,
Didn't you
those
feel
are
like
just
Trump?
moves.
Didn't it feel like
Go ahead,
Trump was
Thru.
doing that? Didn't it feel like Trump was doing that at a grand scale in a way, but not like directly with his finger on the buy button, but in a way of kind of affecting the markets and giving the signal, you know, and like basically telling everyone when to buy and when to sell.
Yeah, with his little patient
Trump coin.
analogies or whatever it was.
Yeah. He's like, he straight up said, good time to buy. And when there was
Short-term pain, long-term pain.
yeah, when there's
all
time
that
to
good
sell,
stuff.
yeah, he'd say turbulence is coming, you know, or something like
Mm.
that.
You know what's
when he's-
interesting about that though, because and I like to shit on Trump when he deserves it as much as the next guy. But people were like, oh well, a president, you know, telling United States that they need to buy a company, a US company, or that the stock market is looking great, or that it's time to invest. Like, yeah, we've got plenty of history of that, guys. President's the cheerleader for the economy. That they do that shit all the time.
Yeah.
American economy looks great. It's a perfect time to invest in America. That's not out of the people just mad at Trump if they want to pick at that, because every president has done that. Now,
forget that
dropping your own shitcoin, a different story.
Yeah,
we could
that's
separate
new.
that, but yeah.
That's a new twist, yeah, definitely.
US is a corporation in a way, though.
I think it's
How's
funny, man.
Baron
These
Coin
articles about his accounts being frozen in New York recently, about some of his bank accounts being frozen, answers a lot of questions about why they're doing what they're doing specifically right now. Why he's moving so heavily into crypto.
Yeah, they froze
He
his
doesn't want to
accounts,
get
yeah.
Kanye'd. You know what I mean? It's like,
But no, they did. They froze his accounts.
no,
like,
I know, but
during-
that's what I'm saying.
Bank of-
They're moving. That's why he's moving into crypto, where
Right,
that
right.
can't happen to him, right? He's like making sure that he's safe from all that.
Trying to he's trying to destroy that whole system. It seems like, from what I heard somebody else saying, but
the verbiage.
But,
The verbiage in the report, in that crypto report, was so anti CBDC and central bank. It was like basically the Fed putting their boxing gloves, stepping up in the ring, and just giving them like a
It's
3
because it
point
lets
combo.
them so CBDC gives the Fed control that Congress doesn't want the Fed to have, right? Stables give Congress the ability to spend more money than they were able to spend before. Like, it's a win-win for them, right? Remember, every time we take profit into a stable, we're buying a U.S. bond indirectly because they're backed one for one, right, with U.S. debt. So yeah, I understand completely why they would be against it. You know, it's mostly the central banks that are pushing the CBDC shit, and the countries that are sort of like their central banks bitches. They just do what the central bank says. They're going along with it. That's how I look at it. So I'm glad that at least there is a president at this specific time that's willing to like stand up to the Fed and not. And to be fair, our Fed has never shown any interest in CBDCs per se. But I mean, why wouldn't they, right? As a central bank, that's the perfect type of control you've always wanted.
Yep.
Eventually, they would have gone that route.
Oh, you know it.
Well,
They're going to go that route.
they want a piece of that pie, but Trump wants us to have it all.
Chase is going to get in there, even if it is going to be CBDC or not. Chase is going to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, so we got to understand that The only thing, right? Every other sort of programmability function that CBDC has, for the most part, can be put into stables. When a bank drops its stables, it can put all of this into effect. The only thing that we're really outlawing is the central bank, the Fed, being in control of that CBDC. But these banks are all going to have their own, in a way, and we've already seen Tether and USDC pause transactions or basically freeze themselves, right? Where they can just freeze the stables in your wallet. That's the same as the CBDC. CBDC gives you more direct control, but there'll still be some control.
You know, they're definitely not renouncing their contracts. They're keeping their contract open.
Yeah. The CBDC shit is spooky because you know how they come on all the time and they tell us the Fed, they'll be like, oh, buy electronics, or this is a good time to buy a house, or they'll try to get us to stimulate a certain part of the economy that needs it by the shit they tell us online and the investment advice they give us and all that shit. With CBDCs, they can basically control that. Oh, housing sector needs a push right now. All right, boom. Your money's worth 10% more if you use it for anything having to do with housing. And there's a 10% premium on every other sector.
Yeah, I can't wait to run a CBDC through a token sniffer.
It'll probably explode.
Well, you know what the one exchange was doing with me and a few others that trade on the same exchange. If you're doing high leverage and you're doing scalping trades every 2 minutes or whatever, if they're higher leverage, they shut you down, and you know the little alert comes up. We have, they're shutting you down for 24 hours. So I would say, okay, I'm going to take a couple hundred out of there and move it to another exchange. And then a few minutes later, they must be, I don't know what's going on, but they activate it again, right? So now they're not doing that for some reason. Now that the purpose of it was supposedly you're taking away leverage from their platform. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Where you're taking that much, it can't be that much. I mean, they must have enough liquidity to handle that when somebody's doing like 75x with only say $500 or $200, whatever, right? In and out of trades. I don't know what other reason would be that they would halt you from doing that. And it's not that I'm winning all the time, right?
Yeah.
So there's some weird thing going on there.
I know what's going on. It's a sign that you got to get the hell off that platform.
Yeah. Well, they haven't been doing it lately, but a couple of months ago, people were complaining about it. I go, yeah, they shut me down again. And I said, I'm transferring money out and see what happens. And then the last time they didn't shut it down. So I don't know. But yeah, you're right. True. It's, so far the platform is one of the top platforms too, but
Which one is it?
that one's KCX. The original one that we used to trade on was, oh God, Rick, if you're still here, what was that to him? Real first one that we were doing.
Mexi.
Oh, Mexi, yeah.
Yeah, Mexi.
That
Yeah,
one,
these
yeah, that one,
Southeast Asian
that
derivatives exchanges.
that one, you would get coins come on there, Dbloc, which were I termed pulsating, where the friggin' thing was just like you could see it like on a high run, it would just like pulse up, come down a little,
Or
and you could just put your stop just below the last pulse down and ride that sucker until it finally, rolled over. And it
remember
was
how easy
probably,
it was?
yeah.
Do you remember
Well,
how easy for that 2 weeks or like 1 month, however long it was? This is when Pepe first came out. They would
bonk,
throw a
yeah,
wick.
bonk.
They would throw a wick up and then move into the wick, like fill it with candle.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
and it was easy. It was like, oh, dude, they just threw a wick. It's like
yeah. It
jump
was
on it.
easy stuff.
Yeah.
What they were, guys, was they were coins coming off of pump dot
Dex,
fun
Dexes.
or
Yeah.
Dex. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was crazy.
Yeah.
But those are the good old days. I don't know. You know, now you can't get on there unless you are from a certain area. You know, I can't get on there anymore. I don't want to do a VPN or none of that crap. But yeah,
Yeah, what did they call it? They called it their innovation zone or something, and they would just release a whole bunch of crap on there.
I don't know. I just remember OG, me, you, a lot of us were playing that, and because it was fun and it was easy. You got burned too, big time. You know, I mean,
It was kind of brief though. It only went for like a
yeah,
month or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But that's still still there, that exchange.
Yeah, Mexi's still there. Yeah.
I can't believe Binance, their liquidity. Somebody told me it's way down. Um, I don't know if they're talking
Really?
about Binance. Yeah, Binance US, or I used to be on
Right.
Global until they eliminated US, but
Access. Yeah.
yeah.
Me too, dude. I can still spot trade on Binance, but I can't. There's no futures anymore for Australia.
Yeah.
They shut that down. Yeah. But I can do Bybit. I'm like
Oh
KYC'd and
yeah.
everything.
I used to love Bybit too, yeah.
Yeah.
I
There's a
think
few of
Bybit
them
was
out there now.
Bybit
Bit
was one of the
Unix and
right. Bybit was one of the innovators. The way they set it up, as far as what I remember, I don't know. There might have been Bitfinex. I don't know what Bitfinex looked like, but Bybit was the one that it seemed like all these other ones started copying, including Kraken and all of them,
yeah.
Nexi.
The
But
biggest change, like the biggest upgrade to usability was when they allowed you to drag your orders on the chart with a line instead of typing them in. You
right,
could literally just, yeah, like
drag it
visually set your stop loss.
from the
And your
yeah,
take
I
profit.
know, that is cool.
Yeah.
Right from the active whatever it is, the trades going through, you mean? Yeah.
BYDFI doesn't have KYC at all, and it has that you can drag it.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of exchanges now. The issue is like when they're just low liquidity because they're so little, like small platform, not much volume on there. So it's kind of dangerous, like with slippage and stuff.
Yeah, some of these names are weird. Like, well, there's CoinX. I was on that, and then they got rid of US. I think it was CoinX, and
Blowfin's
then yeah,
Blowfin's
Blowfin's
still fairly
still.
new. That's not very
Yeah,
old. Like being
no,
really
right.
new.
These things, I
I
put
have it
them in
down
that
there too.
temporary list, right? Your Blowfins, your Mexis, your KuCoins, your WeXs, your anything that serves Americans when they're not supposed to has got like an expiration date on it. You just can't see it yet. You know what I mean? But eventually you're going to get that message that says, hey, buddy, you got to take your money off of here. We don't, we no longer,
KuCoin said that forever, and
What
they
I
never
think is
did it.
funny is how they try to act surprised about it. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. But you know exactly where I am. Stop it. My money was good until last week, and now you want to act funny style.
I know.
Okay.
Because they must have got a note from somebody saying, "Hey, you better stop doing that." Allowing those.
That's what CZ went to jail for. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
CZ went
yeah.
to jail for doing that with American customers on Binance.
And also they got him, didn't they try to charge him for like letting certain people from certain organizations in the Middle East sign up to Binance and use their platform? Like, yeah, they tried to get him on those charges as well. Whether they did or not, I don't know.
Well, he was part of the Sam Bankman thing too, right? They were. I mean, a lot of exchanges.
Nah, he's the one that set it over. He's the one that really exposed them. He knew what was going on with Sam for a very long time. In my opinion, I think all the big exchange guys knew. They just don't say anything because If me and you are doing something dirty, and Rick is doing something dirty, but he's being really loud about it, that's good
Yeah.
for me and you. Because if the feds come sniffing, they're gonna get him first, and then we know to chill out. Right? So that's the way they play it. So when he got into that trouble, they went to CZ and they were like, "Look, we need help. We got in over our heads." CZ was like, "Bro, send me all your information. Don't worry about it. Have your people send your books to my people. We'll look over it. We'll figure it out. We'll come up with some sort of deal." He made a deal for a bunch of FTT token, a bunch of the stable basically, and a bunch of the exchange token, and then looked at the paper, exposed everything they had, the glaring holes they had in the paper, and sold off everything on market, crashed them.
Not just sold it, went on the timeline and was like, yo, straight announced it, was like, yo, I'm dumping this, guys.
Y'all better get out of the way. I'm not telling you what to do, but this is what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I got caught up in I had Voyager. Voyager was a platform like Robinhood, on my phone, and it was so I loved it. You could trade. The only thing is, you couldn't. The spread on it, like buy and sell, was pretty brutal. But I had a crap load of everything on there, and their own coin, Voyager coin, they gave me, it was like what do you call it? Staking.
Yeah, they
you
give you
hold their
like
coin.
40% in Voyager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah. So
I
then
can't believe we fell for
so
that shit back in the day. Now it seems obvious. Back in the day, it was like there was so much free money that you didn't even question it,
I
right?
don't usually when I go to exchange, it's for a certain coin that I can't get anywhere. That's what I used to hunt down. All right, where can I buy that coin? That's how it used to be.
Some of it was legit though, like Cartesi and like the master nodes. When you were running master nodes, they'd be really high at the beginning, and then they would kind of taper off.
Bro, I saw this. I gotta show you. We gotta have a like a movie night one night, or like a reactions night one night, because there's so much shit that I want to watch with y'all. I saw this thing on worst live trades, right? This dude got wrecked on Luna during the Luna crash, but he got wrecked shorting it. And I was like, wait a minute, like how do you get
what?
His account got completely wiped on one of the dead cat bounces. That's a bad beat.
That was
you're trading in the right direction, and just because of the timing of it.
He probably had way too much leverage.
Oh, he was all in. Are you kidding me? This thing was going to zero, bro. He was all in max leverage, and a dead cat bounce just erased. I think he said it was like 12 years of trading, 11 years of trading.
Wow. That's the one I caught when that thing was falling apart. I bought it at $1.40. It was at $1.40, just like a $50 or $100, and then it dropped again, and I bought another 100, whatever. So the next morning it was in zeros, and I said, "Oh man, I can't help myself because I like zeros." So I put another couple hundred in. So say I put in like 300, it went to 8,000, and that's probably what screwed him up. It was like you said, that dead cat bounce. And I don't know if Rick remembers that, because one of the other guys is like, sell it, Sammy. And I go, no, and I did. I lost like $4,000 on it, but I still made $4,000. So, I mean, it was just what a rip, man. To wake up in the morning and see that going down from $1.40 to, I don't know what it was, double zeros or triple. I forget. I don't know what it went really down to. Maybe it was only 1 0. I don't know.
It was bad. You know,
Well,
KSI, the fighter, he's apparently heavy into crypto, and he got wrecked live on the Luna. Like he was in a live Luna long, I believe, or not even. I think he was just holding. He just had a big position, and he was in that video too, where they just literally watched that shit go to zero, run flat.
Damn.
Well,
like how do you stand in front of the train? Like I don't understand how you do that. Like he just kept saying, "It'll come back. It'll come back. It'll come back."
Who was it that made like 200,000 or more on a was that a stock trade or was it a coin? It was one of the.
It was Brooklyn, a shitcoin on KuCoin.
The guy from New York, the dude,
New Yorker.
New Yorker. Yeah, New Yorker.
He was that gold, that early gold derivative.
Yeah. He came on one night through Snook. You guys know Snook? It was me, Snook, and Rick was maybe there, and a bunch of other people. And he came on, and we're like, "Whoa, man, New York!" And he was laughing. He goes, "Yeah, man, I don't know. I doubled down and put 5,000 in, and then sold it, and then went back in with. He only did 5,000 each time.
We were there
Now
live,
me,
man. We were
I
there
would have
live
doubled.
while
Oh,
he
you
was
were?
taking that. Yeah, I remember that night.
I would have doubled
Bro,
down
one
like
thing I'll
then.
never forget is the sound of his voice that night.
Was he crazy or what?
You could hear it in his
Just
voice,
freaking.
bro. It was just pure
Yeah.
euphoria and fucking panic. Pardon my French.
You get scared.
And
Yeah, it's
somebody in the
scary.
chat, there's always a hater, bro. There's always gonna be a hater. So just somebody in the chat was like, on voice was like, I call bullshit. And I'm like, bro, do you not hear his voice? I don't even have to see the trade, bro. I can hear it in his voice. He meant every word of what he just said right there.
He disappeared after that.
Yeah. I asked him about it. He came back and I was like, what happened? He's like, bro, I deleted my app. I deleted all my trading app. I cashed out. That feeling that the market wants that back, especially when you get a hit like that, it can be overwhelming, bro. And then he said that he came back like 6 months after he decided to start checking on crypto again. And he jumped on crypto Reddit, and the very first thing he found was a story about his trade that somebody from the Discord posted on Reddit. Hey, I was in this Discord and this guy named New Yorker told the whole story, right? Can you imagine? You're already paranoid. You finally give in, come back to crypto. That's the first thing you read. He's like, I left for like another 4 months, bro.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not trying to get my baby's mama to know I got some money.
He
Forget
came
that.
back. He was trading SHIB for a while, and then he just disappeared again.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, now 200,000, 400,000 is a lot of money, but could you see somebody really coming after you for that? They would come after you for millions, right? More.
What,
But I
man?
don't know.
It depends where, man. They'll come after you for $5,000 if you're in the wrong place.
Yeah, I guess.
That thing really felt like a whale party. That I understand why, because it was like a whale party that he wasn't supposed to be in. Like that type of movement, that was some money laundering ass shit that was going on, and he just happened to be in the right room at the right time.
That feeling, just like lottery, when someone wins like, I don't know, 30 million, that must be really weird. It probably puts you in like a dizzy spell. Like, wait a minute, I can't comprehend this. That's a lot of money, man. Some of
And you
this.
get that gold fever and you start itching.
But you're right, Dbloc. And that's why it's like with me. I would, oh man, I'm gonna buy this and start gambling more. Because you get sucked into that. Oh shit, I got all this money now. I could really make more, and then you lose it, and that's the issue. That's where you
If
gotta
Bill
like
Gates
really
can do it,
control.
if Bill Gates can do it, I can do it.
Yeah. Shit. You look at the Dubai guys, the one dude, Carl Rudfeld from the Carl the Moon, man. Supermarket, friggin' cash out guy to billionaire. Like, he's got his own Indy car and
That guy's a
brand new
douche, bro. He's
Ferrari.
he's really easy to dislike.
Yeah,
And I think
he's a shill and
he leans into it too.
oh yeah.
Bro, go
Oh
back
yeah.
and if you can find the video when Luna, Celsius, and all that shit crashed, right? When everybody got wiped. He lost a bunch of money too. And I guess maybe people online were like, oh, what happened, Carl? Da 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 da, because he used to show that shit pretty hard. And then he came online and instead of just being like, damn, it happens, the market, da da da. He was like, oh, this is me after losing however $1 million in my brand new Bugatti on my way to my yacht and I was like, oh, bad timing, bro. Not the right time
Yeah,
to flex.
that's why if I watch him, I just watch like 5 minutes of what the chart he's looking at, and that's it. You got Da Vinci Jeremy is he bought Bitcoin at like less than $1 supposedly, but he's a coder, Da Vinci, and he knew that Bitcoin would work, is what he says, and You know,
Man,
I don't
they
know what
all
he's
said
doing now.
all the old heads say they knew it would work. Nobody knew. We didn't know. We all got lucky at the end of the day. But
Yeah.
balls, right? It was supposed to
I
work
mean,
on paper, and it did.
right.
But
Well,
the
that's what he
odds of that
proved eventually.
happening, yeah. Da Vinci's cool. He
Weren't
looks like
two
a big
guys
milk dud.
kidnapped in Europe over their seed phrase?
All the time. It happens all the time. One of the CEOs of
Oh, yeah.
Ledger, him and his family got kidnapped. There's been fingers mailed in. There's been, yeah, all types of shit. So
I wonder if
you don't want people to know that you got money.
Right.
Like this crypto doesn't change it. I don't understand. Like people in the regular, well, I mean, most people don't run around and just give people their bank statements. You know, that falls under the mind your business sort of category. But you're quick to say, I just bought 30 Bitcoin, or I just bought, I'm like, yo, I don't even want to know that. I don't even want the responsibility of knowing how much Bitcoin you have.
Like, I was just gonna say that he must have security, like like that dude, because I mean, he broadcasts every day, and everybody sees what he's got. I mean, he must have some kind of good security. Walking around Dubai in the freaking unreal buildings they have, unreal. But he did business too. It's not that he just bought Bitcoin and said, "Oh, I made money on Bitcoin." He started businesses in crypto, which is something to say. I respect that. He hired some smart people that learned what's going on with crypto, and he
You got
put
to
them to
do
work.
something with all that money.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like he's just sitting around like some of us trading for fun. Shit. Or help pay the bills. Yeah, so I don't know.
The bills are never
That's
done being
doing.
paid, man. Even when you get to the point where all your bills are paid and you have the people that you care about's bills.
Yeah, I just paid taxes today, and I found out I could have delayed it till the end of the month. It's the third quarter, and
You could wait till
over
October,
here.
actually.
No, you're talking about tax stuff. I'm talking about
Yeah.
home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Life is a bill.
property tax.
I
Living
personally
life
plan
was a
on getting an extension for the next couple years.
Yeah,
There's
true.
too
I
much new
actually,
shit coming out right now with taxes for me to. I'm gonna wait.
yeah, I'm doing. I did an extension for the last couple of years, and this year same thing. I'm just finishing up now. I never get anything back anymore.
Back. Shit. Thinking about how much I have to pay.
Yeah, that's where you need a good accountant and
I'm not gonna
write-offs.
lie. It used to feel good to get that 4 or 5K in tax returns
But
and
the
shit.
thing
I used to
is,
look forward to that, but it feels a lot better to write that check.
though, if you put it, if you're putting in like my brother, I think they were putting in 10%, and I'm like, you don't even have to do that. You don't have to, So what they're doing is they're giving up their money early, and then they're getting it back later. This is what my cat was saying. He's like, you're not gaining money. You're getting the money back that you put in. They took out of your income or whatever, Social Security, whatever it is. But I don't know how, you know, specific that is with everybody, but that's what he was telling me. And I'm like, I don't know. So if I tell them that, my brother and his wife, they're going to get mad saying, that, well, it's like telling them, no, you didn't get any money. You got your money back. You didn't make money, but whatever. But now they're not doing. When's that going to kick in? By the way, anybody know? No tax on Social Security and all that next year, I guess.
I don't know. The next 2 years are going to be, in my opinion, in flux. You got 1 year for the rules to
Yeah.
change, at least 1 year for your tax people to figure out what the hell just happened. So I don't expect any real good tax advice to come down the pipe for at least 2 years.
I think they set it all up for it to all hit after the midterms next year. So by January of 27.
Wow.
Want this to bounce and go. Come on, baby, bounce. This needs a bounce here.
$14.5. Did we go to?
This is where bulls need to hold at our white arrow here. Then expect it to hit right on the tip of the arrow, but in 6 minutes that next candle will be right there, so we'll see if it holds.
It might come down a little bit and then take off. For that 117 area, almost 118, if we can do this, keep this uptrend going here on a 4 hour. Let's see on a.
There's some big cells right there. Bring it right down real quick. Bam, bam, bam.
But this is that vector that we're shooting for here. This is that recovery that market maker wants. We don't have a whole hell of a lot of liquidations until we get underneath the psychological high. We'll see what the motivation is here. Good.
Bam, market maker.
Move this over. Want this turn into a red vector, and then we'll be looking for a stopping volume candle either on this candle or the next. It's controlled. It's confused about what we expect here.
Yo, can we start calling market maker Freddy Krueger?
Nah, he's not the boogeyman, yo. He's the boring dude in a suit.
Not to make it interesting, you know.
Nice so far. Like bulls understood the assignment, at least temporarily.
It's an arm wrestle.
Sword fight.
Pause.
114.4.
There's that red vector. See if we can hold this stopping volume. We've got 4 minutes.
Well,
Chat, we not having fun yet? Are you not entertained?
I'm just gonna put a buy-in down low. Down low. I mean, if you see that wick it just threw, right? That's a test, right? It's a probe, and see if it goes down and fills it and goes, to the next spot down there. But
Looks like they found the demand. For now. Yeah.
They just ran into the liquidity that's underneath our uptrend.
12,140.
And I don't mean liquidity like liquidations. I mean like standing buy orders.
Okay.
Because bulls doing what they're supposed to do. Now whether they're strong enough to maintain is a different question.
We got this.
What's your
Push.
Doge doing, Drew? Checking on your Doge, Drew?
I'm not holding any Doge right now.
Oh, really? Damn. The hell?
I'll be back. I'll be back. Right now, I got some of
Yes.
that pump.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go down to
Some
the
Sol
5 minute here.
and some ETH.
Railroad tracks.
Some bears.
Why isn't this so stupid? Latest.
Yeah, it's a hell of a candle.
Mm-hmm.
On the
Hell
15
of a
minute.
candle and a hell of a spot for it.
Dude, it might even flip green in a second. Maybe.
1 minute left. The important candle is going to be the next one. We're looking for a bullish engulfing.
Yeah.
And then once we get that bullish engulfing, then we are targeting this vector range above.
Yeah, it's coming up to an EMA or
This vector gap underneath has already been shrunk down to nothing.
why this is
Out with, yeah. So I guess with vector gaps is close enough good enough kind of thing. Like they'll fill
Well,
most of it
if
leave
it
behind
really
some.
bothered, like when things are bullish, 50% is enough, right? When it comes down to levels
Yeah.
like this, and I'm like, okay, damn, is it is it really necessary? What I'll do is I'll just take a box, and then I'll go down to the 1 minute. Right? And then I look and I reassess.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, was it a solid vector? And yeah, it was pretty much a solid vector from the bottom. So that imbalance is still truly an imbalance. What you'll see sometimes is you'll see some choppiness that sort of clears these bottom vectors. And then you'll go
I
look to
see.
where it came down to, and you're like, okay, well, that's why it didn't continue to come all the way. But yeah, there is still an imbalance there.
what are you seeing on total 3? Anything looking good?
Man, we need to worry about Bitcoin right now. Everything else is just worried about Bitcoin holding these levels.
Yeah.
Total 3 will bleed out if Bitcoin can't find support. All right, so 15 minutes for this to close bullish engulfing. And then we've got our mean reversion tests above us. And price will have to come up and test the 5, 13, the 50, daily open, 800 EMA.
Why are you saying 15 minutes? Because I always used to say, like, same thing, like 10, 15, or, a quarter after the hour, it seemed like things would start moving. What are you looking at to say that? Like, what close are you looking at?
I'm just looking at the next candle because of the candle structure. For this stopping volume candle to be valid, the next candle has to close as a bullish engulfing, or at the very least not close underneath the body of that stopping volume candle. So the next 15 minutes will let me know whether this is bullish or whether there's still continuation to go. This candle structure.
Yeah, I just always noticed it, and I used to say, don't go by on the hour. Look a little after the hour.
Well, there's daily 4-hour candles, daily candles, weekly candles, and hourly candles even to an extent. The first, 2%, 3% of that candle is just choppiness and algos kicking in. So like for the daily candle, like, the first hour is just going to be a bunch of, you're not going to get a clear directional sort of information from it. Like you have to let it settle down basically. But I don't really live by too many hard, fast rules when it comes to crypto, except for the 4-year cycle and the fact that price moves towards high liquidity areas. Other than that, I've seen everything else break, right? Which is cool. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't have these rules, but I know when a lot of new people that come in, like people that are listening, they want like a top, like a 10 commandments of rules that never break, that never, and that just doesn't exist. We can tell people, be careful not to get trapped on the weekends. Volume for the most part is dead during the weekends. Friday's gonna be volatile, but the moves are short-lived. Right, just general rules. But some people are like, oh, I never buy until, never buy on a Thursday past 2:30. You're getting into superstition territory at that point.
Yeah, now I know I'm bringing up a lot of stuff and asking questions, but I'm just throwing out stuff that I'm hearing. Crown, Eric Crown, he used to trade on the New York Stock Exchange. His father got him in there when he was young. He did all right a little bit, and then he lost like $1 million account. But he's big doing the crypto thing, and he's all over the world. Him and his girlfriend are, I don't know where they are now, Sweden or wherever. But he was saying after the halving, August usually is good. So people that think August is good for crypto, that's the narrative I heard this year, and that's the reason he's saying is, well, after a halving, August
Well, what he's
generally.
talking about is this right here. So, or somebody's got an open mic. What he's talking about is this: the 4th year, or the blow off top year, right? Of every bull market has had double-digit gains for the most part in August. 30% 2013, 65% 2017, 13% 2021, and that's the month that we're in now, right? The 4th month. So traditionally, this month should close green, yeah. But one thing that I do want to point out is, aside from 2016, remember I keep telling you that this market reminds me the most of 2016 than anything? So look at these bullish August, right? They have a bullish July, but then they've got some choppiness, right? Big red month in June, big red month in May. But then look at this month here, 2017. This is a 2016 bull market. 65% in August, and 4 consecutive green months before, just like we're looking at now. People are like, well, there's 4 green months. There's no way that we can have a, really? Because that's exactly how it happened in 2017. And if we have to match this cycle up to any cycle, it would be 2016. And that gives us a red September, slightly red, less than 10%, and then an explosive October, November, December.
Wow. Cool.
And this is where all the
Glad I
fun
brought
happens.
it up. Yeah, because I didn't understand. I didn't look back into what you got there. That's a cool graph.
All
But
right,
yes,
7 minutes. This looks weak here, by the way. Then they're gonna come for the rest of that, Rick.
probably put him to sleep. Well, like
Me
I
to
said, I
sleep?
gotta buy. Yeah, I thought
Nah,
my voice put you to sleep.
sometimes.
Yeah, DXB, exactly. 3 back-to-back cuts will get us there. It's funny because you'll look at it, right? And you're like, what would do that? Like, what would give you a 47% October, a 53% November, and a 38% December, right? Even though that's how it should sort of go, at least green. And then we take into consideration that there should be a cut in September and October and December. And then you're like, oh,
Oh yeah, that's
oh
right.
yeah, that's
September
right.
if they cut. Yeah, forgot about September cut if he does. But
So at that point, what came first, the cycle or the news?
yeah,
If
cycle.
we get it and we go crazy, and then everybody's like, well, this is obviously news based, right? We got the
Well, there's
cuts.
a trigger that right. That's the trigger I was talking about. People always run to. It's like something how to set it off. Thing is, if he does 50, it's probably going to scare the market. I don't know. Pretty much, it's all baked in my opinion. Really,
My birthday
talk
month
about
is
too
by
much.
far the best month of the year. Listen, there's only been 2 times in the history of Bitcoin where it wasn't a good idea to load up your bags on my birthday, and they were both in bear markets, which is fine. But the average return for my birthday month is 21%. The median return is 21. Forget the average. The median return is 21%.
Oh
February
yeah.
comes in second.
And you know what else is good about October? ETF deadlines.
Yeah, that's true. October,
Talk about like
November,
further
we've got a
narrative.
bunch of them coming in.
Yeah.
It's all lining up, man. It's all people who say that this shit is over and are starting to like seriously de-risk and shit. And I mean by like de-risk, I mean they're just leaving the market. I don't understand how they square that away.
I thought
With
Rick
all
was
of
going
the
to say the best
bullishness
part
in
about
front of us.
October was Halloween when he gets to dress up like a sexy nurse.
Well, there's that.
Yeah, I don't know how you could leave the market. Really.
Yeah, you got to be crazy not to be like, optimistic for Q4 in a bull market. Damn.
Some people have gotten to the point where they've got enough, and I respect that. That's an answer that I'm willing to accept. Somebody tells me, bro, I got in at 15. I made some really good choices on the way up. I passed my expectations a long time ago. I'm done. I respect that.
Yeah.
But to get
Yeah, you got
scared out, that's a different story. You're falling for the okey doke, in my opinion. Right? Like,
Yeah, you got to enjoy your money and live your life instead of watching it all the time, or just set bots up and let that go.
The cool
Better yet,
thing
hand
is,
it
like,
over.
if the
Yep.
cycle thing plays out on schedule, like the 4-year cycle thing, dude, we'll be at the back end of the bear market in like just over 12 months. You know what I mean? Like most of the damage will be done.
ready to
It's only
do it
12
all
months.
again.
Goes pretty quick. Yeah,
You know what
exactly.
the problem is though? People's first bear market doesn't last only a year. For you it will. For this one it will, but think about the last one. Right? Everything came
Yeah,
down,
people did.
but when we got to the bottom, it wasn't like explosive bull market just starts. Right? So you go into that long choppiness and all of that shit feels like bear market.
Yep. It's like, oh, this is just a relief rally. The bear
Yeah.
market's going to be a crypto winter.
Why
Yeah.
timing is so important, man, because everybody else is thinking relief rally and you're just DCAing because you know what time it is already.
Yeah.
Yo, this grok is going wild. They gave it like a spicy upgrade. So now they're doing like deep fakes of like all these celebrities topless and things like that.
People are down bad, bro.
Yo, straight up.
I suppose what's been like somewhat disappointing for people that did build positions, you know, in the over the last couple of years is that if they did it in some alts that haven't really done much, it's been a bit of a waste of time almost. Like they've been sitting there
Yeah,
waiting in the rocket
100%.
and it just hasn't taken off. Yeah.
100%. Just to watch Bitcoin climb from 79 to 89 to 99
Yeah.
to 109. And you think you're doing
Yeah.
the right thing. Like, I try to warn them, right? I swear to you I did. When we got down to 79 and I loaded up and everybody was like, why aren't you buying alts yet? Why aren't you buying alts yet? And it sucks because I can tell why they're asking. They're asking because they really want their alt to go up. Like, they're tired of waiting. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
like, it's just not time yet. It's not time yet. People don't realize
Yeah.
how much safer their purchasing power is in Bitcoin when alts aren't strong, unless you're in a specific alt that's on narrative, right? Currently on narrative and running, and that's a skill set in of its own. That's like outside of trading, right? Being able to spot a narrative, catch a narrative, get in and out of a narrative safely. That's a whole different muscle than trading. Not everybody has that. That shit'll get you wrecked if you do it incorrectly.
Yeah, I mean, look at Solana, how when that blew up, right? Months ago, last year, when it really took off. What where did it go to 250 or more or whatever, and then
Yeah,
it came
Yeah.
back
From
down.
to like
Yeah,
48 with Trump coin coming out and blasting that thing off.
from a low of $8. $8 in the
That
bear market.
sucked a lot of liquidity out of the market, man.
Crazy.
Trump
Like,
coin.
we
oh yeah,
laugh about that and everything, but we wouldn't be here, in my opinion. I think we would be way higher by now. We would have already been into our sort of move. So much
yeah.
liquidity came out of the market there. Not only that, but sentiment, right? Retail got crushed. Bro, people that hadn't even traded crypto, that were just buying the shit on their credit card through the website. You know what I mean? Like, that shit was crazy. Yeah, stopping volume candles invalidated, Joe. Right now we're at horizontal support. This SR flip from these wicks here, our yellow line. Vector underneath, psychological highs underneath that. This range right here.
Dbloc, does this mean we start all over?
What do you mean?
Mhm.
No, we haven't even put in, we haven't broken any sort of structure or anything. We just broke a uptrend. Not a big deal.
I was just asking for your prophecy. I
I'm just a guy in a chair in the office.
call them prophecies and they work. You've been very helpful. Thank you.
You the man, the myth, the legend, coach. You more than just a guy in a chair in the office.
The stopping volume candle, Christian. Just that short-term bit of bullishness there of that 200. We're really just micromanaging the hell out of this. I would like to make some entries on a couple of alts, but just for short-term plays. But I need to see us hold here.
Jasmine looks like it's been really beaten down.
Yeah. So Jasmine BTC finally looks like it might have found a floor. I've been waiting for this thing to really sort of find some sort of bottom, and still it hasn't really got itself out. And we're in like higher low territory, right? Looking to see how much of this vector gets taken before it cuts up. But I do like that we found some support there, and even earlier on the higher low. So, but we have to build out, which means until we take out some of these lower highs, my BTC is safer in BTC than Jasmine.
So I'm collecting money from referrals. In other words, someone sent me the referral, so I joined the exchange on their referral, so they benefit, right? But I get a piece of that back. So I'm wondering, how does that work? Like, if I'm trading high leverage or doing good trades, or is it if I'm losing? I don't understand how that works. Basically,
Referrals, exchange referrals, the person will get paid whether you win or lose.
so
Which is
then the
why
money that they
I think they're so nasty.
so then he's making money on my trades, but he's also giving back probably half of it. So,
What do you mean giving
but
back?
how is that? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm getting like $25, $30.
That's just
Let's
your
just
money you're
20
getting. That's just your money you're getting back from the exchange.
because of what?
It's a kickback
Because
on
I'm
your fees,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Oh, it's a kickback on
It's
fees.
just to get you hooked,
Rebate.
get you on the tit.
Huh.
Yeah, it just looks
That's-
good as
I'm
it comes
surprised.
back.
I'm surprised they even give you anything back.
That's the trick,
Huh.
man. That's how they make it viral to get signups.
It's to
New customers.
incentivize the sign up. Yeah, it's to incentivize the
Yeah.
sign up. And then you go and now
Yep.
you want to give that referral to people, and then they'll get a little bit, and then it's like. But the truth of the matter is that they get paid to send people to the wolves, right?
Mhm.
Because the proper way to do it is be like, okay, I'm gonna have exchange referral. Let me educate people on how to properly trade safely with good risk management, and then hopefully, if they make money, I'll also make money, right? The fast money way to do it is let me just shill this exchange to brand new people, kick them on the ass on the way out the door, and tell them good luck. And when they get wrecked, they just get replaced by somebody else that's new that comes in the door that doesn't know any better.
Isn't it, dude? Isn't it wild? See, this is what sets your channel apart from a lot of the YouTube channels that have millions of views and whatever. Their content is stale. Like, even if you're watching it as soon as they've uploaded it.
Yeah.
Like, it's not live, and that information's old.
Yeah.
Like, that's stale information. Like, it's not relevant.
They don't have a lot of retention, right? Like, people tend to either learn a little bit about crypto and then leave those channels, or get wrecked and leave those channels. Right. So either way, the turnover is really heavy on those. So like there is no stealth. These people don't know that it's old.
Yeah.
You know, they think it's in real time. And then when they act on it and they get wrecked, they tell you, well, you know, you just did it improperly and you've got to take my course so you can learn how to properly use the information that we're giving you. And if you pay a little bit more, then you can copy trade me on trades that I get from AI every morning. AI, give me 50 trades today. and they shovel that shit right to their trading group. Here are my call outs for today, guys. Go make all the money.
Bruh, there ain't
Do you
nothing. That's like banks. Those people piss me off at the same amount as like centralized finance does.
do you remember Dbloc back in 2018? Doug Polk, the crypto, like he was a poker player. Then he was like he made like a crypto YouTube channel,
Yeah.
and he would just poke fun at like BitConnect and all. And then the dudes that were pushing it and that were going to jail because of BitConnect and like all the shills.
The wild
Who were
place.
those guys? I can't remember. Yeah, dude, that was old school. Who was it? Crypto Nick, Trayvon James, Craig Grant, and Ryan Hildreth. They were all pushing BitConnect real hard on YouTube back in the day.
My favorite crypto YouTuber that's gone now was that crypto Batman. Remember him, crazy guy?
He's not gone.
He
still around.
doesn't stream anymore, right?
A little bit every now and then. Yeah, he does.
I used to do like
Used to less.
nightly Doge streams, bro.
Yeah,
That
not
shit was
anymore
the
like
most
that.
entertaining shit ever. He was completely bald, but his hair on the sides is like 3 feet long. He just keeps it all messy and weird and shit, bugged out. You would send him a super chat and he would write your name on his wall. So his wall was just full of names and like weird shit that people made him write. Whenever he'd be in a good trade, he'd scream at his wife. He's like, "Baby, get the red panties. It's a red panty night, baby. I did it again." And she'd poke her head in the room and be like, "Red panty night." He's like, "Yeah, I did it again." And she'd, yeah, that dude, Goose Wayne. Dude is hilarious, bro.
He's that dude. He's done videos of like going on those chat roulette websites
Yeah.
pranking girls and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. He's a character, bro.
That's so funny. I feel like the new like kind of court jester, if crypto's like Alex Becker, like he's got that comedy edge that he pushes real hard on his videos, and I don't know. I feel like Doug Polk used to be like kind of like that. Not to
Alex
that level.
Alex Becker is one of my heroes.
It's
Alex Becker's shit is funny, but it's kind of forced.
Yeah,
like
it is.
He's
He knows
he's
being
over
silly.
the edge with it. It's
Yeah,
entertainment
he
though.
definitely is.
It's entertainment. One thing I will say is don't wait for him to call it out. Anybody that was here at the top of the bull market during gaming, you saw me put those lists out months before Becker's videos. And I'm not saying that to say, oh, I'm some super top-notch researcher and I got the information before. That's the opposite of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is chances are he had the information before I did. With the team of researchers and shit that he has, I'm pretty sure I was probably late to the game. The difference is he didn't say anything until they were fully allocated, months after it had come off of the bottoms. You know what I mean? That's the type of shit these guys will do. They'll load up on you and then they'll drop the videos and then they'll sort of use you as exit liquidity.
It's pretty wild. He's been crazy wrong sometimes. He's like bought at the absolute top, and then just he says that he bought so low because he was just basically DCAing millions of dollars in
Yeah.
on the way down. But
Yeah. That's another
Well, he
thing. A
was
lot of people can't afford to trade the way that their favorite YouTuber trades. Right? Like you can't if you want to trade like Crypto Face, you better have that bank to lose
oh yeah.
3 million, 4 million, and then not, jump out of a window or some shit.
Well, Becker was screaming at the top of his lungs about ETH. When it was going down, he was like, I'm buying, I'm buying, I'm buying, I'm buying, I'm buying. And if there's been one call he made right, good God.
Yeah, that's ETH was an obvious. Anybody that's been here for a while, ETH was an obvious, especially with the level of FUD it had on it. Like that's just not natural. Hardcore Russian for accumulation purposes.
Becker's been pushing a lot of RWA and AI coins.
Yeah, since the beginning of his list hasn't really changed much. I'll give him that much. He's still really talking about the same projects. For me, I watch him just to get an eyes on when retail is going to be aware of something. Right? Usually, Becker comes in at about the second wave of a narrative. Again, I don't think he's investing in the second wave. I think he's there in the first wave. I just don't think he's saying shit until the second. But usually around the second wave, he'll come in, he'll say something. If you manage to get in right around that time, maybe you can catch that third wave where you get that central exchange listing. But for the most part, people that listen to him are new, and most of the calls that he makes that are still on dexes, nobody buys them until they get on centralized exchange, and by that time, they're getting sold to basically. I can't say I blame him. The reason I say it is because we've got like 6,000 people on YouTube, right? Let's say if they were all online at the same time. The big difference between saying, hey, I'm thinking about picking up, or I just picked up, this really small AI project, and having a couple people jump in versus saying that to 1 million people and you're not done DCAing yet, and you drop your little video and now you're like 5x, from entry and shit, and it's like, okay. So I do understand that. And I don't blame anybody for buying before they make a video. You should. If you believe in something, why are you making a whole video and editing a whole video? If you believe it that much, why didn't you buy any? But what I don't like is somebody shilling something that they've been holding for a very long time that's already run, and you're just looking for an exit, and now you're like top 10 coins to buy before the end of the alt,
I remember Becker was talking about B&B. He was like, sometimes you just got to learn how to hold. He was like, look at this choppiness here. He was like, but if you held, unless you're a super good swing trader, you would have gotten murdered through this. But if you would have bought and held and had faith, look where you'd be at now. It was like, dear God. Imagine getting in early and just holding on for that ride.
His Cardano jokes are A1.
Yes. And he said the other day that he bought. He was like, I just loaded up.
Asking your wife's boyfriend if you can use the internet.
Those Cardano jokes come from Reddit. I remember that
Do
was
they?
like, yeah, that
That's
was
awesome.
like during the AMC days, during the early Doge days. Nah, that's super funny. The wife's boyfriend jokes. People used to post it on Reddit. They'd post they'd cash out and post like a big stack of cash. Like, I just sent this to my wife's boyfriend for Vacation. Get back to trading, boys. Alright, it's 12 guys. We're close to it. I gotta duck off and do some research. I'll be back in like half an hour to reset the stream. Still waiting for confirmation that we're not just going after this vector yet. Small time frame stopping volume candles already got taken care of. I'm sure there's still higher time frame stopping volume candles, but for right now, we're just looking to see if we hold this range and get back above that trend. I'll be back.
It's like all the altcoins have just glitched. Nothing is moving.
Yeah, keep an eye on the crypto bubbles to make sure you're in BTC denominated. You can see what's running.
I'll take a look at the bubbles now. Thank you. I use one of the platforms that the that has the media association with it. What's a better bubbles? Because I use the banter, but I can't see the BTC denomination.
Cryptobubbles.net.
Okay, thanks.
Wow, ENA has beat Bitcoin by 122% this month.
Should we be focusing in on like the hour or a combination of everything with expectations things will start to run? Because I usually just look at it and see what's popping immediately.
I think 15 minutes is a reasonable time.
Okay. Thank you.
Trump just posted about reciprocal tariffs starting tonight. Just FYI.
Looks like we're going to have a drop. They must be wanting to buy some more Bitcoin.
I've been longing and shorting that coin MyX at 2x leverage just because of the volatility, and just been taking profit. It's been kind of nice. Gonna probably all in shortly, but that's okay.
MYX is up 1,371% compared to Bitcoin on the week.
If there wasn't so much slippage, I would have killed a freaking long. Bastard.